Chapter 441. His mind was only drawn to that now that he was actually thinking about her. Either way, tomorrow should be good. Maybe I should make use of more strength, Gustav thought, but decided to brush off that decision. He was still reluctant about revealing a lot of abilities and was consciously reducing the power of most of his attacks so as not to seriously injure others during training. Just like that, the night went by, and the next morning came. Cadets were up early once again for the morning routine. They had practically been doing this for 2 months already, so everyone was already used to it since their normal bodies with bloodlines sealed had adapted to it. Gustav didn't have any incident related to what happened the other day, but he did notice that occasionally there would be cadets getting in his way. Some of them would try to disrupt his speed or distract him in a kind of way. Gustav didn't really find this disturbing, but he was a bit suspicious since this didn't happen before. Alevra was still improving at a very crazy rate, just like Gustav. He thought he would surpass her in morning routines by now, but just as he was getting better, so was she. Once again, he was second to get back to the starting point. Both of them no longer took more than 2 hours to complete the morning routine. Eildris and Chad were always arriving at the same time after him, while Falco was always arriving with the girls. After the morning routine ended, Officer Bryant addressed them about a few things before releasing everyone. Chad walked up to Gustav afterwards. "Don't forget to show up by 12. Falcon Battleground," he said before moving away. "Oh. If you can't defeat me, get ready to become my minion for the next 3 months, Chad said with a look of pride as he paused his footsteps and turned to the side to stare at Gustav. "You will obey every command I give you," he added before starting to walk again. "Hold it," Gustav suddenly voiced out from behind, causing Chad to stop. "Now you mentioning this thing about minions is new to me," Gustav said while raising his left eyebrow. "What? You can't handle it? If you're scared of losing, don't bother showing up," Chad said with a provocative glance. "That's not it. A proper wager goes both ways," Gustav said while moving a few steps forward. "Now if you lose, you must adhere to 3 of my demands. No backing down no matter what I may ask of you," Gustav said. At this point, cadets had already begun to gather around them and started gossiping loudly after hearing the both of them voice out. Chad had a slightly hesitant look on his face as he heard that. "It's all right if you can't handle that. Don't show up for the duel," Gustav said with a light smile before walking forward and passing by Chad's side. "Wait," Chad voiced out before turning around. "I'll play along with this. Better be prepared to be a minion," Chad added before turning around to leave. Smirk. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he dashed away into the distance. There was still enough time, so Gustav decided to go and complete his daily tasks in the meantime. In about an hour, Gustav was done with 2 of the tasks, but the last one was pretty tricky and could only be completed after dawn, so he had to go back to his room. Gustav spent the next 2 hours channeling his bloodline before he took a break. Sitting within his small personal bloodline training room, Gustav brought out 3 pieces of orange crystals from his storage device. Gravitational energy container bloodline activated. The atmosphere turned extremely serene as Gustav activated this. The gravitational force surrounding him started getting warped as bluish spherical glowing balls started appearing all over the place within the room. Over 200 of them had appeared in a matter of seconds. Gustav made a few of them disappear since they were crowding the place a bit too much. He took one of the orange crystals in his hand, and one of the spherical balls floated to his front. The glow on its frame intensified as it started sucking out energy from the glowing orange crystal. Gustav had already activated God Eyes at this point and was monitoring the mixing of energies for any change. Thraki. The bluish spherical ball suddenly started to crackle with purplish electricity as the color of the energy within began to change. After a few more seconds, Gustav stopped absorbing energy from the crystal after noticing that the mixture of energies was starting to get unstable. Having God Eyes is quite convenient, Gustav thought as he stared at the spherical ball in front of him. It had now completely changed color from blue to reddish-black with purple electric snakes swimming across its body. "I wonder just how destructive this would be," Gustav said with an excited look. He could already picture and calculate how powerful it would be when used as an attack, but he still wanted to see it in reality to confirm. Make sure you never use this to attack a fellow peer unless you're battling with a stronger opponent, the system suddenly voiced out in his head. Why? Gustav asked. Are you seriously asking me that? The system voiced out with a tone of annoyance. Gustav already knew why the system would say this, but he still asked, yeah. Why? Dumbo, just go ahead and use it then. Just make sure you're able to explain to them the disintegration of all physical matter within the radius of several hundred feet, the system voiced out before keeping quiet. Disintegration of all physical matter? Gustav questioned with a suspicious look, but the system didn't respond anymore. He checked the time and noticed it was almost 12 already. Time to go, Gustav muttered while making all the spherical bluish balls disappear along with the one he had just created. He kept the orange crystals before standing to his feet and heading out. Chapter 442. Time to go, Gustav muttered while making all the spherical bluish balls disappear along with the one he had just created. He kept the orange crystals in his storage device before standing to his feet and heading out. As he was coming out of his place, so was Eildris, Falco, and Timi. A light smile appeared on Gustav's face as he turned to the side that headed towards the teleportation elevator and started walking forward. They all walked towards him, and everyone moved side by side. After several minutes of moving across the MBO camp, they came across an area where two mountains halfway joined together could be seen in the distance. The summit of both mountains was about 100 feet away from each other because their bodies were joined to a certain extent. A massive rectangular stage was built on both summits extending for thousands of feet. It was well balanced on both summits, which supported its weight. Many cadets could be seen swarming towards both sides of the mountains, headed for the peak area. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Discussion from the cadets in the vicinity turned louder as they noticed Gustav heading upwards with the others. Some of them still debated whether he was going to win or not. In a few seconds, they arrived at the summit area where the massive rectangular ring was situated and surrounded by thousands of spectators. 3 instructors had been tasked to keep watch and regulate the duel. Chad was already standing on the stage, waiting for Gustav to show up. Unlike the battle arena where the special class challenge was held, this particular battle ring was stronger and well structured to handle powerful attacks. Gustav jumped a few feet upwards and landed on the south side of the stage. Chad stared at him with a strong look of wariness and caution. "Gmph." Always looking smug, he muttered underneath his breath with a tone of annoyance. One of the instructors moved towards the stage. He was a quite popular one since he was the main instructor for the combat sessions, Officer Cora. He floated towards the middle of the stage and landed there before turning to stare at both opponents. Killing is not allowed. You can trade powerful blows, but after your opponent gets knocked out you are not to throw out an additional attack, he states the rules of the duel. After a few more seconds of mentioning the dos and don'ts, he began floating upwards again. After reaching a particular height, a dome was cast around the rectangular stage, and he looked down before voicing out. "Begin." The instant those words were voiced out, everyone focused intensely on the stage as they waited for both opponents to go at each other. Gurururururu. A bubbling sound was heard from Chad's position as he slowly started walking towards Gustav. Gustav remembered this sound from earlier when Chad battled other cadets. It was the sound made whenever he was activating his bloodline. Combination has been activated. Gustav had wanted to try a particular type of combination in a battle for a long time. He had made use of this particular transformation before using combination but never in a battle. Beast transformation bloodline has been activated. Gustav's body slowly started turning black as his muscles expanded, and he grew taller. Black claws protruded from his finger as tusks grew out of his thighs, along with a horn on his forehead. His head was transforming into one that looked like a bunny, but then he had 8 long fangs protruding out of his mouth with crimson red eyes. This was the combination of 3 transformations from his beast bloodline. One was from the blood wolf, the other was from the mutated bull, and the last one was from the demonic bunny he killed several months back. This was one of the beast bloodlines he had acquired back then but didn't see the need to use and eventually forgot about, but when he recently went through his collection of beast bloodlines, he realized that many of them actually had useful abilities. However, He was used to making use of the mutated bull and blood wolf since they were the highest in terms of physical strength. Now making use of this combination would allow him to make use of them together without having to swap one out for the other. Good thing combination leveled up. Maybe you'll be able to combine up to 5 in the future, Gustav said internally as he stared at Chad's frame from above. Chad was also close to 7 feet tall, but now Gustav was the one looking down on him after the transformation. Gasp tilde dash what in the world is that? Dash just how many transformation can he perform? Everyone in the crowd of spectators could feel the pressure radiating from this frightening form Gustav had taken. Chad paused his footsteps a few 10 feet away from Gustav and smirked. Do you think you're the only one with an ability to bring transformations into being? Chad voiced out before placing his right hand on his left and cutting himself with his fingernails. He did the same to his right hand using his left hand. Blood began to ooze out of the cuts and drop to the ground. Pit, pat, pit, pat, pit, pat, pit, pat. The spectators were quite surprised as they had never seen Chad use this technique in other battles. It dawned on them that Chad must have been saving it for better opponents. Blood army. Multiplier, Chad voiced out. The bubbling sound reverberating across the place increased as the drops of blood on the ground started increasing in size. In a matter of seconds, it transformed into a humanoid-looking being with reddish features. Although it was structured just like Chad with similar body proportions, unlike a real person, it was reddish in color like blood with no actual skin like a normal person. As Gustav took a step forward, more and more of these reddish figures were being conjured, and in a few moments, over 30 of them had appeared. Chapter 443. A bloody reddish armor formed around Chad's real body as he dashed forward with his blood clones. Loud sounds of feet striking the ground reverberated across the place as Gustav arrived in front of the first 4 blood clones. Their arms transformed into sharp bloody blades as they hacked towards Gustav's gigantic frame. One leapt upwards and stabbed towards Gustav's left shoulder while another one aimed for his right abdominal area. Swee! Gustav grabbed the hand of the one who leapt upwards first while spinning around to dodge the other 2 attacking him from the right. Fwee! He raised the one he grabbed and flung him downwards towards the 4th one on the left. Bang! A blood mess was made as both blood clones slammed into each other, bursting into bloody goo that splattered across the place. Gustav turned towards the side and swung out his foot towards the 2 he had dodged earlier, blasting 2 holes in their chest as they flew backwards and landed on the ground once again, causing a bloody mess. Chad had made use of this opportunity and was currently leaping towards Gustav while holding on to 2 blood whips which he swung towards Gustav's neck while in midair. Gustav turned to face him and the rest of the blood clones approaching and opened his mouth. Raihaha! Sonic boom blasted out of his mouth, causing ring-like waves to scatter across the place. Bang! 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 Boom! Chad was surprised as the waves slammed into him and his clones, sending them flying backwards with intensity. The entire stage vibrated as the waves kept blasting forward from his mouth for several seconds, causing cracks to appear in different places. The spectators were once again astonished by this after feeling the vibration from their position since it even affected both mountains. Gustav stopped his scream after disintegrating every one of the blood clones and blasting Chad a few feet into the stage. He breathed in and out heavily for a few seconds. 2400 EP, he noticed that he lost many energy points from that one scream and decided not to use it so brashly again. Even the instructors were surprised after seeing the cracks on the stage, which were slowly mending due to the nanits installed within. Chad leapt to his feet with a look of humiliation after being buried a few minutes after the duel had just begun. He looked around for a few moments and noticed the bloodstains everywhere. Looks like I misjudged his strength. What the hell is with the new transformation? He keeps pulling new transformations out of nowhere. Chad had a frustrated look as he thought. Chad stretched out his right hand towards the side as he noticed Gustav approaching him. Zwien. All the blood scattered across the place started floating towards him. Gustav swung out his fist towards Chad, who quickly dashed towards the side to dodge after conjuring up a blood clone to take the hit in his place. Bang! Gustav's fist slammed into the clone, blasting it to pieces as his fist still traveled downwards and slammed onto the stage as well. KRHHYKKK. Cracks appeared all over the place as the entire vicinity vibrated again. Chad was starting to wonder how powerful Gustav's punch was after witnessing that. Even Gustav could feel his strength was nothing to scoff at after the triple transformation, despite the significant reduction of his speed. However, he hadn't activated Dash since the beginning since he was just testing things out first. Chad had finally had enough time to draw back his blood and even make it larger. "I need something bigger and stronger," Chad said internally as his eyes grew bloodshot. As Gustav turned around to dash towards him, the blood surrounding Chad suddenly blasted outwards, and a massive creature was being formed. Gustav could smell the intense metallic stench. The blood was oozing out as he threw his fist forward once again. Bam! Gustav's fist was stopped by a wall of blood as the transformation process completed a moment after. A massive 16-foot-tall humanoid red creature that was 4 feet taller than Gustav stared down at him. Chad leapt upwards and merged with the massive creature, causing it to get redder as the strong stench of blood increased even more. "Hiya!" It screamed out as it prepared to attack, but Gustav screamed right back at it. "Raihaha!" Sonic waves shot out of his mouth, once again slamming into the massive creature and knocking it several hundred feet backwards. Gustav stopped the instant this happened so as not to lose too much energy. Sprint has been activated. He dashed forward with intensity and flung his leg towards the side of the creature before it could land on the ground. Chad, who was controlling the blood creature from within, reacted quickly by making it spin in the air and landing on its feet to balance itself. A massive club-like weapon made of blood protruded out of the creature as it swung it fiercely towards Gustav. Gustav slashed towards it with his black claws, cleanly cutting through it before dashing forward again. Gustav lowered his hand to throw an uppercut. Bang! A loud sound reverberated across the place as Gustav's fist tore a hole through its head. Cracks appeared on the ground where his legs were positioned. To his surprise, the creature still drove its left fist forward towards Gustav's chest while its head was still in a messy state. Gustav swerved towards the left quickly and threw a jab at its side. Bang! Gustav landed another clean hit on it, forcing it several hundred steps backwards. He decided not to give it a break and lunged at it yet again. Hand-to-hand combat broke out between them as Gustav heavily rained fists on it while dodging every single attack it sent out. Bang! 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 Gustav's blow turned fiercer each time as he noticed that all his punches were hardly causing any damage since the creature kept going. Chapter 444. Bang! 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 Gustav's blow turned fiercer each time as he noticed that all his punches were hardly causing any damage since the creature kept going. After landing another uppercut, Gustav opened his mouth and shot out another burst of sonic waves. Raihaha! Chad and his blood creature were blasted several hundred feet backwards and kept bouncing and rolling across the place after slamming into the ground repeatedly. Gustav dashed forward and made use of gravitational displacement. Gravitational displacement has been activated. As Chad tried getting up along with his blood creature, he felt heavier than before, making it harder to stand. The instant Gustav arrived in front of him, he was already swinging his leg towards his face. Bang! Another powerful smash to the face sent Chad and his blood creature flying towards the end of the stage before slamming into the dome. Gustav had noticed that the redness of the blood creature faded away a little after his previous attacks. After checking it out with God eyes, he understood that his hits were truly causing damage since its energy had reduced, but it would take time since it was durable. Gustav was about to attack again when the creature screamed out loud and started turning redder than before. Gustav noticed that strains of energy had been circulated around the creature's body, which led him to believe this was the reason Chad merged with the creature. Raihaha! Gustav screamed out again, causing circular waves to charge forward immensely. The blood creature arm transformed into a massive solid triangular shield which it placed in front of itself. Bang! The waves slammed into the shield but only caused the creature to slide back by a few feet, unlike before. It quickly spun towards the side, removing itself from the path of the destructive waves and dashed forward with speed as a bloody weapon was shot out of its body. Swee! A massive blood whip appeared in its hand, which it quickly flung towards Gustav before he could change the direction of the sonic waves. Gustav closed his mouth and quickly swerved towards the side to dodge. However, even after the whip passed by his side, it still curved around and started heading in his direction again. Swee! As Gustav jumped backwards, the massive blood whip slammed to the ground, creating a dent with several cracks. The creature started waving it around intensely, causing Gustav to dodge repeatedly due to the flexibility and unpredictable movement. As Gustav jumped forward a bit, the creature charged for him, pushing its massive triangular shield forward. Choom! Its speed was so fast that a red blur was created along with a whooshing sound which proved it carried a lot of speed and power. Gustav used the sonic scream again but was blocked by the shield. Gustav had no choice but to push his palms forward to counter the charge since he was literally surrounded by the fluid-swinging blood whip. Palm strike has been activated. Boom! He slid back by a few feet as his palms slammed into the shield, causing the ground to give way as lines of cracks created by his feet stomping on the ground could be seen. As they wrestled for power, Gustav pushed the shield towards the side and grabbed hold of the 16-feet creature by its arms before raising it upwards. Why? Before Chad could understand what was happening, he and his blood creature were headed for the ground. Bang! Gustav slammed its head forcefully into the ground, creating a small pit in which its head was stuck. Gustav arched his right arm back again with force before pushing it forward with intensity. Bang! His fist slammed into the back of the creature, catapulting it forward once again. Gustav stretched both arms out, causing his black claws to grow further in length before dashing outwards again. Fushusha. He had decided he was going to rip the creature apart this time. Chad noticed his approach and tried stabilizing the creature while in midair, but Gustav arrived in front of them before they could land on the ground. Gustav arched both arms back this time with force before stabbing his claws forward. Poochie tilde his claws tore straight through the belly and chest region of the creature and came out the back. His arms inside the creature caused it to remain lifted in the same position in midair. Gustav's eyes squinted as he stared at the reaction of the creature after the attack. He fell for it, Chad said internally as he pulled himself out of the creature from the back. The instant Gustav noticed Chad, he tried pulling his arm out of the creature, but he suddenly felt the hole he created within it tightening around his hand. The body of the creature hardened and glued tightly to his arms. He tried pulling his arm out of it repeatedly, but it was to no avail. He was stuck within the 16-foot-tall creature and also holding it up in midair. Chad suddenly lunged at him. Thoom! Gustav opened his mouth, shot out another beam of sonic waves. I wait. Chad dodged it by spinning towards the side, and even when Gustav kept turning his head to change direction, he could not compare his body reaction to before because of his hindered body movement. Chad conjured a massive blood club which he slammed into the side of Gustav's face, causing him to stagger backwards. Before Gustav could react, he was already swinging it towards his face again. Swerve! While carrying the creature that weighed over 1,000 kilograms, Gustav still managed to move to the side to dodge the next attack. However, when he was about to dodge the next one again, the creature his arms were currently trapped in suddenly moved and joined its massive hands together before raising them up and bringing them down on Gustav's back. Bam! As Gustav received the hit, one leg gave way, and he slammed his right knee onto the ground. Chad once again used that opportunity to attack him from behind, slamming the blood club heavily into his back. Bang! Why? Chapter 445. Guess who's gonna be my dog for the upcoming months, he voiced out with a look of pride and delight before aiming for Gustav's left leg. Swoon! Bang! Gustav's left leg gave way as the blood club slammed into it, causing him to fall to his knees. It was quite clever of him to trap me this way, Gustav said internally as he plotted a way out of the predicament. He didn't want to make use of sonic waves again because it took up a lot of energy. The creature raised its hands again and flung them towards Gustav's back while Chad once again attacked from behind. Gustav raised his head up and opened his mouth widely before gnashing his teeth against the hands that were descending upon his head. His teeth fiercely bit into the hands of the blood creature, disrupting its attack while Gustav quickly stood to his feet and spun around with his leg swinging out. Bam! His left leg slammed into the blood-like club, causing Chad to slide back by a few feet. Gustav growled loudly as he tightened his teeth around the hands of the creature, biting fiercely into its body. As his fangs sunk deeply into them, he turned his head towards the side with force, yanking the arms out of the creature's body. Plop! Releasing the grip of his teeth on them, both hands fell to the ground with a thud as red blood spread across the place. At this point, Chad was already dashing forward again with intensity. Gustav roared out loudly as his arm muscles budged intensely while he forcefully tried separating both his arms that were still trapped in the body of the blood creature. Crickle! A loud tearing sound reverberated across the place as everyone watched the 16-feet creature being ripped in two from the inside out. Chad's eyes widened slightly as he saw Gustav rip his blood creature in two, freeing his hand and grabbing onto both parts of the creature. Fwywhy! Gustav flung one part of the creature towards Chad, causing a whooshing sound as it swung forward, cutting through the air. Bang! Chad tried blocking the hit, but he was swooped away with force as the hardened half of his blood creature slammed into him. His body flew across the air, repeatedly spiraling as Gustav chased after him. Thoom! Gustav leapt into the air while holding onto the second part and swung it down towards Chad's body with force. As Chad's woozy head cleared while his body was still traveling in midair, he looked upwards and saw Gustav descending from above towards his body with what looked like a mighty hammer. On closer look, it was the other half of the body of his blood creature. He clasped his palm together, causing a blood-like shield to be conjured in front of him just before Gustav slammed the body part into him. Boom! A loud explosion resounded across the place as Chad was sent tumbling down along with his shield slamming heavily onto the ground. His body created a deep pit, but as if that wasn't enough, Gustav, who was still in midair, somersaulted to increase the force of his landing and landed in the exact same spot as Chad. Bang! Another loud sound rang out as cracks spread across the stage, and a cloud of dust covered the place. Blurg! Chad coughed out blood as Gustav's massive foot slammed into his chest. His blood shield had been destroyed by the earlier attack. Gustav moved to the side to put one foot down but still kept his left foot on Chad's chest. Chad had blood running down his nose, but he didn't seem to have given up. On knowing that he was about to perform another attack, Gustav raised his left foot and brought it down with force. Bam! Once again, the spectators heard the bone-cracking sound that reverberated across the place as Gustav's foot slammed heavily onto Chad's chest. His foot was so massive that it covered Chad's entire chest and belly area. Bam! 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 Due to the force at which Gustav kept stomping on Chad's chest, dust kept spreading across the place as both mountains vibrated. Practically all the cadets spectating couldn't see anything happening on stage. Only a few of those who had powerful visual abilities or very strong perception could outline what was going on. Dash oh my what's going on? Dash the battle is over, dash what? Who's getting beat up like that? Dash I can tell you that it ain't Gustav. The voices of the spectators in the background could be heard as they argued over the thudding sound. Gustav stopped after a few more minutes. At this, Chad's chest had already caved in, and his face was smeared in blood, but surprisingly he was still conscious even though he was barely hanging. When you wake up, you will owe me 3 requests, Gustav voiced out as he squatted down to grab Chad by the neck. Chad coughed out more specks of blood onto Gustav's hand as he tried saying something while being lifted into the air. While still squatting, his calves bulged immensely as he leapt upwards. Thoom! Swoo! Gustav's body shot out of the dust while ascending into the air at super speed and arrived at a height of over 1,000 feet in a few moments. The crowd had wide-open mouths while raising their heads to look up. They had never witnessed such a high jump before. Gustav held onto the barely conscious body of Chad by the neck and pushed his head to face the ground as he descended with speed. Phooey! Gasp tilde the crowd gasped as they understood what he was trying to do. As they arrived a few feet to the ground, Gustav pushed Chad's head down, even more, slamming his face into the ground along with the rest of his body. Boom! The ground split open even more as the cracks intensified and pieces of it blasted across the place. Gustav slowly transformed back into his normal look and started walking out of the stage. Chapter 446. Gustav slowly transformed back into his normal look and started walking out of the stage. As the dust cleared, Everyone could see the pit created on the stage. Some had to move even closer to the stage to get a better view. They caught a glimpse of Chad's battered and blood-soaked body within the pit, unconscious. Gustav had totally decimated that area of the stage with Chad's body. The instructors spectating had wanted to intervene at the last moment in fear of Chad getting killed, but the main combat instructor, Officer Cora, stopped any form of intervention. He was counting on the fact that Gustav would know the amount of force he was meant to use. Also, using real-life situations, no one would be there to stop him anyway, so he let it happen. Just as expected, Gustav reduced the force he used in smashing Chad's head against the stage to prevent immediate death, knocking him out instead. Everyone was in awe as they stared at Gustav climbing down the stage. He literally didn't suffer any form of injury even though he had received several hits. This made them wonder just how powerful his body defense was. They had no idea that Gustav had regenerative abilities, which would always be active so long as he had energy points. Gustav checked his current energy points and noticed that it was dangerously low at the moment. Energy, 1482.50. This was another reason why Gustav wasn't sure if he would be able to defeat Elevra. Having to hide his most powerful abilities caused him to spend an unnecessary amount of energy points while making use of attacks that wouldn't end the battle as quickly as possible. If he fought Elevra in the open, he couldn't go all out, which was why he said it was a 50-50 chance the other day. Thinking about it now, Gustav gauged his battle with Chad and realized his chances of defeating Elevra while hiding his most powerful abilities was even lower than a 50. I need to train more to manage my energy consumption, Gustav decided after realizing that this was a big flaw. Yo, great job, man. Haha, you ripped him apart, EE voiced out from up ahead as he approached Gustav. Pa. He gave Gustav a quick high five and wrapped his right hand around his shoulder while dragging him along. Falco and Eldris also showed up, and small giggles could be heard as the most powerful first-year group of cadets walked away like nothing major just went down. Hey, I'm cooking this time. Let's go y'all, EE voiced out merrily as they disappeared into the distance. Both mountains turned scanty as the crowd slowly dispersed while discussing the crazy battle that had just gone down. Dash yo, do you think he would be able to defeat Elevra? Dash has still in third position. The ranking boards would have been modified if this was so. Dash no, it only calculated statistics by battles and recorded actions of cadets where they display strength. Dash which means we can only confirm if both of them battle for real. Dash aren't we forgetting about Eldris? Dash Gustav and Elevra are more interesting. I would give anything to see them battle. Arguments and opinions were thrown around. Even though they were in the MBO camp, which was isolated from the rest of the world, the traits of the real world still followed a lot of them here. Many of them still loved when fights and good drama stirred up. At this time, the medical team were already taking Chad off the stage while trying to keep him stable. Although Gustav's attack didn't outright kill him, if he had been left there, he would eventually die in a few minutes. That kid is a beast, one instructor said to Officer Cora by the side where Chad was being treated. Literally. Didn't you see his transformation? Officer Cora responded with a serious look. That is the strength of a peak Gilbert rank. Wasn't he a serial ranked cadet earlier? The other female instructor asked. Unprecedented improvement. Officer Cora muttered with a look of awe. This generation of mixed bloods are really a bunch of monsters. Even the Chad kid would have been the strongest in our set, the other instructor added. This is a new age, I guess. This generation will definitely surpass the next. Maybe we will have one that will surpass him in the nearest future, Officer Cora said with a smile. By him? You mean? Before he could complete his sentence, Officer Cora responded. Yeah, the one and only strongest mixed blood alive. Ah, toy. Ew, what in the world did you put in it? This tastes like a horse butthole. Good thing I haven't tried it yet. Voices of complaints could be heard from one of the rooms, along with spitting sounds. Yo, my mama always says never waste food, so you'll make sure you finish what's in your dishes, and there's even more where these came from. EE voiced out without a look of remorse as he walked out of Gustav's kitchen. Ain't no way I'm taking another spoon of that, Falco said while spitting back the food into the dish in front of him. Damn, you really suck at this, EE. Are you trying to poison us or what? Timmy asked with a look of repulsion. This is truly bad, to be honest, Eldris added. What? Hell no, you guys ain't gonna waste this beautiful looking food now, will ya? He shouted out while walking towards the dining area. Truly the dishes did look nice, but if looking nice was the only requirement for a good meal, lots of dishes across the world might qualify. Gustav also walked out of the kitchen a few moments later. How could you allow this abomination to happen, Gustav? Falco asked with a pained look as he stood to his feet. Oh, I was busy making my own dish, Gustav said while moving towards the table with a plate of food in his hand. Chapter 447. The nice aroma drifted into their nostrils, making their stomach grumble in anticipation. Why are y'all not eating? Gustav asked while sitting. They are. Right, guys? Asked with a glare. No way, you can have mine, Falco. Timmy passed his plate over and moved towards Gustav's position. A wry smile appeared on his face before Dark Falco took over. You dare try to poison this lord? Get this dog shit out of my face, blind pole. He voiced out and passed it over to Eldris. This lord shall have the meal befitting of his tastes, Dark Falco said while standing up and moving towards Gustav. Eldris had 3 dishes in front of him at the moment. He stared at him with a gaze full of intention. Eldris. Waste isn't. Before he could complete his sentence, Eldris voiced out, I can't see. Can't see, can't eat, Eldris said while standing up and waving his hand in front of him like a blind person would act. Didn't you say colors speak to you? Voiced out. Colors, not food. Eldris responded, except for that one, he said while pointing at Gustav's dish. Fuck y'all. Gustav looked around him as he held his spoon. Why are y'all gathering around me? He asked with a suspicious look while they all stared at his plate like hungry demons. Dark Falco was the first to move over and try snatching the plate. Gustav quickly lifted it from the table and jumped to his feet. What the hell are you doing? He asked. Relinquish your lunch to me, Dark Falco said with a demanding tone. We will enjoy this dish together, Timmy added while also trying to grab hold. Gustav quickly moved towards the living room area as everyone chased after him for the plate. Glared at them for a few seconds and tried tasting his dish while they were chasing Gustav across the living room. His cheek bloated as a disgusted look appeared on his face. Fuck it. Also grabbed a spoon and dashed towards the living room area to join in the pursuit. Just like that, a few more days went by, and the week for the Special Class Cadet Challenge arrived again. Which made it 2 months that the first years arrived. Gustav and the others had the white boxes delivered to their rooms again on a Sunday. The number of normal cadets challenging each of them had decreased drastically. Especially Falco and Gustav. Gustav could count only around 10 cadets who were still bold enough to request a challenge. Compared to the over 60 cadets who issued a challenge last month, this was really nothing. Falco had only around 5 normal cadets who issued challenges this time, while only had like 3 and Eldris had just 1. Timmy, on the other hand, had only become a special class about a month ago, so a lot of normal cadets still saw him as weak and decided to challenge him. He had about 100 challenges issued. Most of Gustav's challenges were still from Matilda's party, so it was understandable that they were up to 10. Unlike the last time, Dietrich didn't issue a challenge. Gustav had bumped into him a few times, and each of those times, he couldn't find the zeal to challenge within Dietrich's eyes like before. Gustav found this pretty weird since Dietrich had shown a kind of character that never backed down, so he didn't expect that he would just give up so easily, especially when he still had 2 more tries. Gustav decided not to read into it too much. This was a better case scenario for him, after all. The aim was to make sure these suitors backed down so Matilda would be able to go on the mission without being tied down by family issues. He felt he owed this to her for helping him out with Boss Danzo's case. Especially when he had to violate her body using another person's look. Gustav had bumped into Endrik a few times in the past few days. They would hold a few seconds of hostile conversations, and Gustav would make sure to get close to him during this so the system could try analyzing him. Endrik's personality was not getting better with the time he spent here. It was even getting worse. which gave Gustav more reason to want to end him. However, Gustav could still sense that something was a bit off about him, which was why he wanted to observe him properly. Both of them were literally stalling for time as it was. Endrik could tell Gustav was stronger than he was after witnessing the battle with Chad, so he wanted to train more before issuing a death battle. On the other hand, Gustav was stalling to not only give Endrik a chance to change but also observe him properly for any abnormalities before taking action. A few more days went by, and finally, it was the night before the next special class challenge day. In an open field, 3 tall silhouettes stood in front of a shorter one. It was in the dark of night, so this particular area was dimly lit, however, their figures still cast long shadows across the grassy area. At the very least one of you must manage to inject the Gil serum into her thigh, the shorter one of the silhouettes said while handing out 3 tube-shaped test items. Activate its micro form so you won't be figured out, he added. The 3 of them nodded in understanding after collecting the item. Fail and it'll make your life a living hell within the MBO after I become a ranked personnel, he added with a fierce tone causing the other 3 silhouettes to slightly shiver in fear. Get lost, he said before turning around to leave. Yes, they answered with a shaky voice. He suddenly stopped after moving a few steps forward. Remember, if you're caught and my name slips from any of your tongues, not only would I be eventually let go, you would be in a situation of being kicked out and I will make your lives a living hell, he voiced out coldly before resuming his steps forward. Chapter 448. Remember, if you're caught and my name slips from any of your tongues, not only would I be eventually let go, you would be in a situation of being kicked out and I will make your lives a living hell, he voiced out coldly before resuming his steps forward. The 3 behind shivered even more upon hearing this. Before they could respond to his threat, he had already disappeared into the distance. They also went their separate ways, disappearing into the dark of the night. The night went by in a flash, and the next morning arrived. Throughout the night, Gustav had remained awake since channeling his bloodlines. He had already decided that he would be spending the entire next Sunday making use of recreation. Most of his other bloodlines were C and D grades, so they weren't as powerful, and he couldn't use every single one of them in battle, so he had taken time to pick the ones he would be combining with the bloodlines he mainly used. Before the alarm rang, he had already stood up from his sitting position and moved out of his room. Falco, Aeldris, and Timi, with the other male special class cadets that were in the same residence, were also moving out at this time as well. Chad, who had just finished recovering some time ago, spotted Gustav up ahead and quickly moved back inside his room before closing the door. Gustav and the others didn't even spot him as they went through ES Vortex and arrived directly on the playing field where they usually began their morning routines. He was also getting stronger each day, so his vortexes could transport them that far. As they arrived, the alarm rang out, and cadets who hadn't arrived started making their way there. The morning routine later ended, and the cadets were free for the next 2 hours before having to visit the battle arena for the special class challenges. Everyone was hyped up once again to see how things would unfold today. Although they had heard about how the special class cadets went through bloodline strengthening and had experienced a leap in strength, everyone was still interested in seeing just how much they had improved. Gustav and Chad's fight was a good representation of this, but not everyone witnessed the fight. Gustav went on to complete his tasks for the day before it was 12 in the afternoon. After he was done, he moved towards the battle arena with the others. Surprisingly, they happened to sit somewhere close to the girls today. Glade, Angie and Matilda were just a few seats behind them. Angie had already called their attention to Gustav and the boys in front, but Glade seemed to be quite distracted. Glade's face looked stressed compared to her usual green glowing outlook. Hey, relax, you will win, him sure. Angie seemed to have noticed her look and voiced out to comfort her. Tnem. Glade nodded as her tensed look softened a bit after hearing Angie. You just have to be careful of her hidden weapon. There are a lot of theories behind it, Matilda added from the side. It's a strand of her hair. It just happens to be invisible, Angie muttered. Ah, it's a piece of her hair? Glade asked with a confused look. Yeah. It's just invisible and she is able to weaponize it and use it for sneak attacks due to that, Angie explained. How did you know it was her hair? Glade asked. Gustav said so, Angie responded. I thought you and Gustav were not on talking terms. Matilda said with a slight look of confusion. Yeah. Falco told me. Angie said with a wry smile. So that's what this is. You're literally stalking him, making use of Falco. Matilda put two and two together and figured this out. No, I just want to know how Hez doing from time to time, that's all. Angie stuttered while trying to defend herself. No, that's stalking. It's bad, you should stop doing that, Matilda said with an upright expression. Actually no. Angie, you should keep doing it if it makes you happy, Glade suddenly chipped in. I should. I thought you disliked Gustav? Angie asked with a surprised expression. I don't dislike him. I dislike his attitude towards a lot of things. I will only stop if he changes his attitude towards you, Glade explained. It's kinda bad that she does that. If both of them are not on talking terms, Angie shouldn't be trying to stalk him, and neither should Falco be telling her things he probably doesn't want her to know, Matilda added. Do you like Gustav? Glade turned to the side and asked Matilda. What? No, I'm not interested in any form of romantic relationship right now, Matilda answered instantly. Then let it be. This is the only way for Angie to keep tabs on him, Glade voiced out. All right then. Just don't overdo it. Matilda decided to drop the topic. I won't. Angie smiled and turned to look forward at Gustav's position. How did Gustav figure out that it was a strand of her hair? Glade wondered internally. This should be another ability that needs to be noted, but what exactly are its features? She thought while staring in the direction of Gustav's group. In a few more minutes, the event began, and just like the last time, Officer Cole stepped forward to oversee the matches. The gigantic black orb above started shuffling the cadets once again before picking the first turn of duels. Everyone wondered if Alevra was going to have any challenges this time, just like the last one. After all, Ria's battle with her was a good lesson to everyone that she wasn't to be messed with, but who knew if there were other masochists like him who were interested in constant pain reception. The cadets who saw their names displayed had already moved towards the battle rings in front to have their first battle. Chapter 449. In a few more moments, sounds of battle reverberated across the place as attacks were sent forth. Bang! 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 Boom! To everyone's surprise, the battles ended in spans of 30 seconds to 1 minute. The spectators looked across the place and could see the normal cadets who issued challenges, knocked out. Some of them even had been beaten so badly they weren't even able to land a single hit. Watching the first turns end in less than 2 minutes, a lot of normal cadets who issued challenges began to have cold feet. Some of them were feeling conflicted and wondered if they should still partake or not. Others decided to still watch the other turns before making up their minds. Just like that, an hour went by, and the spectators nearly had their eyes popping out of the sockets after witnessing the battles between the special classes and normal cadets. Even those normal cadets who were dangerously close to the strength of special classes were being defeated with ease. This made them understand that the improvement the special class cadets went through was nothing to scoff at. Gustav watched from his seat as Endrik went against a normal cadet who issued a challenge. According to the rumors, a lot of cadets issued challenges due to the fact that they expected Endrik to at least be on the weak side because of his age. The ones who thought this way had never witnessed him using his abilities or never actually saw him doing anything powerful, which was why they chose him. Bang! 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 Everyone had their mouths wide open as they saw a relatively powerful normal cadet being tossed across the place. His body lifted into the air and slammed the top of the dome before falling with immense speed and slamming into the ground of the battle ring repeatedly. It was so fast that they could only see after images. The person causing this was Endrik, who was standing on the south side of the ring and waving his right hand up and down in fast motion. He created small pits and cracks all across the place and used a fresh part of the ground in the ring after a new place had been blasted open due to the body slam. The person being tossed across the place like a ragdoll bled from every part of his body and eventually passed out after not being able to release himself from Endrik's telekinetic grip. Endrik, your opponent has lost consciousness, you can stop now, Officer Cole voiced out from up ahead. Swee-eye. Bang. Swee-eye. Bang. Swee-eye. Bang. Swee-eye. Bang. Swee-eye. Bang. Endrick still kept doing it and turning the cadet's body from side to side to make sure every part of his body slammed into the ground. Stop now, Officer Cole shouted out, but Endrick still kept at it. Hey, what's wrong with him? Has just like his brother, so cruel, boo. Fushusha. Officer Cole swooped into the ring and grabbed hold of Endrick's hand while pulling him towards the side. I told you to stop, kid, he said with a strong voice. Why so uptight, officer? He should have come into the ring prepared to suffer, Endrick said without a shred of remorse as he pulled his arm away from Officer Cole's grip and walked away from the ring. The medical team quickly came up and started tending to the battered body of the cadet. Endrick Oslov has received 1 strike. The voice of an AI rang across the place. Next time you try something like that it will result in immediate disqualification and your win will be reversed, Officer Cole said before leaping out of the ring. Whatever. Anyone that dares to challenge me again will be joining that guy in the medical ward, Endrick said with an unrepentant look as he walked away. Has way worse than Gustav. At least Gustav knows when to stop. This little bitch has no damn respect. Isn't this kid 12 or was it 13? Has already acting like some big shot. The 2 brothers never cease to amaze me, one with ego the size of a plane and the other with ego the size of a planet. Endrick could hear the grumbling voices of cadets in the background as he walked back to his seat, but he remained unbothered. He even smiled because he could tell that his action had etched deep into the minds of everyone, especially the normal cadets. He was right because, at this point, those who challenged him were already thinking of forfeiting their matches if they ever got called up in the next turns. Yeah, your brother is an ass, EE said to Gustav. Not my brother. Did you forget? Gustav voiced out with a disapproving look. Oh yeah. You still didn't tell me the story behind that. Although I do understand that blood relations sometimes don't bring about real connection, EE said with a look of curiosity. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, EY. Big brother an ass, little brother a bigger ass. Someone voiced out 3 rows in front while standing up. Hey, take that back, EE shouted out in response while pointing at the cadet, the part about the big brother. For the little brother, you're absolutely correct, EE added, causing Gustav, Eldris and Falco besides him to burst out in laughter. An argument was about to break out even though Gustav didn't really care about their thoughts. EE finally stopped dragging the matter back and forth with the cadet and took his seat as this particular turn ended. The orb floating shuffled once again for the next turn, and Angie happened to find herself among the next batch. She quickly moved towards the battle ring a few moments later to duel with her first opponent. Her opponent was a girl with a scar on the left side of her face wearing a purplish vest. Angie greeted her respectfully before the start, but she totally ignored her. Begin. Chapter 450. Angie greeted her respectfully before the start, but she totally ignored her. Begin. The instant the go-ahead was given for the both of them to begin the battle, Angie's opponent lunged at her as chain-like metallic objects shot out of her body. Swoohoosh. Angie dashed across the place, dodging the 6 chain-like hands trying to slam into her, which she found quite easy to dodge due to her high speed. Gee. The chain-like metallic objects could extend and lessen at her will to a particular length. Swerve. Angie refrained from making contact as she looked for an opening within the swings and shooting out of the extending chain-like objects. As she found an opening towards the opponent's northeast side, she dashed forward quickly towards that place while swinging her leg forward. The opponent, who was still sending out attacks quickly, was unable to follow Angie's speed as all she could barely see were silver streaks as she swung the 6 chains around. However, the instant Angie dashed forward towards the opening, she pushed her fist forward towards the exact position Angie seemed to be swinging her foot from. It's still in micro form, no one would notice, the girl said internally as she reached out towards Angie's outstretched right leg. This counterattack seemed to have come out of nowhere, appearing exactly when Angie was only moments away from landing a hit. However, the movement of the opponent's hand still seemed a bit slow to Angie, so she quickly spun around at the last moment while swinging her left leg instead. Bam! A loud sound rang out as Angie's foot crashed into the face of the cadet, sending her flying backwards with fast speed as blood shot out of her nose. Angie dashed forward again and leapt upwards while sending out her foot again. Charge. Her speed allowed her body to shoot through the chain-like objects wrapped around the body of the opponents while she was spiraling across the air. Successfully pushing them aside, her feet once again crashed into the body of the opponent, this time on the chest, causing a loud bone-cracking sound to ring out. Bang! Her opponent slammed into the west side of the dome and passed out instantly. It was a relatively easy battle for Angie, and she felt like she didn't even need to struggle too much to win. However, seeing the blood made her feel nauseous again, but she put pressure on her belly region, hardening it and forcing herself to stare at the state of the opponent without passing out. After a few seconds of staring, she walked off the ring with sweat rolling down her forehead. On the other sides of the rings, the other special classes were also concluding their battles as of now. One ring was empty due to the fact that the opponent of the special class cadet decided to forfeit, and this had already happened quite a few times. Gustav had watched Angie's battle from beginning to end, nodding in satisfaction after seeing her improvement. On another side of the ring, Endrik watched with a slightly disappointed expression. Of course she failed. Good thing there's still Rahim and Gull, he said internally while watching Angie. His eyes followed her as she walked towards her seat. He took his vision a bit forward and noticed Gustav staring at her as well. Gotcha, Endrik said internally as he squinted his eyes in a suspicious manner. Glare. All of a sudden, Gustav's eyes changed direction as he turned to stare straight at Endrik. Heh! Endrik was stiff in place as Gustav's cold eyes looked straight into his like he was staring at his soul. Smirk. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face for a few moments before he changed the direction of his eyes back to stare at the platform beneath. What was that look? Endrik wondered as cold sweat ran down his back. It can't be. Does he know? Endrik wondered as he looked around the place. It's impossible, there's no way he could. Or could he? Maybe I should call it off. Endrik found himself in a state of confusion as he struggled with his next choice of action. The event continued, and Gustav's turn eventually came after the rest of the guys had already taken part in their duels. He arrived in one of the rings and waited for his opponent. After a minute of waiting, the person was a no-show, and the 10 seconds countdown ended. Yo, what's the point of issuing a challenge if they're not even gonna show? I know right, spineless bastards. Why didn't y'all issue challenges then? At least they tried. There's no way I'll ever try battling Gustav. Now who's the spineless bunch? As Gustav walked back to his seating position, he could hear the voices of the cadets speaking in the background. Some of them even complained about how they didn't like the smug look on his face and compared him to Endrik. Although it had spread already that Gustav and Endrik had a kind of weird relationship, only those who lived in Plankton City and watched the broadcast understood very well why this was so. Time passed by very fast, and in about 2 hours, every special class cadet was already having their last turn. Falco, and Eldris already battled once with normal cadets. In their second turns, they had no shows, while Timi had to battle with cadets in both rounds because a lot of them still doubted his strength. Gustav, on the other hand, had 2 turns where both opponents didn't show up, and right now, he was starting to get bored. The only interest he had right now was in seeing Glade's battle with the loudmouthed girl and that of Verus as well. At this point, not a single normal cadet had managed to be on the same footing as any of the special class. Even though only about 2 normal cadets became special classes last time, there were still instances where some normal powerful cadets managed to give the special class opponents a tough time. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't even last over 2 minutes battling this time. In a few more minutes, Gustav saw his image on the orb again and moved towards one of the battle rings. He was once again expecting the same scenario where no one would show up, so he stood there with a disinterested look on his face. Chapter 451. Gustav Crimson, I am your opponent this time. A small male voice could be heard from up ahead as a short cadet with slanted eyes and bald head walked in. Gustav stared at him and nodded slightly in response. At least someone showed up, Gustav said as he analyzed the opponent in front of him. I am Kim, please, guide me. I only wish to exchange a few pointers with you, Kim voiced out respectfully. Gustav was a bit taken back by this request because it was the first time he was coming across such a respectful opponent without any form of haughtiness in their eyes. Begin. As the go-ahead was given for the battle to begin, Gustav remained in position. Come at me with everything you've got, Gustav voiced out. To many who were specifically focused on his match, he sounded really cocky with this statement, but Gustav only said this to analyze Kim's battle pattern. Kim crouched a bit as he raised his right arm above his left and pulled it back before dashing forward. His arms transformed into a bluish color as he arrived in front of Gustav and thrust out his fingers towards his neck. Gustav swiftly shifted his face to the side, cleanly dodging the finger thrust, and shifted back to dodge another one from his left arm. Thwee. Swerve. Thwee. Swerve. Thwee. Swerve. Kim's hands were moving at an extremely fast pace as the sounds of his fingers thrusts as if the air was being torn through. You lack foresight. You can't predict your enemy moves enough to throw a feint and deceive them so long as they are faster than you, Gustav voiced out as he kept dodging. Learn to read your opponent and adapt to their speed even though they are faster than you are. At this point you have no hope against stronger opponents, Gustav kept stating what he noticed as he bent backwards to dodge a spinning kick and turned his body 180 degrees to the side before straightening himself again. Kim's face turned even more serious as he processed Gustav's words. Now use more powerful attacks, Gustav said while gesturing. Kim jogged forward again as his palm glowed even brighter, and he shot out a bright beam after arriving in front of Gustav. Gustav moved to the side, causing his hair to be blown upwards by the wind generated from the blue beam. Kim attacked severally, shooting out the same beams in different ways, but Gustav was still able to dodge each of them. Don't be so basic with your attacks, experiment more with different types of unpredictable movements, Gustav advised as his body swayed in a kind of zigzag way, dodging both Kim's thrusts once again. He turned to the side while sending out the back of his palm. Bam! His palm slammed into Kim's chest, causing him to slide several 10 feet backwards. Kim breathed in and out heavily. You're in a whole different league, so I doubt anything I tried would work, Kim said with a crestfallen expression. No, you're just too predictable. Although you don't use any excess movement, there are times when excess movements are necessary to fool your opponents, Gustav said while daunting an encouraging tone. I'll never be able to win against you, Kim said with a defeated expression. I never said you would. But at least try putting up a fight. I'm sure you don't want to look pathetic in the midst of this crowd, so come on, show me what you've got, Gustav said while gesturing towards Kim again. Kim looked around for a bit before focusing on Gustav. A newfound look of determination appeared on his face before he adopted a battle stance and dashed forward once again. He started attacking a lot more aggressively than before as he jumped upwards and slammed his leg downwards towards Gustav's head. Gustav once again moved to the side, but Kim seemed to have predicted this as he suddenly spun in mid-air, swinging his left leg towards Gustav's current position as he descended. Grab! Gustav grabbed hold of the leg a few inches from his face and smiled. Now that's more like it, he voiced out before flinging Kim away. Kim flipped in the air repeatedly and shot out another bluish beam after finding his balance in mid-air. Swoosh! Bang! Bang! Fwoom! Their battle continued to be dragged on for about 10 minutes more before Gustav landed another hit on Kim while telling him what he did wrong. Dash, is he training him? Dash, what the hell? I was expecting a good fight. What is this? Dash, well, would you look at that, he should become an instructor then. Dash, well, he's already an officer, so yeah. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes seeing Gustav instructing Kim when the battle should have ended ages ago. After a few more minutes, Kim stopped and moved back by a few steps before joining his fists together and bowing slightly in respect. Thank you for the pointers. I will train more using the advice you have given here today, he voiced out. No problem, you're quite the fast learner. Gustav responded with a nod. Kim smiled as he raised his head and turned around. I forfeit the match, he shouted out. The dome was lifted, and they both moved back to their seating positions after Gustav appeared as the winner on the orb. Dash looks like he's not as evil and cruel as everyone painted him out to be. Dash, this was quite surprising. To think he'd take the time to do this, some of the spectators felt they had misjudged Gustav after witnessing his earlier duel. Although they still couldn't see any difference in his attitude as he walked towards his seating position, Those who didn't know him before camp felt there was more to him than what he was always displaying. Angie smiled from her sitting position with shimmering eyes while staring at Gustav. This is one of the reasons my feelings for you can't disappear even if I tried. Chapter 452. Angie smiled from her sitting position with shimmering eyes while staring at Gustav. This is one of the reasons my feelings for you can't disappear even if I tried, she said internally. Gustav arrived at his sitting position and received a fist bump from Ee. That was cool, man, he said with a smile. Well, pretty everyone who has been on the receiving end of your brutality deserved it, Eldris muttered from the side. I would have smacked that weakling like a buzzing mosquito that he is, Falco's alter ego voiced out from the side. Shut up, Dark Falco, Ee stated with a burst of light laughter. How dare you refer to me that way? Falco's alter ego voiced out with a repulsed tone. That was a good one, Timmy laughed as well after hearing that. Falco took control of his body, and the group continued to discuss what had just gone down as the event continued. In a few more minutes, Vera's face appeared on the orb along with her opponent, Laun Gills. She walked towards one of the rings where her opponent was already waiting. Laun Gills was a special class cadet that was ranked in the top 60s. Gustav was the one who specifically picked her as the cadet for Vera to challenge. He had given Vera a lot of information on her abilities and also made Vera do some secretive action 1 month ago. Laun was the tallest girl among all the females in the MBO, so she had a little bit of popularity due to that mixed with the fact that she was a special class. Vera arrived in the battle ring and raised her head to stare at the 7 feet tall blonde girl in front of her with 2 ram horns protruding from the sides of her head. Are you ready, little one? Laun asked as a masculine voice drifted out her mouth. Vera is prepared, Vera said as she brought out a handful of seeds from her storage device. SSSHSSHS. Green gas started oozing out of her body. Begin. The instant the go-ahead was given, Vera threw the seeds out from both her hands, causing them to spread around the place. As they made contact with the ground, the green gas oozing from her body burst forth, crazily covering the entire place. Laun was already about to charge forward, but then the entire place was covered in green gas before she knew it. Muscular black arms protruded out the sides of her body as she waved them around forcefully, trying to clear a visible path through the foggy green gas. 3 3 3 3. Weird tree and branch snapping sounds reverberated across the place as everyone witnessed trees growing out of the stage. As Laun waved her hands, causing a few feet ahead to be cleared of green gas, but the instant that happened, a tree root could be seen piercing forward with speed. Laun quickly moved to the side to dodge the flying roots that were quite massive in size. As the thick sharp-tipped roots passed by her side, she dashed forward. Thwee! The roots turned to the side suddenly and wrapped around her body before raising her up. Laun grabbed onto it quickly and forcefully ripped it apart before it could lift her further into the air. Bam! Landing on the ground, more and more roots along with branches and vines from trees shot towards her from different directions. Laun leapt forward upon seeing this and raised all her 6 hands with intensity before flinging them downwards as she descended. Bang! A ripple of shockwaves spread across the vicinity, clearing the green gas in a matter of seconds. The charge blasted all the roots, branches, and vines sent out as well, giving Laun a good view of the environment. She looked around and could see that the entire battle ring had turned into a kind of forest. Multiple trees and plants of different types had grown in many areas, and Vera was nowhere to be found. Thwee! 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 Roots and vines once again shot out towards Laun. She turned towards the side and grabbed hold of the first one that arrived in front of her before pulling it with intensity and punching another one away with her other hands. Laun arrived at the first tree and punched forward with 3 of her fists, destroying the entire tree and causing it to be uprooted. While doing that, she had to dodge the other attacks and branches swinging towards her from other directions. While she went about the place smashing trees, she never came into contact with Vera, and even more, trees began to grow in place of the others she smashed. Come out, little one, Laun was starting to get frustrated. It was as if all her efforts were in vain as she saw new trees popping out of the battleground every few seconds. You can't keep this up, I'll keep smashing every one of them, Loun said while raising her 6 arms up and dashing towards the nearest tree again. Bang! 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 Sounds of trees being destroyed and blasted into pieces reverberated across the place as Loun wreaked havoc on the battle ring. Even after another 5 minutes went by, the situation hadn't shifted in her favor, and she hadn't come across Vera. She could already guess that Vera could mask her presence with the green lifeforms spread across the place. Looks like you leave me no choice but to do this, Loun said as her horns started to move. Both her horns began to twist and elongate as their tips turned to face each other. A kind of weird milky-looking electromagnetic charge began to build up in between the tips of both horns. Thoom! Loun leapt several hundred feet into the air and turned to face down as she built the charge to its limit and shot it downwards. Thwee! Boom! A loud blast rang out as shockwaves of destruction spread across the entire battle ring. Chapter 453. The entire forest of trees crumbled in nearly an instant as every single tree and plant was decimated by the blast. Vera was affected by the shockwaves and sent flying backwards even though she had already wrapped herself in layers of vines and multiple tree branches for protection. All this time, she had only caused Loun's energy to reduce since she hadn't managed to inflict any damage on her. As Vera stabilized herself before crashing into the dome, she turned to stare at the west side of the spectators' area. Her eyes locked onto a very attractive-looking dirty blonde male who nodded gently in her direction. Vera pushed herself upwards and quickly rolled to the side. Fwee-wee! Bang! Loun landed from the air directly on her initial position and quickly swung out 2 of her right arms towards Vera while turning towards the side. Vera, who hadn't managed to get away completely, was swatted towards the side like a housefly after Loun's arms slammed into her. Vera waved her hands while in mid-air, causing a nearly dried-off branch to shoot out and wrapped around her. Fwee-wee! It quickly pulled her towards the side while helping her dodge another one of Loun's attacks directed towards her figure. Vera quickly brought out more seeds from her storage device and swung them out. SSSSS. Once again, green mist oozed out of her figure. Not this time, Loun shouted out as she dashed towards Vera's direction. Spreading all her 6 arms apart, Loun's arms bulged intensely as she clapped her palms together. Pa! 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 As all 6 palms clasped one another, a massive wind spread across the place, which instantly cleared out the green gas, exposing Vera's position within. Gotcha, Loun said with a smirk as she charged towards her. Fwee-wee! Vera's face showed panic as Loun approached her, but the instant Loun arrived in front of her. Smirk! A smirk suddenly appeared on her face. Gotcha, Vera repeated the exact same words Loun said. The instant Loun heard those words, a chilling feeling suddenly crept down her spine. However, before she could react to it, purplish roots suddenly shot out of the ground as her right leg stomped on it. These roots were 4 in number, each as thick as 5 grown men standing side by side. They surrounded Loun from all sides and wrapped around her figure like snakes, completely covering her body in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, these roots had some kind of red eyes on them, too, making them look even more hideous than they already did. Dash, what are those? Dash, those things are making me uncomfortable. Dash, gross. Most of the spectators had no idea what these plants were except for a few who knew a thing or two about botany. It was a rare living mutated plant that fed on other living things. The instant they wrap around their prey, they crush all their bones and consume them in a matter of seconds. Loun tried freeing herself from the hold of these plants, but her strength seemed to be failing her. She could feel she was getting weaker and weaker by the second as she stayed within. As seconds went by, the spectators could see the roots quivering and understood that Loun was fighting for her freedom within. A loud growl was heard a few seconds later as a bright light shot out from within the wraps of these purplish roots. Bang! The roots were suddenly blasted aside as Loun emerged from within with her horns glowing a bright milky light. She breathed in and out profusely as she headed for Vera's position again. Those who knew about these plants knew just how rare they were, so they reckoned that Vera would definitely not have more of those seeds in her possession, so they automatically saw this as the end of the battle and Vera's loss. As Loun's face squeezed up with a dissatisfied look, she dashed towards Vera with intensity. Vera's face showed a crazy smirk again, which caused Loun to stop her movement a few hundred feet away. She had a look of wariness as she looked around for any more hidden traps, but after not seeing any, she decided to end this once and for all. As she took a step forward to move, she suddenly felt her muscles constricting. What's happening? Her voice cracked as her hand movement stopped. Her body vibrated a little before she lost connection to different other parts of her body. The spectators were in shock as they saw Laun standing in place, unable to move. Vera waved her hand, causing other vines to shoot forward and wrap around Laun's body. She controlled it so that Laun was lifted into the air and swung around before being slammed heavily into the ground. Bang! Vera didn't stop there. She continued repeatedly slamming Laun from place to place all across the grounds of the battle ring. Bang! 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 After a few more seconds, Officer Cole announced that Laun had passed out and instructed Vera to stop. The entire crowd were still in shock as they wondered what had just happened and why Laun had suddenly stopped moving. More especially, the place was in an uproar because this meant there was finally a special class cadet, and someone had lost theirs. As Vera walked away from the stage, she stared at Gustav's position. Gustav smiled at her and nodded with a look of satisfaction. A bright smile appeared on Vera's face in reaction to Gustav's action. She slowly returned to her seat amidst the shocked and disbelieving faces of everyone. Later it spread around that the plant that wrapped around Laun had a paralysis toxin which caused such an effect. Everyone now had looks of understanding and realized that they may have looked down on plant-based bloodline abilities too much. Seeing this made them change their perspectives. Only Gustav and Vera truly knew what had gone down and how Laun wouldn't really be affected to that extent by the toxin due to her current level of strength. First step accomplished, a smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he thought. Chapter 454. Only Gustav and Vera truly knew what had gone down and how Laun wouldn't really be affected to that extent by the toxin due to her current level of strength. First step accomplished, a smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he thought. It was quite an easy match-up contradictory to what everyone thought. This was due to the fact that Vera was only faking the hardship and could have one with ease. Not that she was physically stronger or anything, but Vera had already infected Laun with her parasite 1 month back. She could have easily made use of it from the start, allowing Laun to lose easily, but that would have been suspicious, which was why Gustav came up with the battle plan for her to act out. The weakening when she was trapped by the plant and the paralysis were actually Vera's doing. Now that this was over and done with, the only other battle Gustav was interested in was the one with Glade and Havrana. Havrana had approached him a few times during the past month for them to have a duel, but Gustav actively avoided her. She was infatuated with him, which he found similar to Vera except for the fact that this one was only interested in being stronger than everyone else. She couldn't accept that Gustav was stronger during the final MBO test phase, but after witnessing Gustav's feat several times and arriving here, she had no choice but to come to terms with it, but she was very interested in changing that. However, Gustav was not interested in building relations with her. After a few more turns, the event finally ended. Unlike the last time, it ended way earlier due to many cadets chickening out and deciding not to battle. Elevera, who was still the undisputed number 1, didn't have any challenges this time, and Rhea also didn't challenge anyone, which kind of surprised Gustav. Knowing Rhea, Gustav didn't expect him to give up easily, which made him a little worried. Check on Rhea later, Gustav said to Timmy from the side. I'm not checking on that idiot, Timmy responded with a disgusted expression. Has your friend right? Gustav asked. I don't stay friends with idiots. Timmy blew out a small breeze from his mouth after saying. At least that idiot has drive. Although, he's an idiot. He is way better than many others who cower and hide when they see a stronger opponent, Gustav said with a profound tone. Sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but he does have a trait that is needed for improvement if he works on his stupidity, that is, Gustav added with a thoughtful look. Timmy chuckled a bit after hearing that and nodded his head. At the moment, Officer Cole was addressing the cadets as he spoke on today's event. The moment that many cadets had been waiting for finally arrived. The black orb floating above displayed the 2 special class cadets that would be battling today, which were Glade and Havrana. Now that the event had ended, it was time to see who would remain a special class and who would go back to being a normal class. On the bright side, both of them had gone through bloodline strengthening, so they had each gained something even if one of them went back to being normal cadets. Since they were the only ones who were going to battle right now, everyone could focus solely on them. Glade's face turned straight as she peaked her focus and moved towards the ring. Havrana was coming in from the opposite side. They both picked the center battle ring and stood in front of each other as they waited for the go-ahead. Now remember, whoever wins this duel gets to keep their special class title while you already know what happens to the loser, Officer Cole announced. Both girls' eyes turned fiercer as they heard that, but unlike Glade, Havrana still had a hint of depravity within her eyes. "Hey, did you miss me, Greenie?" Havrana said with a smile. "Laugh while you still can, because after this battle you won't be able to," Glade responded as her frame started glowing red. "Oh, is that so?" Havrana responded with an even bigger smirk displayed on her face. Her extremely long indigo-colored hair swept upwards as if there was an immense wind blowing it up. "Begin." The instant the go-ahead was given, both of them lunged towards each other. 2 5-foot-long sickles appeared in her hands as she hacked at Havrana with them. Havrana hairs shot forward, forming long swords while swinging for Glade as well. Clang! Clang! TSSC. Ear-piercing sounds of collision rang out as both of them clashed repeatedly, forcing each other backwards with each collision. Once again, it seemed like they were evenly matched. Those who knew Glade knew just how much of a training freak she was. Besides Gustav, Glade was the only one that cadets could say spent almost every free second of her time training, whereas Havrana was known to be quite laid back. Glade gritted her teeth as she recalled all the time she spent pushing herself even harder than before for this battle. She was quite disappointed that she still seemed to be evenly matched with Havrana in terms of strength. Bang! As they clashed again, both of them were sent sliding back for about 100 feet as the ground underneath them cracked open in 2 lines following their legs. Glade raised the sickle on her right hand upwards and threw it forward with intensity towards Havrana. Havrana hair shot forward and wrapped around the handle of the sickle before spinning it around and flinging it back towards Glade. Phui! Although the speed of the sickle had been doubled as it shot towards her, repeatedly rolling like a fan, it was still Glade's ability, so she could react in time. Swerving towards the left, she reached out her right hand and grabbed onto the handle accurately, halting its movement. SSSSC. Chapter 455. SHHSSSS. Due to the high speed, she still slid backwards a little after grabbing it. Havrana dashed forward at this time and currently hacked at Glade again with her hair from above in a bid to slash her in half. Glade reacted by rolling over to the side as the hair blade slammed into the ground, causing a 200 feet long split. Glade leapt towards the side after standing up, repeatedly spinning while swinging out the sickles in her grasp. Clang! 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 Havrana's hair once again countered all attacks, parrying them at superspeed. It became a full-blown melee battle between them as both of them began to clash repeatedly again. Bang! Bang! Swee! Swee! Moving across the battle ring and causing destruction to the surroundings, the battle between these two continued to drag on. "Come on, Glade, you can do it," Angie said with a tensed expression as she watched from her seating position. Matilda was also hoping as she watched with a tensed expression as well. "Gustav, who do you think will win?" EE asked from the front. "It's really hard to tell, especially since they're both consuming energy at the same rate," Gustav said as his eyes turned crimson and green. "They also haven't made use of their most powerful attacks yet because they seem to be reserving energy for the perfect time," Eldris added. "Does that mean whoever uses their most powerful attack first is likely to lose?" Timmy asked with a thoughtful gaze. "No. Using their most powerful first doesn't guarantee a win or a lose. Like Eldris said, right timing is what is necessary, which is what they are both waiting for. The right opportunity," Gustav analyzed. "But Havrana seems to have the upper hand compared to Glade," Gustav added. The 4 of them on his sides had slightly opened eyes as they wondered why he would say that. "Why does she have the upper hand?" Falco asked. "Higher endurance. She's like a machine that doesn't feel pain," Gustav added. This was a trait that Gustav noticed Havrana had, which was similar to his. Once you're able to channel and disregard your pain, you can keep going no matter what situation you find yourself, Gustav thought. Pain is like a receptor that limits a person, and everyone is a slave to it except for a few people like himself and Havrana. The last time Havrana was so injured, but she kept laughing and fighting like a psychopath. As the battle continued, both of them had inflicted injuries on each other a few times, and now they were coming to realize that one could not overpower the other without using higher force. Glade had received several injuries from the invisible strand of hair, but none was fatal. Whereas Havrana had fallen to several of Glade's trick attacks. In terms of combat skills, she was better, but Havrana seemed to still hold an advantage over her due to her unique bloodline's abilities. Activating their most powerful attacks, both of them charged at each other once again. A massive cylindrical-shaped red structure, the size of 2 trucks, had been created. It floated in mid-air behind Glade as she raised her hand up in a manner that depicted that the structure was under her control. At this moment, too, Havrana was also prepared to use one of her most powerful attacks as her hair multiplied and increased in length crazily. Taking the form of a massive spear, it shot forward immensely, ripping through the air like a shooting star. Glade also swung her hand forward, causing the structure she created behind to move forward with speed, causing a kind of immense pressure to descend upon the place. Even before both attacks collided, ripples of shockwaves were already being sent across the place as cracks appeared all across the ground. The spectators were in awe once again because just last month, both attacks were not as massive, neither carried a lot of pressure, causing the kind of effect that was happening now. Boom! As both attacks collided, a destructive ripple spread across the place, blasting both of them backwards as a 30-foot crater was created within the battle ring. Gasp tilde dash what in the world? Dash such destructiveness, dash these two are definitely special class material, too bad only one of them can retain the title, the spectators voiced out with surprised expressions. As they both slammed into opposite sides of the dome, their eyes turned blurry as a buzzing sound rang in their ears. All they could see around them as their eyes cleared up was a cloud of dust and debris scattered all across the place. Fortunately, this time both of them didn't pass out. As the dust settled, they both stood to their feet and slowly began to take steps forward. Their clothing looked quite tattered at this point, and injuries could be seen on multiple parts of their bodies. "Hehe, is that all you got, Greenie?" Havrana said with a provocative expression while laughing. There was blood rolling down the side of her head, but she seemed to not be disturbed by that as she moved forward. Glade's right hand vibrated as she tried to raise it up. The immense pain coming from her shoulder area was so crippling. "My attack had more effect than hers, but she seems to be in better condition than I am. Is she a monster?" Glade had a look of disbelief as she thought. "You are finished," Havrana said with a smile while moving forward as her hair swam from side to side. Glade gritted her teeth and clasped her left shoulder. "Here goes," she said internally before raising her hand. Joom. She suddenly glowed up with red light again. "Ah!" Havrana paused her steps and stared at her with a surprised look. Glade was conjuring the same attack she had used earlier. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill yourself?" Havrana asked. It was common knowledge that completely running out of bloodline energy and even pushing the limits of a mixed blood body to make use of the reserves that were meant for keeping the body functional could lead to death. Glade disregarded Havrana's words and continued. "Currently ill, so I might not be able to upload a second chapter today." Chapter 456. Glade disregarded Havrana's words and continued. In a few moments, it had been created again, and now Havrana stood in place with a look of surprise. Well, looks like you're truly willing to do anything to win, even if it includes dying. Hey. I like your guts, Greenie, Havrana voiced out. "I won't die," Glade responded as her hand trembled. "Who says I can't use the same attack twice as well?" Havrana voiced out as her hair also began to elongate once again like before. Gasp tilde dash they're both crazy. The spectators had disbelieving faces as they stared at both of them, activating their most powerful attacks once again. "Glad, what are you doing?" Angie had a distressed look on her face as she voiced out. However, there was no way Glade would hear her from her sitting position. She could only hope that Glade would be okay. Havrana had a crazy smile on her face as she finished setting up her most powerful attack. Just as she wanted to send it forth, her eyes widened again as Glade began to create another attack identical to the one she had just done. Gasp! The crowd was in shock as 3 more of those cylindrical red-shaped structures appeared. Havrana still couldn't believe her eyes. She shouldn't have enough energy to do that. What's going on? Timi voiced out from his seating position with a surprised look. Gustav also didn't understand what was happening. Just when everyone thought it was over, another one was created in a matter of moments, bringing them to 5. Glade had now managed to conjure 5 of her most powerful attacks simultaneously. TCH. Bring it on. Although Havrana had no way to counter all these 5 at the same time, she fiercely stood her ground. This ends now, Glade voiced out as she sent all 5 flying towards Havrana at the same time. Fwaiwai. Fweihai. Fweihai. The entire battle ring vibrated as the attacks traveled forward at full speed, carrying immense destructive force. Even the dome was on the verge of collapse due to both of them sending out their most powerful attacks at the same time. Upon the first collision, Havrana's attack was ripped through as she was blasted backwards while her hair reverted back to its usual length. Her eyelids grew heavy as she looked forward and noticed the rest of the attacks still heading towards her with full force. I won't loose, she was struggling to make a move while in midair, but she found herself growing weary as all 4 structures headed for her. Her eyelids finally closed as all attacks were about to hit. Her eyes opened up, and she found herself floating in a green space with a lady with similar features to hers in front of her. Except this lady looked way more mature. Havi. Havi. Huh? Mum? How? What did you promise me? Huh? Havi, what did you promise me? That. I was never gonna accept defeat. Now wake up. Wake up, Havi. As the last words rang in her ears like a clap of booming thunder, Havrana suddenly opened her eyes before the attacks could slam into her. 3. Her eyes had a dark violet glow as her hair suddenly glowed an immensely bright light and shot out in every direction. To everyone's surprise, Havrana's hair swept across the place with immense speed and smoothly cleaved every one of the structures in half before stabbing into the ground below and sweeping her upwards. Phui. As her body bolted across the air, the structures exploded, sending shockwaves across the vicinity and destroying the ground even more. Havrana was unaffected by this as her body swept across the air towards Glade's position. Not only Glade, but everyone was extremely surprised at this point, wondering how she was doing this. Her being was shining forth with indigo light like a divine presence due to her hair covering her figure. Shroom. Her hair shot towards Glade, slamming heavily into her and sending her flying backwards. Havrana's body flew forward and descended on Glade's chest with her feet, causing her to spiral downwards and slam into the ground below. Bang! A small cloud of dust was created as Glade's body was pushed several feet into the ground, and she passed out instantly. Havrana stepped away from Glade's unconscious body, and her eyes slowly began to dim down along with her hair. The AI announced her as the winner as the orb above displayed her face. What happened? Havrana muttered as she looked around and could only see destruction. As she spotted Glade's unconscious body in front of her, she understood what went down. How? These were the last words she muttered before her eyes turned listless, and she passed out as well. What the hell was that? How did she suddenly become so powerful at the last second? It was as if I was in the presence of a powerful being. The spectating cadets felt their eyes were deceiving them. Glade was the first to do something impossible and should have won, but Havrana suddenly went crazy after getting a boost in power and defeated her with ease. The medical team quickly arrived on the stage and began to tend to these two. Matilda and Angie had already moved towards the battle ring area as well. They wanted to be assured of their friend's safety. That wasn't natural, Gustav muttered as he slowly deactivated God Eyes. Glade or Havrana? Ee asked. Both. Gustav responded with a look of contemplation. And I don't understand how any of them managed to pull this off, Gustav added internally. At the last second, he noticed foreign energy become active within Havrana, but on Glade's side, he didn't even notice anything. Glade would have won if not for this. As this battle came to an end, So did Glade's special class title. Havrana was still recorded as the winner even though she passed out afterwards due to the fact that Glade passed out first. Still sick. Chapter 457. Both of them were in a dangerous state, according to the medical personnel, due to them overstraining and draining their bloodline energies completely. Even though the instructors witnessed the whole thing and understood what was happening, they didn't butt in. This was how the MBO instructors were. So long as the attack would not lead to immediate death, they would never butt in. Everyone began to leave one after the other. Gustav decided to go and check on Glade with the others before leaving. Angie was tearing up as she saw the state of Glade's body. Matilda and Falco consoled her while Gustav just stood there watching as he activated God Eyes again. By nightfall, in a place filled with lush greenery that was dimly lit, 4 figures gathered in front of a 30-feet-tall tree. "Why did you cancel the operation, Boss Endrick?" one of them asked. "You idiots were not being discreet enough about it," Endrick voiced out with a repulsed tone. "I have no idea if Gustav caught up to what I was trying to do. I cannot let these fools jeopardize my plans," Endrick said internally. "Hand the serums over to me," Endrick commanded. The 3 taller silhouettes brought out a cylindrical-shaped object with a pointy tip and handed them over to Endrick, who immediately placed them in his storage device. "I will handle things myself," he voiced out after keeping them. "In the meantime, I have another job for you 3, Endrick added while raising his head to stare at all 3 of them. "We're all ears, boss." Within a modernized-looking pub where robots and half-mechanized humans could be seen moving about the place with a kind of drink or the other in their possession, 2 people arrived through the entrance. Holographic images could be seen displayed on different corners of sassy-looking dancers moving their waists. Some large bubbles could be seen floating in different areas, and beautiful ladies in revealing clothes were also swerving to the music booming in the background. The 2 who had just entered were male and female, both clad in fully covering clothes. The lady was clad in a purplish leather bodysuit with ash-colored hair and a half-red mask, while the man was covered in a full black cloak with a mask covering his entire face. "Why am I not surprised that he asked to meet here? Such a repulsive atmosphere for a repulsive being," she said to the man with a disgusted tone. "Miss, that's my boss," the man said with a low tone. "Your boss asked us to meet in a nightclub." "How charming, Red Shadow," Miss Amy said with a hint of sarcasm. "Well, maybe he's interested in..." Before Red Shadow could complete his sentence, Miss Amy interrupted. "Interested in death? Yeah, I'd be happy to grant him that if he tries anything stupid," Miss Amy said while walking forward to find a place to seat. Red Shadow subconsciously shivered after hearing the way Miss Amy's tone changed in the last sentence. He quickly followed after her, and they found somewhere to sit at a secluded spot. Weisha. A puff of smoke suddenly appeared in front of both of them and transformed into a man wearing a dark suit. He was at least 6'7" in height and had the body structure of a gorilla. "Welcome, young miss, I am Darkgroom. Please follow me, Boss VL will see you now," he said while gesturing at them to follow him. Miss Amy and Red Shadow followed the large man to a side of the pub where there seemed to be a dead end. But then, the wall suddenly shifted inside, creating an opening for them to go through. They found themselves in a secluded and luxurious-looking living room where several CCTV projections that displayed different places within the pub could be seen. A man wearing a mechanical helmet with green eyes sat on one side of the sofa, waiting for them. When they arrived, he stood to his feet and greeted Miss Amy with respect while Red Shadow bowed slightly in respect after seeing the man. "So, we found the signature energy in Gildian ruined city like you predicted, but there was nothing else there. No evidence, no leads, nothing. We only wasted time going there." Miss Amy got down to business the instant she took her seat. Well, this is most certainly troubling. This means someone got there before we did," Boss VL said with a disturbed tone. "I hope the infected city didn't harm you in any way," Boss VL asked with a concerned tone which was quite surprising to Red Shadow and Darkgroom, who was standing in the corner. "That is nothing of concern to you," Miss Amy responded with a strong tone. Her personality matches. Just how strong is she to enter the city without any form of protective suit, Boss VL thought after hearing Miss Amy's response. What should be our next step now since we still can't find the creator of the T-67 device? Miss Amy asked with a disturbed tone. We'll have to visit Thorkin Forbidden City. I didn't want us to have to go there, but now we have no choice, Boss VL said with a slightly worried tone. All right, let's go, Miss Amy said while standing up. Right now? Boss VL was taken aback by her immediate decisiveness. What? You think I have time to waste? I need to help my precious student with something. I'd rather be anywhere but here, she said while moving towards the entrance. Red Shadow and Boss VL stared at each other for a few moments before also jumping to their feet and following behind her. Just who is this woman? Darkgroom, who stayed behind, wondered as he watched them leave. He had never seen Boss VL so composed before in someone's presence, and Miss Amy was exuding an indomitable and domineering presence that naturally caused everyone to fall in line. I couldn't even sense her bloodline rank. This was another issue he found unsettling. Chapter 458. I couldn't even sense her bloodline rank. This was another issue he found rather unsettling. Within the camp, time passed very quickly. Both Glade and Havrina healed up after a few days, but they were still drained, so they had to skip a couple of more training sessions. Glade was crestfallen after losing her special class title and shut herself from everyone, including Angie. This made Angie grow restless day by day, and she couldn't stop herself from setting another meeting with Gustav. Gustav assured her that everything would be fine, and Glade could still challenge a weaker special class by the end of the month and become a special class cadet again. So it was only a matter of time. Angie met with Endrik secretly after he asked to see her. No one had an idea of what went down, but from that day onwards, Angie started to see Endrik as irredeemable and made the decision to be the one to defeat him herself as she felt guilty for stopping Gustav in the past. Endrik got into more trouble within the camp due to repeated bullying and unnecessary brutality during duels. However, his punishments were barely harsh enough and, most of the time, cut short. Gustav and Vera also began to move together more across the camp and would be seen with each other on several occasions to the extent that rumors began to circulate about them dating, which sparked jealousy. Gustav ignored rumors and background talks and concentrated on becoming stronger. After some time, he finally reached the peak of Gilbert rank and started to visit the dungeon area day by day to mostly increase his EXP and also secretly train, making use of Yaki. 2.5 months later, within a massive tunnel underground, a 200 feet dark worm with a body full of purplish poisonous spikes shot out of the ground heading for a dirty blonde-haired kid who was seated in a crossed-legged format in front. The tunnelway was so wide and large, so even with the massive body of the mixed-breed worm, it was only covered a small space. THOHRRKKK. The spikes protruding out of the massive dark worm's body began to spin as it shot forward while it made a weird shrieking sound while opening its mouth wide in a bid to swallow the dirty blonde kid whole. The youngster, who seemed to be closing his eyes at the time, suddenly sprang them open the moment the creature's wide-open mouth was about to devour him from behind. Swoov. A pinkish force blasted forth from his being, spreading into the surroundings like a wave and disappearing the next instant. The moment it made contact with the creature, it found itself unable to move an inch further. Gustav, who happened to be the blonde-haired person, slowly stood to his feet and turned around. His gaze was so sharp and piercing that the instant the worm sensed his stare, it subconsciously shrank back even though it was currently under the hold of Yaki. A level 27 dark venom worm, Gustav analyzed. Just the head of the creature in front of him was at least 5 times bigger than his entire body. Although it wasn't as large or as powerful as the serpentine mixed breed he had an encounter with within the border back then. However, it was still quite a fearsome-looking mixed breed. I should be able to hold it for about 30 seconds more, Gustav said as he moved towards the left body area and stood in front of one of the massive purplish spikes protruding from it. Gustav brought out a small red syringe-like equipment and gently stabbed it into the tip of the purplish spike, taking a small portion of toxin. This should be enough for Mara, he muttered before pulling out and keeping it back in his storage device. 20 seconds left. Gustav counted the time as he moved back to the front of the creature. I won't waste my time battling with you, so it's best I end you in the easiest way possible right now, Gustav muttered as he raised his hand. Open, As he mouthed that, the massive creature opened up its mouth. Gustav proceeded to walk into it while activating God Eyes. His eyes were looking a bit different upon activation this time. Not only was there scarlet and green color, but now there was a mysterious yellow glint within. Gustav walked on the salive-filled tongue area as he moved towards the side. Not here, not here. Gustav seemed to be searching for a particular spot within its massive dark mouth. 10 more seconds, he mouthed just before he got to the middle part of the tongue area and looked up at the mouth's ceiling. Found it, Gustav said as he crouched. A weird aura surrounded his being before he suddenly leaped up, throwing his right fist towards the ceiling of the mouth as he ascended. Milky glow covered all of Gustav's figure, especially his right fist, which was thrown upwards, reaching the ceiling of the mouth before the rest of his body. Bang! 3-eye. A loud sound reverberated across the place as Gustav tore through the mouth area of the mixed breed towards its brain before bursting through, tearing out of its head. Fui! 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 Brain matter and blood scattered across the entire place as Gustav landed back in front of the creature. His body wasn't drenched by its body matter even after going through all that, but the environment was currently stained with greenish blood and goo. Time up, the instant Gustav muttered under his breath. Thuum. The mixed breed massive body plopped to the ground as it lay lifeless in place. Gustav slowly deactivated God Eyes and stared with a slightly satisfied look on his face. The new ability of God Eyes sure comes in handy, he said while turning around. I've been here for close to 24 hours already, it's time to go, Gustav said while turning around. Level 16 is the lowest I can go in the meantime. Anything beyond that is asking for death, Gustav analyzed as he moved forward. Scattered piles of torn-up corpses of mixed breeds could be seen all over the place as he moved forward. He was currently within the MBO camp dungeon, which was for exclusive training on battling mixed breeds. Feeling better now, thank you all for the concern. I'll try to keep the updates to 2 chapters per day and do a mass release next week. Chapter 459. Gustav had been coming here for close to 3 months to train himself and get through the levels of the dungeon. The lower you descended, the more powerful the mixed breed. Gustav's limit currently was level 16, and it was even quite tough for him to get to his current stage. He couldn't defeat the creatures in level 16 using normal means, which was why when he wanted to kill the dark venom worm, he had to get into it so he could attack from within. Even with that, he had to make use of God Eyes to spot the weaker section of the creature's mouth area so he could end it before he ran out of time. Normally, the senior cadets formed 4 teams before heading in if they were going without any supervision from instructors, but Gustav had been coming here himself since day 1. The officers guarding the dungeon entrance advised against it on his first day here since they couldn't do anything to restrict him due to his title. However, Gustav totally disregarded their advice, saying he wanted to explore on his own. Most of the senior cadets who had witnessed his exchange secretly openly called him a fool while also mentioning he was going to get himself killed because of pride. According to them, several cadets had also lost their lives here because they were too prideful and didn't want to be a part of any team. To Gustav's expectations, they were right. He left the dungeon on that day with numerous injuries after making it through the first 4 levels in several hours. What they didn't know was Gustav was purposely pushing himself to this point to see where it would get him on his first try, but they mistook it for pride. His major reason was not wanting to reveal the full extent of his abilities which he could use freely if he wasn't in any party, and he did. Unfortunately, he couldn't go beyond the first 4 levels even after using everything he had. Gustav was practically half dead and almost completely drained of energy on his way out of here on the first day. Normally cams were installed in some sections of the dungeons. Still, it was impossible for them to be everywhere due to the massive size of the dungeons that made it even seem like the cadets coming in were few in number. It was actually possible for the MBO to install cams everywhere, but monitoring every footage would be an issue due to the size of the place. For this reason, every cadet coming in was given an emergency ringer. This was to alert the instructors that they needed help the instant they came into contact with a mixed breed they could not handle. They only had to tap or send the intention if it was wired to them. Some cadets still ended up getting killed either way due to their pride and believing they could handle creatures that were way more powerful than them, which caused them not to use the ringer. Gustav spent close to 3 months working on making use of his abilities and increasing his strength. During his first few tryouts, every time he came here, he would leave with grievous injuries and nearly depleted energy, causing his healing factor to reduce. The thing about the dungeon was the fact that attacks were unpredictable. Groups could be attacked at any point in time while exploring the place. Gustav noticed that the mixed breeds here had higher intelligence and, even when weaker, were able to strategize before attacking the groups for better results. He had fallen prey to this before he came to the realization. He was finally able to reach level 16, which was only close to half since the dungeon had about 47 levels. No group of senior cadets had managed to go beyond level 40, and even the last ones that reached that low were nearly wiped out. Gustav was already close to the level of strength of some of the seniors and was still growing very fast. Whenever he came into contact with some of those seniors in groups, they would always stare at him like he was some monster. I guess this is why he's already an officer. Most of them had these thoughts in mind as some were fascinated about him more than a leveler. Bang! 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 Boom! Gustav once again engaged a group of man-looking lizard mixed breeds as he made his way up the dungeon. Bang! He slammed the head of the last one into the wall, causing it to burst apart like a warhammer slammed into a watermelon. Gustav continued moving towards the top and out of this particular section. In about 10 more minutes, he finally arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. His uniform was once again soaked in blood as usual, but it wasn't his blood. The officers guarding the entrance greeted him as he handed over the emergency ringer to them and left. At this time, it was already around 9 in the night and today happened to be a Sunday, which was why Gustav was able to spend a lot of time here. Less than 2 months left. I should really make sure I increase my strength properly before my next mission, Gustav muttered on his way back to his room. Swoosh. His hair blew back as he bolted across the camp at a very high speed. Minutes later, Gustav was back in his apartment preparing something to eat. It was almost 5 months since they arrived here, and Gustav could not believe the kind of improvement he had gone through. He was currently at the Marshal rank, which was a rank many mixed bloods across the world were stuck in. He had also noticed that channeling his bloodline at this stage was now slower than before, so he wasn't too sure about getting to the next rank before he went on his first mission. However, he was more focused on his system leveling, which was also a good way of improving in strength regardless of being bloodline rank. System interface, Gustav called out as he decided to check his current level. Chapter 460. System interface, Gustav called out as he decided to check his current level. After opening the system interface, he went on to check his current attributes. Underscore 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 host attributes. Name, Gustav Crimson level, 45 class, subparallel being EXP, 741 809 230 000 HP, 26, 926,900 energy, 15 000 15 000. Attributes, Strength, 147 Perception, 146 Mental Fortitude, 146 Agility, 144 Speed, 142 Bravery, 144 Intelligence, 145 Charm, 79 Defense, 144 Vitality, 146 Endurance, 145 Attributes Points, 49. Underscore 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 underscore. His progress so far was just as he had planned. It was already a year since he first got the system, and his life had changed so much within that time frame. He wasn't feeling gratified or anything like that because he knew he still had a long journey ahead, and he wasn't powerful enough yet. His strength now was at a level where he could easily lift something weighing up to 30,000 pounds, 13,600 kilograms, without activating any bloodline. Gustav was the strongest in camp, and no one doubted his strength. However, they still weren't sure if he was as powerful as a leveler because strength wasn't the only requirement to winning a battle. His speed and agility, too, were now one of the best, while perception was on a whole different level. Gustav could sense what was happening 200 feet away and give a detailed explanation of the scenario like he was present. His perception really came in handy and made it look like he could predict attacks during battles. The last 2 special class cadet challenge that went by were boring for him since there was no one to challenge. On the bright side, he was glad Glade made her way back to being a special class by defeating one of the lower-ranked special class. Gustav went on to check on his bloodlines after closing the host attributes panel. Bloodlines, genetic transformation bloodline, grade, B++ abilities tied to bloodline sad smiley shapeshifting, joint movement, size manipulation, cognitive concealment, partial mimicry, partial gene manipulation, beast transformation bloodline, grade, C+ abilities tied to bloodline sad smiley partial mutated bull transformation, bloodwolf transformation, Savarinia serpent transformation, demonic sonic bunny transformation, solar worm transformation, atomic manipulation bloodline, grade, C+ abilities tied to bloodline sad smiley. Disintegration of atomic structures, structural disembodiment, gravitational energy container, grade, B+ abilities tied to bloodline, energy installment, energy discharge, gravitational imbalance, gravitational field charge, blend, body compressed energetic flames, grade, B. Compressed body parts flammable explosion, ticking erosion, compressed energy charge, nuclear discharge. There were still many other bloodlines on the list, but Gustav was more interested in checking the one he had just experimented on today. Gustav had made use of the upgraded recreation to join 3 bloodlines together. This was what he was busy within the dungeon before the worm attacked. Fortunately, he had just finished up in time to activate his Yaki. This wasn't the first time he was making use of recreation to combine 3 bloodlines. He already did it twice before this, making this his 3rd successful operation. 9 bloodlines had been made into 3, helping him increase the slots of bloodlines and making these ones more useful than they used to be. He had been careful with the combinations so far so he wouldn't end up creating an unstable bloodline. At the very least, now he had 3 more bloodlines that were almost on par with the main bloodlines he made use of during battles. His main bloodline was still the most important to him, but Gustav was finding it hard to understand the new abilities he got after the process of bloodline strengthening. He had tried partial mimicry, which had been extremely hard to pull off since he automatically transformed back to himself when his body made contact with anything. Partial mimicry enabled him to transform to any non-living thing for a particular time limit, but even before the time limit was reached, Gustav always found himself transforming back to normal. A small touch, and he was back to being Gustav. He couldn't let his thoughts wander for even a second because it required immense concentration. Gustav had always seen himself as someone with a high amount of concentration, but this one was quite beyond him, unlike he expected. The other ability, which was partial gene manipulation, was even harder because he didn't even know how to activate it. He had asked the system for help several times. Still, as expected, he was ignored because the system wanted him to figure it out himself, especially since it was his original bloodline. Gustav didn't relent and had been working on this as well throughout the past few months. He only made progress in partial mimicry but not so much for partial gene manipulation. Gustav closed the system interface after checking out the abilities of the new bloodline he created. Nuclear discharge seems like it could be a pretty powerful ability. I'll try making use of it in the dungeon tomorrow, Gustav decided. He went on to check the state of his Yaki, sending his senses into his body. Gustav's senses lingered on it and compared it to the size a few months ago. It had increased almost twice its initial size. The pinkish fire-like existence within him swayed beautifully, giving off an enchanting vibe. Currently, Gustav Yaki was at the point where it could be controlled better and more effectively without Gustav having to expose himself. If he wanted to use it on a smaller and less powerful scale where the entire vicinity would not be affected, he could direct it towards an opponent now. Gustav had been initially worried about using his Yaki in public because of recognition, but with him learning how to control it more, it was only a matter of time before he came up with a way to use it without being noticed. Gustav later went to his bed after a few more minutes and laid on it while plotting his next moves. "It's about time I dealt with Endrik," he said internally, but then a series of memories drifted into his mind. Has been acting a bit different lately. Less aggressive. Gustav never thought he'd even say such words internally, but this was what had been truly happening. He noticed that Endrik was becoming less and less of a brute each day. Gustav initially wasn't in any way bothered by this, neither did he think anything much of it since he just assumed Endrik was up to something shady again. He already knew Endrik was responsible for the rope cut during the field test, even though he didn't do it personally. Gustav wasn't that stupid that he wouldn't get to the bottom of such a matter, but he had decided to play it cool and hold everything off for the right time when he was ready to get rid of Endrik once and for all. He acted like he knew nothing of Endrik plotting in secret because, in the end, he planned to get rid of Endrik. But as time passed, he noticed Endrik was getting less and less aggressive, and he was starting to believe it wasn't an act anymore. Gustav thought about it and felt there must have been a kind of catalyst somewhere. Ever since he started personal training with instructor Mag. Has been changing, Gustav came to this realization. Endrik was given punishment for roughness during one of the exercises 2 months back, and instructor Mag happened to be given the task to properly punish him. She decided to start training him personally in his free time, preventing him from barely having any kinds of breaks. Gustav didn't even see this as anything at that time, but now he felt there was more to it. I'll watch him for the entire week before making any plans, Gustav decided. I also need to ask Vera if the parasitic strain inside him has become fertile, he added internally before closing his eyes. Gustav still hadn't found out if anything besides what Vera inputted was within Endrik since he hardly even saw Endrik these days. The night went by in a flash, and Gustav woke up early the next morning to channel his bloodline a little before the morning routine began. After about an hour, he moved towards the field alongside EE and the rest for the start of the morning routine. 1.5 hours was the time Gustav spent to complete the routine alongside Elevra, who no longer reached the starting point before he did. Both of them were now getting there simultaneously, and on several instances, he had managed to finish before her. Elevra was very competitive and really made sure she gave Gustav a hard time winning even though the routine was not about who came first. During the whole free time, Gustav moved towards the location for intergalactic warfare, and even though it wasn't time for the cadets to have their training here, Gustav was still given access since he was already an officer. Gustav proceeded towards a secluded part of the underground structure and stationed himself there. Chapter 461. This chapter and the next have a bit of R18 content. During free time, Gustav moved towards the location for intergalactic warfare, and even though it wasn't time for the cadets to have their training here, Gustav was still given access since he was already an officer. Gustav proceeded towards a secluded part of the underground structure and stationed himself there. He activated cognitive concealment, which completely got rid of his presence, making it so that he wouldn't be spotted unless someone laid their eyes on him. The simulation chamber wasn't too far from where he was situated, so his perception was able to travel towards the room, and he could already sense 2 figures within. Still making use of perception, Gustav was able to make a mental outline of their body sizes and already could tell that these were Instructor Mag and Endrik. After all, in the entire camp, only one person was shorter than Gustav's initial height. Gustav also knew Endrik's current height. Endrik was in a weird position which made Gustav understand that Endrik personal training with Miss Mag had begun. Gustav suddenly got an eerie feeling as Instructor Mag turned her face to look in his direction with squinted eyes. Instructor Mag was staring as if she could see through the thick walls situated in between them from her position. After a few moments, she looked away. Gustav's anxiety reduced as he saw that and calmed down a little. Gustav remembered her bloodline had nothing in common with seeing through physical objects, so he realized that she may just have sensed something momentarily due to her strength which was way higher than his. Gustav realized that cognitive concealment may not be as foolproof as he thought since he was still practically a weakling after all. He initially wanted to spy on them using Endrik's life sign, but he would only be able to see things from one point of view, which was Endrik's, and he also wouldn't be able to hear anything since God Eyes only gave him visuals. On the other hand, everywhere his perception lingered upon, no matter how far, Gustav was able to hear anything going on in that location. Since he wasn't figured out, Gustav continued to watch them for some time, trying to see if anything out of the ordinary was happening. Time went by, and they ended their personal training when it was time for a new training session. Gustav found his way out of there and went to attend the next training session. In a flash, the whole day went by just like that, and Gustav still hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary happening during Endrik's reigning with Miss Mag. Also, it wasn't that Endrik had become completely docile. He just seemed to be restraining himself compared to before. Gustav noticed him lashing out at another cadet today, but a few seconds into it, Endrik stopped and moved away, which was something Gustav had never witnessed before. Whoever Endrik lashed with would always end up receiving a form of physical attack with his telekinesis, then he would make it seem like he didn't do anything. Gustav still felt this might be due to him being on punishment and decided to keep watching him till his punishment phase was over. Then, he would see how Endrik would behave to others. The spying continued for a few more days, and Gustav still didn't notice anything out of the ordinary during his training with Instructor Mag. Gustav met up with Vera again on this day at their usual place within a secluded garden-like area within camp. "How is it going with the parasitic strains? Are they ready now?" Gustav asked her. "Not yet. In 3 weeks to a month's time, it should be ready. It will remain dormant until I activate it." "Vera will not activate it without Gustav's permission," Vera responded with a submissive tone. That's also when his punishment phase would end with Instructor Mag. Gustav realized that this was perfect timing. He would also be able to observe Endrik after this to see if he would return to his usual pompous self. "All right, keep me posted," Gustav responded with a smile before rubbing Vera's head like she was a little kid. "Good job," he added, causing a delightful smile to appear on her face. "Now we really need to make sure you're ABI." Before Gustav could complete his sentence, a weird sound drifted into both of their ears. Gustav had a slightly confused look on his face as he and Vera turned to the side to stare in the direction where the sound was coming from. Pa, 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 pa. Slapping sounds reverberated across the place. Initially, one would think a battle was going on somewhere, and maybe someone was getting slapped on the face, but the voices that came along with them discarded any thoughts of this being a battle. Yes, give it to me. Anahem, you're so tight down there. Yes, take it, you little bitch. Pa, 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 pa. Well, in a way, it was a battle between two opposite sex, but this was a different kind of battle. Gustav's perception and eyes traveled towards the source of the sound. His eyes widened as he noticed what was going on behind a tall pile of the bush towards the west. 2 cadets, one male and the other female, could be seen in compromising positions. The female had her back arched in a crouching position. The male was positioned behind her, pulling her hair as he thrust his hips back and forth towards her buttocks which perked out in front of him. They were both stark naked. This was the first time Gustav was witnessing such a scene. "WWH at why doing?" he voiced out with a slightly croaky voice as blood rushed to a particular part of his body. He knew exactly what was going on, but he just couldn't believe that he'd witnessed such a scene. Haha, being a virgin shouldn't make you this dumb. Did you forget about biology? As you can see, they are performing exercises needed for procreation. The system responded in his head with a burst of laughter. Chapter 462. Pa, pa, pa. Gustav. The sounds were still as loud as ever. "You're free to properly look at it. You are going to need the lesson. You don't wanna disappoint your future partner now, do you?" The system kept teasing. "Shut up. Who says I don't know how it's done?" Gustav responded internally with an annoyed tone. "Oh, you do. You Earthlings have a funny way of naming things and tend to name even things that don't make sense, so tell me. What is the name of the style they are currently engaging in?" The system asked with a light chuckle. It's called. You know what, just shut up, no one cares." Gustav responded with a tone of embarrassment. "Haha. You are a mixture of retarded and robotic. To top it all, you're a virgin. Among all your researches, you never thought to try and check this out?" Gustav. While the system was verbally destroying Gustav internally, Vera was in her own world of thoughts. "It's going in and coming out. So this is how it is done. Vera had an intrigued look as her face reddened while she also stared in the direction of the sound. This is not a conducive environment for training, Gustav thought as he felt his pants tightening. He didn't even want to look down because he was afraid of what he might see. Gustav quickly turned to the side to stare at Vera. Vera, we have to leave here, he said while reaching out to cover her eyes. Gustav's palm was big enough to cover her entire face, but before he could pull her along to leave, he heard her mutter his name underneath her breath. G-U-S. Tav. Vera's lips quivered as Gustav's palm was placed on them. He felt her hurried breath and quickly pulled his hand from her face. Her entire face had turned bright red as she stared at Gustav with a gaze of extreme desire while biting her lower lip. I want us to do what they're doing, she said with a slightly shaky voice while staring into Gustav's eyes. Gustav found himself speechless after hearing the sudden declaration. After a few moments of losing composure, Gustav responded, "No, let's go to another location to train," he said while proceeding to turn around. Vera grabbed him by the hand, causing him to halt his movement and turn around to face her once again. "Why? Don't you want to be inside me? I will let you call me whatever names you like," Vera said while proceeding to place Gustav's left hand on her chest. Gustav felt his hand press onto Vera's left boob, sinking deeply into her uniform due to its immense softness. "Stop it, I'm not interested in being inside you, Vera," Gustav answered while pulling his hand from her chest. "It says otherwise," Vera responded while pointing at the area below Gustav's abdomen. Gustav slowly looked down, and his face turned red as he noticed visible the hard-on. His pants displayed the bulge, which showed that he was affected. "Oh, looks like you're not totally a robot," the system suddenly voiced out. "Shut it," Gustav said internally before turning to the side. "This doesn't mean anything," Gustav said to Vera. "No, I remember in biology class, the teacher said it happens when a person is aroused, which means you truly want to do it with me," Vera voiced excitedly. Gustav breathed in deeply, calming himself as his body returned to normal. "Listen to me, Vera. I'm interested in doing it, but not with you and definitely not now. I don't have time for all these," Gustav said to Vera before turning around to leave. He felt his ears might explode if he continued remaining here. Those two cadets were still going at it, and their voices were loud. Vera had a crestfallen expression on her face as she followed behind Gustav. "Maybe one day you'll be interested in doing it with Vera," Vera consoled herself internally. Both of them left the area entirely and arrived in another place to train together. The time they spent together today became awkward, and Gustav eventually had to end it earlier than intended. He had been trying to get Vera to learn how to quicken the speed of her parasitic strain so what happened with Endrik would not end up being their downfall in the future. The speed at which she could take control of a subject and turn them into a puppet was quite a downside to Gustav. After they were done, Gustav returned back to his room, and a few minutes later, EE came in with the others. "Yo Gus, hey Gustav, hiya Gustav, Gustav." The four of them waltzed in and sat on the sofa area like they owned the place. "What's for dinner?" EE was the first to ask. "I was waiting for you to come cook again. Why don't you come and bless us with your delightful dishes, EE, Gustav said while placing his hand behind him. "Really?" EE asked with a delighted expression. "No. Hell no. Definitely not," Eldris, Falco, and Timmy voiced with severe looks of disapproval. "Haha, Gus already said I could," EE voiced out as he jumped to his feet and moved towards the direction of the kitchen. Falco and Timmy quickly jumped forward as well, blocking his path. "We won't let you pollute our bellies," Falco voiced out. A game of tag began with them as they moved across the room, trying to hold EE down. Gustav just shook his head with a smile and moved towards the kitchen. Minutes later, all five of them were sitting at the dining table enjoying the meal Gustav had prepared. "So Gus, are you finally ready to tell me why you hate your little brother so much?" EE suddenly voiced out. Has not my brother, did you forget?" Gustav said while taking another mouthful of food. "Okay. So why do you hate the kid whom you share similar features with, such as the same biological engineered DNA, looks, coldness, brutality? Should I go on?" EE stated. "Nah, I think you've made your point," Gustav responded. "So, Chapter 463, Esna. I think you've made your point, Gustav responded. So. Ee voiced out one more time before waiting for Gustav to explain. Gustav took a few more bites from his plate before he started speaking. He wasn't really interested in talking about his sad past tales again, but he wanted to bring Ee up to speed since it looked like he was the only one in the dark among the five. Falco, Eldris, and Timi felt it wasn't their place to tell Gustav's story to Ee, which was why they kept quiet about it all this time. Gustav began to narrate his childhood experience and how he used to have a below F-grade bloodline. About 20 minutes later Ee had an expression of anguish with several other mixed feelings. He had listened to Gustav's narration and didn't understand how people could put a person through such. He came from an entirely different place where there was no condemnation regardless of bloodline grade, so he couldn't relate, but he knew that there were no lies in everything Gustav had narrated. Now he understood why Gustav had such a personality. After all, experience shapes the kind of person you become. It also brings forth the attitude you portray to certain situations and reaction to certain situations. So, whatever happened to your birth parents? Ee asked. Oh, I don't care about them. Would have killed them, but there's no fun in that. It's better for them to live their miserable lives seeing me at the top and full of regrets knowing we share no ties to one another, Gustav responded with an unbothered expression. That's just too much, man. There's no amount of apologies or words that can be said to wash away the scars from those experiences, so I won't bother saying sorry, but I'm here for you anytime, man, Ee said while placing his hand on Gustav's left shoulder. Eldris, Falco, and Timi also stood to their feet and all of them placed their hands on Gustav's shoulders with a look of comfort on their faces. We're here for you too, Gus, Eldris said with a smile while Timi and Falco nodded in response. An unblemished smile appeared on Gustav's face. Yeah. I'm good now, thanks guys, he responded. Did you join the MBO because of this? You have plans of doing something about the situation of the world, right? Because I know it's quite common for such to happen in many places, Falco asked. Futim no hero. I joined the MBO for myself. I want to become powerful enough so I will never be at the mercy of anyone ever again. Every other plan is secondary, Gustav responded with a small laugher. Except for the 5-year quests. Those are very important too, Gustav added internally. Haha, that's totally you, Gustav. I would be worries if you said you wanted to become some kind of hero. I am that guy, not you. Ee laughed out loud while responding to Gustav's answer. But then you still have plans of changing things, don't you? Eldris seemed to have picked a hint from Gustav's response, so he questioned. That's a goal that is very far away since there are still many things I need to do first, like destroying my brother so he doesn't become a thorn in my flesh in the future, Gustav responded with a thoughtful gaze. Oh, Ee and Eldris voiced out at the same time. Isn't he still like 12? Timi asked. Yeah, doesn't mean he's not dangerous, Gustav responded. Timi wanted to respond to that, but after thinking about it, he couldn't find the right words. I kinda see what you mean. No one can say Endrik isn't the most talented cadet in the first years even though he's currently not the strongest. If he is allowed to keep growing, he can become one of the most powerful officers to ever exist within the MBO. Character-wise, that isn't so good since things will most likely get worse if he reaches such a stage while still being such a brat, Eldris analyzed. This was the first time everyone was seeing Eldris analyze someone so much besides Elevra who he was related to. Everyone understood from this point that Eldris really disliked Endrik. I don't know, I'm kinda on the fence about this one. Ee spoke before Gustav could respond. From what you said earlier, you've given him several chances to change and even came close to killing him once if not for Angius interruption which caused you both to drift apart afterwards. Ee paused at this point as his face displayed a contemplative expression. We're still in the MBO camp undergoing training. Why don't you give it time and see if he would change? From my point of view, no matter how much stronger he becomes, so long as he doesn't leave the campgrounds he can't harm nobody, so there's still enough time to study him and end him when it's necessary. At that point we will be sure that there's no redemption for him whatsoever. You're Gustav, so you'll always overpower any first year and that includes Elevra, Ee stated with a profound tone and smiled when he got to the end of the sentence. Are you gonna claim the first position on the rankings soon? Yi asked afterwards. Not yet, but before I leave for my first mission in 1 month time I definitely will be taking that first spot, Gustav said with a confident tone. Haha, don't worry, I'll watch over Angie for you while you're away, Yi added with a burst of laughter. Who said anything about Angie? Gustav retorted with a dismissive look. Yeah, keep acting like you don't care, we all know you do, Tsunder-chan, Yi jested. Shut it, Gustav voiced out. Everyone began to laugh at this point, making the atmosphere less tense than before. Our first mission will most likely be in a 6 to 7 months' time, so we gonna rot in here. Don't forget your brothers when you're out there, Yi said with a smile. Chapter 464. Yeah, it won't be long before I am back anyways, Gustav responded. At this point, everyone already knew that compared to them, Gustav would only be spending about 2 years in camp and would be undergoing his first mission in a month. They only had the chance of spending lesser than 4 years in camp if they also attained an official rank in the MBO like Gustav, or if the higher-ups deemed them powerful enough. The first was almost impossible without doing extremely well in upcoming missions, so everyone was truly aiming to do their best in their first missions. Gustav, who was having his first mission in a month, was not even feeling tense like many of them were. He wasn't even taking it seriously, to the extent that he still had plans of stowing away during the mission to go check on Boss Danzo in Burning Sand City. Several minutes later, Yi and the rest moved back to their rooms to rest for the night. Gustav thought about ES' suggestion and felt it might not be bad to keep watching Endrik for now. He could always challenge and defeat him before the year runs out, so he doesn't spread his vileness outside the camp, since there was no real supervision in the real world. Even his mission wouldn't be supervised due to the fact that the MBO wanted them to be as real as possible. If a cadet died on their first pseudo-mission, the MBO considered such a cadet useless. Although there were still precautions put in place just in case the mission became higher than the level a cadet could handle. Gustav spent the night strategizing and channeling his bloodline. Right now, he was so strong that he could stay the entire week without taking a wink of sleep, and he would still be energized. Using this, Gustav would spend weeks wide awake, which was one of the reasons for his speedy improvement. The next morning came, and as usual, everyone moved towards the location for the start of the morning routine. During the day's training, Gustav could hear rumors flying around about him once again. This time he was dumbfounded by the new rumors. A cadet who had a bloodline that allowed him to display visualizations showed the scene where Gustav and Vera were within the secluded garden area together. He just happened to have captured the part where Gustav's palm was placed on Vera's chest. And then, after Gustav and Vera were no longer visible in the massive visualization, he displayed the sounds of those other cadets having S*X not too far from their initial position. The entire camp now conceived the idea that Gustav and Vera had sex. Has a beast, did you hear the way she was moaning? Oh my god, I totally want him to do me too. So dirty, they couldn't just find somewhere else to do it. Hey, I thought that Vera was a sweet innocent girl, I guess I was wrong. Many of the cadets had different thoughts after witnessing such a scene. Vera seemed shy, but she didn't want Gustav's name to be soiled, so she tried explaining several times to people who had confronted her. As expected, no one believed her words, even though she mostly emphasized the fact that she was trying to rope Gustav in, but he refused. Gustav later met up with her and asked her not to waste her time trying to prove their innocence, since everyone had made up their mind about it. Some of the instructors later invited Gustav and Vera for a chat with them. They called it a chat, but it was more like an interrogation. So, when are you two ready to confess to your dubious deeds and receive punishment? One of them asked. Gustav and Vera were seated in their midst while the 4 instructors encircled them. There's nothing to confess to, Gustav responded before Vera could say a word. You remember in the rules it stated that sexual intercourse in the public is not allowed. The penalty for being caught is quite grievous, at least try to conduct an investigation before jumping to conclusions. Obviously the clip isn't proof enough since it didn't explicitly display us having sex. You only heard sounds and came to the conclusions that it was us, Gustav retorted without an ounce of fear. Vera was quite shaky the whole time, but seeing Gustav respond to their statements confidently, Her fear was starting to wither. Dashem, fair point. Just as expected of you, Officer Gustav, you never fail to live up to your name, one of the instructors smiled as he spoke. The instructors already saw this but still decided to interrogate them as part of a test to see how they would respond. However, when we do investigation from our end and it is found out that you two truly engaged in such compromising act, there will be severe consequences, one of them announced. You could lose your officer rank if you're found guilty, and you Vera could end up being sent out of camp. It's fine, as long as you guys can find incriminating evidence against us, I'll gladly drop out of the MBO camp. You can leave Vera out of it, Gustav responded before standing to his feet and leaving the interrogation room while pulling Vera along with him. The four instructors stared at each other with contemplative expressions. All right, let's bring forth the one who shared the visuals all around camp, the senior officer in their midst voice out. As they walked back to their residences, Vera kept staring at Gustav occasionally. After doing this several times, she finally decided to reveal what she was thinking of. Aren't you bothered? Vera asked him. Nope, not in the slightest. If the MBO can't even get their facts right, they don't deserve me, Gustav answered confidently. Vera's eyes shimmered as she heard that. Gustav was even looking more attractive to her now. But I will get to the bottom of this. Whoever is responsible for such expensive joke will answer to me, Gustav responded with a cold tone before he resumed walking. Chapter 465. But I will get to the bottom of this. Whoever is responsible for such expensive joke will answer to me, Gustav responded with a cold tone before he resumed walking. Gustav met up with EE, who was waiting not too far away from the location of the place where they were interrogated. It should only take a few minutes, Gustav said to him, and EE nodded in response. Why is he? What are you? Vera was a bit confused as she stared at both of them while voicing out. You can go, Vera. I'll handle things from here, Gustav instructed. Alright, Vera complied and started walking away while Gustav and EE moved to the side to wait behind a tree. Both of them waited for several minutes before a male cadet wearing glasses with a buzz cut walked out of the facility ahead. Gustav and EE remained in their positions and watched him walk across the path. After he was hundreds of feet away from the tree, they started following him from behind. Gustav and EE tailed the youngster until they arrived at a particular part of the camp that was slightly secluded. Gremlin, how about we have a little chat? Gustav voiced out from behind, causing the youngster to halt his steps. The moment he heard Gustav's voice, he turned around with a wary expression written on his face. Before he could even say a word, Gustav had already dashed forward as EE conjured a vortex behind Gremlin. THHRKKK. Swoosh. Gustav's body traveled so fast, arriving before Gremlin in almost an instant as he reached out his hand and grabbed Gremlin by the throat before pulling him into the vortex along with himself. Swoove. The vortex closed up the instant EE also jumped inside. They appeared at a high mountain top that was literally poking the clouds. Gustav held Gremlin by the neck while standing on the ledge with his arm outstretched forward. Gremlin was only hanging from the top with Gustav's grip on his neck. Beneath him, there was no solid ground beside the one that was thousands of feet down. All he could see was the fog and the ledge, which he couldn't reach because of Gustav's tight grip on his neck. Let go. Gremlin tried clawing and kicking as he yelled for Gustav to let go of him, but no matter what he did, it was to no avail. This brought him to the realization that he really couldn't do anything against Gustav's strength. EE stood behind Gustav and looked around the massive mountain range. This is quite this scary place. If you didn't bring me here, I probably wouldn't have known that such a place existed, EE voiced out. Yeah, it's a good place to hide a corpse. Good thing only the senior years are permitted to come here and they don't use this place often, Gustav said with a devilish smirk. The MBO camp was like a city, so there were still many places that weren't in use for the time being, and this place happened to fall into that category. It was off limits for the first years as well, but since Gustav was an officer, he could bring anyone he wanted here using his official privilege. Now don't you have something to tell me, Gremlin? Gustav proceeded to ask while staring into Gremlin's eyes. Tell you? What are you talking about? Gremlin asked while stuttering slightly. Don't play dumb with me. You know very well what I'm talking about, Gustav responded with a threatening tone. Gustav was still disappointed at himself for not noticing that someone was spying on him and Vera. Even though he had perception and could sense his surroundings, he was distracted by what they had witnessed that he didn't really pay attention to this guy who happened to have been watching from another spot. Are you talking about the display? I only visualize what I witness, Gremlin voiced out in response. Since you were there, you clearly know that I'm innocent. Who put you up to this? Why did you do it? Gustav asked while stretching his hand even further outwards. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav's right arm lengthened further by 3 feet. Whoosh! The wind blowing across the place further induced Gremlin's fear as his glasses were nearly knocked off his face. Ah! You dare not drop me. You will lose your place as a cadet in the MBO. Haha, you will lose everything, you can't do anything to me. Gremlin screamed out with a shaky voice induced with a little aggressiveness. It was as if he was trying to mask his fear. Inwardly, he hoped Gustav wasn't as crazy as the rumors said. Oh really? Maybe I have to remind you that as it stands I already have a chance of losing everything. Wouldn't it be better to just seal my fate? Gustav smirked as he slowly loosened his grip from Gremlin's neck. Don't let go. Don't let go. Gremlin screamed out in fear as he held onto Gustav's arm to prevent himself from falling. Even if I am cast out, at the very least I get to end you. Even the MBO can't bring a dead person back to life. Also, you aren't even worth the trouble even if they could, Gustav added with a small chuckle. At this point, Gremlin's face had paled severely and kept losing color by the second as he stared at Gustav's demonic expression. He's crazy, he's very crazy. Gremlin had never felt so scared of his peer before. Thinking about Gustav's words, everything made sense, and he didn't seem like he was bluffing. Behind East stood in place watching the scene. He was just there as support, so he didn't butt in. Phew, Gus sure is scary. I really pity his future enemies, said internally. Okay, I'll talk. Gremlin finally decided to compromise after a few more moments. Gustav lengthened arm started returning back to normal size as he pulled Gremlin towards his direction. He placed Gremlin on the side of the ledge and stared at him. I'm listening, Gustav said with a reminding tone. How can you guarantee my safety if I tell you the truth? I don't want to mess with such people, Gremlin said with a scared tone. What are you talking about? Gustav asked with a tone of curiosity. I'm talking about those who put me up to this. I can't reveal their doings without consequences. Can you guarantee my protection? Gremlin voiced out once again. Your protection is already secured within the MBO. Why would you be scared of this group? Asked from behind. Oh yeah, haha, my protection is so secure that you two can bring me out here in the middle of nowhere and end my life. Although you wouldn't go scot-free with such act, that doesn't mean my protection is secure, Gremlin voiced out with a tone of sarcasm. Well, that makes sense, responded with a thoughtful gaze, and Gustav agreed with that statement. What if they were dealing with people who didn't really care about the consequences of their actions like him? Although it was almost impossible since everyone was here with the purpose of becoming an MBO officer. No one would want to throw that opportunity away, logically speaking. But Gustav still felt something was amiss in this whole situation. Tell me what we're dealing with first, Gustav proposed. Can you or can you not guarantee my safety? Gremlin asked once again. Can't. Unless I know what I'm dealing with, Gustav responded. Well then my lips remain sealed, Gremlin said while proceeding to sit on the ground. You're just gonna have to choose which end you prefer. I throw you off the cliff of these people come after you while being under my protection, Gustav threatened once again. Gremlin's shoulders creased up as he heard that. Alright, you win, he voiced out but remained in his seating position. So, like I mentioned, there's this group of cadets who approached me 1 week back with a proposal. That proposal involved framing you, Gremlin began to narrate. They forced me and told me that if I didn't comply they'd erase me from existence and showed proof that they had a way of getting rid of cadets without having to face any consequence. Gremlin had a look of fear on his face as he reached this point. It was quite spooky and believe me, They weren't bluffing, they really do have their ways. He added. Who are these people? Gustav asked. They blindfolded me, so I couldn't see their faces. When I was being shown proof, they made sure to hide their looks as well. I don't know how they coordinated such an operation without any of the instructors noticing anything, even though the camp is supposed to be well supervised. This made Gremlin even more scared as he thought about this. His ability to display visuals of what he had witnessed couldn't help him at this point, because not only did the group manage to hide their identity, they also took him to somewhere where he couldn't visualize anything. All this was planned. The sex and you meeting in that position with your girlfriend, Gremlin continued narrating. She's not his girlfriend, chipped in from behind. All right. Gremlin responded and continued after a brief moment of stopping. They also asked me to broadcast it that way all across camp, he added. I see. Now I want you to broadcast the rest, which involved I and Vera leaving the place. I want you to show everyone the truth. Those who were involved in the act should also be revealed, as well as the rest of the visuals, Gustav instructed. I can't do that, Gremlin replied. Why? Gustav raised one eyebrow up as he asked. Because I didn't see the real people involved in the scandalous act. I was only allowed to see you and Vera, Gremlin explained. They really took precautions. This means you can only show me and Vera, but the main culprits will not be revealed, Gustav muttered, and Gremlin nodded in response. I want to know who these people are. And you will help me expose them, Gustav said. Will I be protected? Gremlin asked. If you stay around me all through the coming days, you'll be safe. If they had enough strength to deal with me straightforwardly, they wouldn't try to use such tactics, Gustav stated. Now display the rest of the footage about I and Vera. Gustav instructed. Gremlin nodded and proceeded to close his eyes before joining his palms together. Hours later, Gustav was back in his room thinking about what had happened today. It was currently nightfall, and everyone in camp no longer suspected Gustav and Vera of doing anything inappropriate. The question now was, who were the true culprits and why was Gustav framed in the first place? A lot of cadets could guess that it was probably one of those who were jealous and disliked Gustav because of his strength. They felt since this was the MBO, it would only be a matter of time before the main culprits were caught. What they didn't know was even the instructors had no idea who was truly responsible because they couldn't find the footage for that particular area. Gustav was later brought to speed that the footage had been somehow deleted, leaving the true culprits to wander free across the camp without punishment. Gustav was in his room thinking about how the whole issue was complicated. He wanted to meet one of the instructors to talk about the situation with Gremlin and the group, but he was having second thoughts. There's no way a bunch of cadets would be able to pull all these off without an inside backing. Gustav thought. There must be an officer somewhere helping them from behind the scenes. Footage disappearing and them claiming they can do things without suffering consequences. Definitely they have some kind of inside backing. It won't be wise to meet up with an instructor. I can't trust any of them. Chapter 466. They definitely have inside backing. It won't be wise to meet up with an instructor. I can't trust any of them, Gustav said internally as he scanned for the images of instructors internally. He happened to picture Officer Mag in his mind for a few seconds and was already having second thoughts. This was due to the fact that compared to other instructors, Officer Mag seemed detached and was more likely to remain by herself, not engaging in friendly fellowship like other instructors. After a few more seconds of thinking, Gustav decided to brush her off as he recalled another person. There's her too. Commander Cilia. Gustav remembered the main commanding officer in camp who addressed them on their second day of arrival. Gustav recalled that she originally reported to Commander Shen, which means she was put in her current position by the great commanders. Thinking more about it, Gustav figured, there was no way she'd be involved in such a scheme like that, since it would mean the great commanders didn't have good judgment in selecting the head of this place. The only problem now was her appearance was quite scarce. Since the first day, Gustav and the others had only seen her once. It seemed like she was always leaving and coming back to camp due to her position, which made her quite busy. Gustav decided she was the only one he could go meet with the situation, so he decided he was going to head to her office the next day. The night went by in a flash, and the next day arrived. Morning routine with the others was quite disturbing for Gustav because he had to tolerate Gremlin following him about. Gremlin just couldn't stop talking about so many things, his fears mostly, and how he thought every random person close to them performing the morning routine as well seemed suspicious. Gustav couldn't rely on Gremlin's instincts at this point because his fear was controlling his judgment. Good thing Gustav didn't expect anything from him in the first place besides proving that he and Vera didn't commit such acts in the open. After the morning routine ended, Gustav couldn't observe Endrik as usual because he had to go to visit Commander Cilia's office. He checked for the location on his pass and started heading there. He left Gremlin in EE and Eldris' care. Both of them were more than enough to handle any bullshit that those unknown group of students could dish out, so he wasn't worried. Swoosh! Gustav dashed across the camp, heading towards the hall they arrived in on their first day here. This hall, which was the arrival and exit point from the MBO camp, was actually where the commander's office was located. Thinking about it, Gustav understood that the hall was constructed at this location just in case there were intruders. It would be taken care of instantly. Since she was the commander, he had no doubt that she was the strongest existence in camp. Gustav arrived at the vast wasteland that extended upwards and charged through it, reaching the top in a few seconds. He stopped when he noticed the massive white structure in the distance. It was built to look similar to an old cathedral with tower-like roofing and a pointy cross-like tip. However, it was at least 50 times bigger in size as it covered a large portion of this area. Gustav arrived at the entrance and got beeped. In an instant, he brought out his pass. Arriving in, several other cadets could also be seen moving across the place, heading for and also coming out of the 3 massive mirrors standing in the middle of the hall. These 3 mirrors displayed 3 different locations of the outside world, so it was obvious that those going in were heading for missions while those coming out of any of them were back from missions. These were senior cadets. An instructor who was heading out of the hall noticed Gustav. "Officer Gustav, what are you doing here?" he asked with a slightly surprised look. "What? Am I not allowed to be here?" Gustav asked with a slightly irritated expression. "Oh no, that's not what I meant. Your pass grants you the permission here, so you're definitely allowed here, but I hope you know that beyond sightseeing you're not allowed to do anything else," the instructor said with a soft tone. "There's no need to explain anything. I have my reasons for coming here anyways." "Thank you," Gustav responded before proceeding to move along. The instructor stared at Gustav's back as he walked away with a slightly disturbed expression before he continued on his way. Gustav moved towards the southwest area, where there was a corridor that led towards a small stairway. Following this, Gustav arrived at the top of the stairway, where a door was positioned. According to his pass, this was the office of Commander Cilia. Gustav was about to knock on it when it opened up. Officer Crimson, a feminine voice rang out as Gustav stopped his hand in front of the slim lady who spoke. She was dressed in an orange uniform similar to that of Gradia Xanatus and had a small oval-shaped face with brown hair packed towards the back with a ponytail. "Commander Cilia," Gustav voiced out as his hand descended. "I'm here to see you," he added. Commander Cilia had a slightly confused expression as she heard that before responding. "I still have a few minutes to spare, let's go in," she said before turning around. Gustav followed her in. Moments later, Gustav was narrating what had gone down recently within Commander Cilia's office. In a minute, he had given a quick breakdown of the whole situation. "Such a thing went down and I wasn't informed." Commander Cilia was surprised by the revelation. "I haven't met anyone about the group. I don't trust any instructor," Gustav explained. "Oh. I see. Why?" she asked. "Such a group can't delete a footage without the help of someone on the inside. They are being assisted by an officer," Gustav voiced out his speculation. That makes sense. Commander Cilia already felt this was Gustav's reason, but she wanted to make confirmation. She proceeded to touch the side of her forehead while closing her eyes. "Mag, I need you in my office ASAP," she voiced out. Mag. The image of a short female instructor phased into his mind as he heard Commander Cilia call out this name. "I need to uncover these bastards before they cause any real damage." They failed this time because I was the one targeted. If it was a weaker and more gullible cadet, they'd probably have their way with the backing they have. That would mean that you, Commander Cilia, are not capable enough to protect the cadets here, Gustav stated. Relax, Gustav, she said with a smile. Everything will be taken care of, she added just before a weird sound was heard. ZH. The door opened up, and Instructor Mag walked in. Her short frame looked the opposite of menacing, but her glare was something else. Did you just say Big Sis was incapable? She voiced out as she moved towards Gustav. If she isn't able to protect the cadets even from themselves, then yes. Wait, did you just say Big Sis? Gustav voiced out the last part with a look of surprise. He stared at both of them repeatedly, trying to make comparisons. Oh, I see it now. Gustav said internally as he noticed their similar head shape and eye structure. These two were the type of siblings that you wouldn't know were related to each other unless you looked hard enough. She's more capable than anyone in this place, Officer Mag said with a cold glare. I will only believe that after I see the group exposed, Gustav responded with an unbothered expression. It's all right, you two. Commander Cilia stopped them before they could go any further with their words. Mag, I have an important business to attend to at the moment, so I won't be able to deal with the current issue at hand, and this is why I have called you here, she added before calling out to Officer Mag. Come over. Officer Mag did as instructed and walked over. Commander Cilia placed her index finger on Officer Mag's forehead. June. The instant she withdrew her hand, Officer Mag had been brought up to speed about the whole situation. Mag, I'm entrusting this assignment to you since I'll be away. I want you both to work together to expose the cadets and officer behind them, Commander Cilia said before standing to her feet. I'm 5 minutes late already. I have to go, she said while walking towards the door. You both can use this office as a secure meeting place. I'll ask the secretary to let you both have access at any time, she added before leaving. Gustav and Officer Mag were left together inside the office. HMPH. Let's go meet this gremlin first. I have some questions for him, Officer Mag decided before pulling Gustav along with her. The moment they arrived outside the hall, she grabbed hold of Gustav, and the gravitational force around them suddenly turned weird. Fui-wee-hi. Officer Mag shot into the air with Gustav in her grasp, traveling across the camp with speed. So she could fly. Gustav was quite surprised at this revelation. Officer Mag's bloodline gave her the ability to manipulate gravitational force, and she had trained it to the point that she could use it to fly. They arrived at the area that led to the special class residence, and she dropped there with Gustav. I'll wait here, go fetch him, she said while finding somewhere to sit. Gustav dashed towards his residence building and arrived there in a few seconds. As he headed up, he happened to meet Eldris in the corridor heading towards the teleportation elevator with a wary expression. What's wrong? The moment Gustav laid his eyes on him, he figured that something was out of place. Gremlin has gone missing, Eldris answered instantly. What? How? Gustav voiced out with an expression of disbelief. He left. On his own, Eldris responded as they stood in front of the circular blue light. He said he wanted to see the scenery of the corridor area, and I told him not to leave till I found Timmy to stay with him because I was busy with something inside. It was only a span of 10 minutes when I stopped sensing their presence. I came out here, they were both gone. I asked them not to leave the building, Eldris explained. If Timmy was with him, then we can assume that a special class is a part of that group, and they must have been waiting for the opportunity to see Gremlin with a weaker special class cadet. Gustav voiced out. They didn't expect that a special class cadet would be a part of the unknown group. At this moment, EE happened to be coming from somewhere. He went out for a brief period earlier, which was why he wasn't in the vicinity when it happened. Eldris explained the situation to him as well. I can find him, but I need you to be ready to transport us there the instant I do, Gustav said as he activated God Eyes. His eyes glowed scarlet and green with a hint of gold before he closed them. Life signs tracking activated. Gremlin's life sign appeared in Gustav's mind as his dark visual changed. He found himself in a kind of canyon staring at a group of people with weird dark marks that surrounded him. His vision would occasionally tilt from side to side as it seemed that Gremlin was being beaten up. As his vision focused on the ground, Gustav could see blood, and he quickly used that opportunity to look around. "Let's go, I found the place," Gustav shouted out as he deactivated life signs tracking. Chapter 467. This area was in between two tall mountains' walls, leaving a long dark path at the bottom with flowing water. At the moment, they were on the left side beside the flowing water. This area was pretty dark. "Let's go. I found the place," Gustav shouted out as he deactivated life signs tracking. This place on the map, Gustav pointed at another place in the camp that was restricted to first years. "The Devil Canyon." EE instantly recognized it and clasped both hands together before separating them. Thrick. A vortex was instantly formed in front of them, and they all jumped in. In a particular part of the camp where the clouds were always dark, and clouds hung over two massive greenish-looking mountains, there was a pathway of murky green stream flowing in between both mountains that extended very far due to the size of both mountains. Lightning bolts occasionally appeared in the sky, and 1 in every 10 bolts would land in between both mountains, electrocuting the stream. The senior cadets knew very well why this place was called the Devil Canyon. They would come training in this place, and there was a chance that they'd get struck by lightning if they could not react in time. Asides from that, occasional weird weather occurrence where a crazy tornado could just appear out of nowhere and sweep everything in the vicinity away. This was yet another place within the camp that was restricted to the first-year cadets. Originally, places that were restricted to first-year cadets would be barricaded with invisible fences that would only stop them from going in but would allow senior cadets so long as they had their passes. Gustav had brought EE to almost everywhere restricted because, with his authority, he could bring anyone with him. EE would not have been able to open a vortex to this location and appear there with Eildris if not for Gustav's presence in their midst. At the left side of the canyon towards the middle, a group of 4 masked cadets surrounded a cadet putting on glasses and having a buzz cut. Bang! 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 They occasionally landed hits on him, causing the glasses to fall off his face while he bled. Blood oozed down his nose and face as he fell face flat after receiving some brutal hits. 2 of the cadets would move towards him and pick him up again to receive another round of beating. "Did you think you could go scot-free with the stunt you pulled?" One of them shouted out before shooting out a whitish beam from his hand. Bam! Gremlin's chest caved in as he was sent blasting backward after the beam made contact with his chest. Bang! He slammed into the side of the mountain, causing a small vibration to occur. 2 of the masked cadets moved towards him again to pick him up and brought him back to his initial position, ignoring the blood oozing from his mouth and his exposed chest. "TWOTS," as Gremlin coughed out blood, he voiced out. "You thought we couldn't do anything to you so long as you were with Gustav Crimson, right?" The other one on the left voiced out as she walked forward. From her stature and voice, it was obvious that it was a female. "I'll tell you now that we have someone better than Gustav Crimson on our side, so you were never safe from the start," she voiced out as a weird red circle appeared around her right arm. "Such foolish action will lead to your demise," she voiced out as more red circles began to appear behind her. Twoohee, twoohee, twoohee. As the circles fired up, ready to shoot, the entire vicinity began to vibrate due to the force. "I guess this is the end," Gremlin said internally as he accepted his fate and prepared to be skewered. "You will die here today for going against us, and even Gustav cannot save you." Just as she shouted out, ready to fire, a purplish vortex appeared from above. "Are you sure about that?" A familiar masculine voice filled with such power and confidence was heard from within the vortex. Even before the owner of the voice appeared, all 4 masked cadets already knew who it was. Gustav Crimson. They all voiced out in shocked tones just as Gustav and EE, along with Eildris, landed on the ground behind them. Thoom. The female cadet who was about to fire earlier shot out the energy by mistake due to shock after seeing Gustav. Several red beams traveled forward with intensity towards Gremlin, who was still in a kneeling position. Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash, swoosh. Before anyone could even react, Gustav had already swooped forward at a speed that made everyone around him look like they weren't moving. The beams that were traveling at very high speed were now similar to kids running from Gustav's point of view. Gustav arrived in front of Gremlin before the beams could, But there wasn't enough time to get him out of the way, so he stretched out his palm. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as the beams collided with Gustav's palm, causing the ground to crack apart from the impact. Gasped Tilda. Although it was impossible to see their faces through the mask, it was obvious that the 4 cadets had their mouths open after witnessing what had just happened. Gustav was standing in place with his hand stretched out, and parts of his uniform had holes on them due to some of the beams slamming into his body. However, even with all this, there was not a single scratch to be found on his body. He didn't move an inch backward, neither was there any blood. He just stood there like a solid rock. Even the mountain on the side would take damage at the point of such powerful impact. Gustav, Gremlin had teary eyes as he noticed Gustav standing in front of him. "Are you okay?" Gustav said as he slowly lowered his arm. Smoke was still erupting from his palm and other affected body parts, but he remained unscathed. "I'm fine," Gremlin said before coughing out more blood. Gustav turned around and picked him up by the collar with one hand before flinging him like a weightless sack towards Eildris, and caught him and dropped him in their midst. "Keep him safe, I don't want to be disturbed," Gustav said to both of them as he ripped his uniform apart, displaying his well-chiseled and moderately ripped upper half. "It's been some time since I fought like this. You lots have truly angered me," Gustav voiced out, causing the 4 cadets to stare at him with visible fear in their eyes. Chapter 468. It's been some time since I fought like this. You lots have truly angered me, Gustav voiced out, causing the 4 cadets to stare at him with a visible look of fear in their eyes. Fooms Mesture. In one movement, he arrived in front of the masked female cadet that had just shot out the beams with his hand outstretched. Grab. His palm grabbed hold of her neck in the next instant, and before anyone could react, he dashed towards the mountain wall on the side with full force while pushing her forward. Bang! A loud tremor rang out as she collided head-on into the mountainside with a strong force, creating a massive body-sized hole within. Kryyt. Cracks started to spread from the point of impact to other parts of the mountain area. Gustav pulled her body out of the hole. He smashed it on another part of the mountainside, causing a similar effect once again before pulling her out once more. The mechanical mask on her face had already been cracked in half, and blood could be seen dripping down her neck as Gustav held her up. He stared at her face and tried recalling if she looked familiar in any way. One thing he could tell was the fact that she was a normal cadet. The other masked cadets in the vicinity started panicking and calling out to a particular group member. "Hamlet, get us out of here," the other male beating Gremlin up seriously earlier voiced out to the tallest one in their group. A blue glow started gathering around them as the tallest one in their group, called Hamlet, raised his hands up. Gustav noticed this and quickly threw the girl in his hand away before dashing forward again with speed. Even with Gustav's quickness, the bodies of the remaining 3 were already fading away before his arrival. Atomic manipulation has been activated. A long 3 feet milky-colored blade appeared in Gustav's hand, which he threw forward towards Hamlet. The speed coupled with the power of this throw caused the blade to travel forward like lightning. Screeve vive. It passed through Hamlet's left shoulder like a streak, and what came next was a loud scream. "Kiara! My arm!" Hamlet's left arm flew several hundred feet in the air, spiraling repeatedly before landing after Gustav's atomic blade cut through his shoulder. Plop! As it fell to the ground, so did Hamlet, with blood oozing out of where his left hand was formerly located. The 3 of them bodies had returned to a solid state after Hamlet sustained such damage. He kept screaming as he seemed to be in excruciating pain while the other 2 decided to turn heels and run. Nobody leaves. Gustav didn't even have a single shred of remorse on his face after slicing someone's arm off. Instead, he was more concerned with making sure all 4 of them suffered. Although both of them ran in 2 separate directions, Gustav went after the one he reckoned to be the gang leader first. Swoosh! He arrived in front of him in a matter of seconds. The leader of the masked cadets seemed to have expected this and had a circular-shaped device in his hand prepared already. Beep! 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 It happened to be a set bomb, and he had already activated it. It will go off in less than 10 seconds, so you had better stay away if you don't want to be blasted to bits, he voiced out. Are you really going to kill yourself just for this? Gustav asked with a scoff. It's better than what awaits me, the leader of the masked cadets voiced out before putting the device in his uniform through the small opening at the top area. Gustav dashed forward at this point and thrust his palm forward. Bang! His palm directly slammed onto the part where the bomb was sending the cadet flying backward, but Gustav also grabbed hold of the device through the cloth a moment after he struck it with his palm. Rip! Fwaiwi. As the cadet was sent flying, Gustav had managed to rip the bomb device out of his uniform and turn around before throwing it upwards with force. Thwii. It was already in the last seconds, but Gustav's throw allowed it to ascend over 300 feet in the air before a loud blast reverberated across the place. Boo-hoo! Even though it was quite high in the sky, they still felt the pressure below as heavy winds blew everyone's hair backward, making their uniforms flap repeatedly. Gustav dashed forward and grabbed hold of the cadet before lifting him and pulling him along. The other cadet, who had gone in the opposite direction, had paused for an instant after witnessing the massive explosion. Currently, he was out of the canyon and heading down the mountain on the left. Just as he wanted to keep running again, he spotted a body flying in his direction. Bang! The collision knocked him back by over 50 feet. As soon as he spotted Gustav, he headed for him with intensity. The cadet quickly spat out a yellowish shard towards Gustav. As the yellowish shard arrived in front of Gustav, he moved to the side to dodge. Still, it suddenly expanded, becoming like the size of a building in nearly an instant. Bang! It fell on Gustav with its massive weight, causing a cloud of dust to spread across the place. The cadet who had shot out the shard sighed in relief as he turned around to keep running again. He felt that even if the attack couldn't handle Gustav, it would slow him down a little. However, to his surprise, when he turned to look back, he saw the same massive building-like structure flying towards his direction from behind. Gustav had picked it up and thrown it forward. What? No way. It weighs at least 60,000 pounds. He shouldn't be able to throw it so casually. Pfui. Bang. As it landed, the cadet's screams couldn't be heard as his entire body was crushed under the weight of the massive building-like yellow shard. Chapter 469. Gustav turned to the side after noticing that the leader of the masked cadet he threw forward earlier was once again making a run for it. Swoosh! Gustav traveled towards him with speed and dodged several flying darts thrown towards him by the leader. Boom! 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 These darts exploded after reaching a particular distance. However, Gustav was still able to go through them without suffering a single injury. He arrived before the leader with his right arm arched backward, and he threw a jab straight at his face. Bang! Teeth and blood flew out of his mouth as he was sent tumbling back. Gustav dashed forward and swung his leg towards his chest once again. Bang! Bone-cracking sounds rang out this time as the cadet's chest caved in. He felt his ribs and sternum fracturing as his body catapulted through the air before he slammed into the large yellow-colored building-sized shard. His helmet had also cracked open at this point, and his face was smeared with blood as his body sunk in the massive shard. A few seconds later, the shard popped and turned into yellow dust that floated across the place. Both cadets had passed out at this point in time. The body of the one crushed underneath earlier was in a weird position that depicted a lot of his bones were already broken. Gustav was about to head towards them when a loud sound was heard in the sky. A small object could be seen cutting through the sky with speed and descending towards Gustav's position. Sweehi. Bam. So this is where you were at. As the dust cleared, Officer Mag could be seen standing in front of Gustav. It turned out she was the one who was flying through the sky earlier. You okay? She asked Gustav. You should be more worried about them, Gustav said while pointing at the front. She turned around and saw the state of both cadets with their mechanical black masks broken and blood-smeared faces. You sure did a lot of damage, she voiced out. These cadets took Gremlin. They almost killed him. He would have been past tense had I not arrived here as soon as possible, Gustav explained. Officer Mag had a look of understanding. They are first years, so they're not even supposed to be able to access this place. This area is quite far from the residents and really secluded, No officer would be able to notice easily that anything was happening here. She analyzed the whole situation. To her, it seemed like this had been planned perfectly and was almost successful due to whoever was helping this group behind the scenes. I was drawn here by the explosion. Whenever there is a ripple in the gravitational field, as long as it's powerful enough, I'll sense it. The sound of the explosion was not loud enough, Officer Mag said while walking forward. She took the mechanical masks off their faces, completely revealing the looks of two cadets. By the way, how did you even find them so fast? Officer Mag asked. He brought us here with his vortex, Gustav answered. I mean, how did you know that they were in this location in particular? Officer Mag asked with a dumbfounded expression. Just a little thinking and it's easy to figure out. I have been investigating this situation for longer and also checked out these spots beforehand. Remember, I'm an officer, so I'm not restricted to places like this. Anyone with a brain would be able to figure out that they were here, Gustav explained while shrugging his shoulders. So you saying I ain't intelligent, huh? Officer Mag squinted her eyes as she voiced out while turning around to stare at Gustav. Your words, not mine. Gustav played it off with this. Officer Mag was about to say something else when they noticed EE and Eldris coming from up ahead. EE was carrying Gremlin on his shoulder while Eldris was pulling the female cadet and Hamlet along with him. Hamlet had already passed out from losing too much blood, and blood was still oozing out from his left empty shoulder area. They piled up the 4 cadets in a straight line up after removing the masks from the faces of the rest. Rena Shelby, Kurt Bills, Hamlet Kong, Geary Richards. Officer Mag had already checked the database for the identity of these 4. Just as expected, they were all normal cadets. She proceeded to feed them recovery pills so she could question them. We need to know everything about their group. Although I doubt they'll tell us, so using the brain tweak device would be best, but we can't move them to any of the labs in this condition, Officer Mag stated as she waited for their injuries to stabilize a bit. High-grade recovery pills could fix injuries in a matter of seconds, but there were grievous injuries that would take a lot of time to fully heal. Some injuries won't heal until certain medical procedures are put in place. And this mostly depends on the strength of the person who received the damage. If they were stronger, it was possible to have the injuries fixed faster. Whenever Gustav battled, he always put his opponents in such a state that their bodies could not be fully healed even after using high-grade recovery pills. They had to wait for a bit before anyone would regain consciousness. Hamlet was in a bad state due to his left arm that was chopped off entirely. You went all out on them, Eldris chipped in. No, I didn't. They would be dead if I did, Gustav responded. EE and Eldris knew we were not bragging in any way because it was true with the strength Gustav had displayed. After a few more minutes, one of them finally woke, and it was the leader of their group, Kurt Bills. The instant he noticed Officer Mag in front of him, his face paled. Now, you're going to tell me everything about your little group. Who are your other subordinates and who's the officer backing you guys? Officer Mag went straight to point. Chapter 470. *****. What's the point of asking such questions when you know I won't say a thing? Kurt responded with a weak look. Why did you fools try to frame me? Gustav asked. Haha, isn't that obvious? We want to bring you down so you lose your officer title. Did you forget that you have so many enemies on camp? Kurt laughed weakly as he stated. I pretty much figured this was the case. But I can tell there's a motive behind this little scheme of yours, and I'm pretty sure you didn't plan it. Neither are you the leader, Gustav said while squatting in front of him. I truly am not the leader. Our leader is more powerful than you are, Gustav Crimson, and he will defeat you one day, Kurt voiced out. I don't care about someone who can't come out and face me head on. What is the motive behind this bullshit, and who are your other subordinates? Gustav asked with a cold look as his eyes glowed a crimson color, and fangs grew out of his mouth. Haha, you think I'm scared? It's already the end of the road for us. You can't do nothing, Kurt voiced out as he started coughing out black blood. What's wrong with him? There shouldn't be any more bleeding. EE voiced out from behind. Officer Mag and Gustav were also dumbfounded. Cough, cough, cough. The others who were also unconscious began to cough as black blood trickled out the sides of their mouths. Kaoe. 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 Everyone was dumbfounded as they saw the 4 cadets' skins bloat up. The outline of some weird worm-looking things began to appear underneath their skins, crawling from place to place across their bodies. It appeared on their arms, legs, face, neck, and every visible part of their bodies, making the 4 cadets look grotesque. "What's happening to them?" Gustav asked with a dumbfounded expression. Officer Mag's eyes widened as she quickly grabbed hold of Gustav's hand and turned around. Surrounding all 5 of them in a bubble of gravitational force, she flew forward with Gustav, Gremlin, and Eldris. Fushusha. The body of the 4 who were left on the ground bloated to the limit, and what came next was an immense explosion. Boom. Crumble. 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 The explosion was so large that 1/4 of the mountain was blasted apart. The huge mountain on the left had now been reduced in size. This explosion had now alerted some other officers, and they started heading towards this location with speed. Officer Mag landed on the other mountain by the side with Gustav and the rest. What in the hell was that? Was the first to voice out as he stared in the direction of the other mountain, which still had massive chunks of rocks rolling down its side. "Looks like whoever is controlling this whole circus was more cautious than we expected," Officer Mag responded with creased eyebrows. "Leave the rest to me, kids. I don't think they'll be coming after any cadet anytime soon. This stunt they just pulled will put every officer on the alert and they won't be able to make any move on you 4, she added. "Oh, I'm hoping they make a move on me all right." Gustav wasn't in any way satisfied with the present state of things. "I senti it bad that they won't make any move. Won't this make it harder for them to be caught?" Eldris voiced out from the side. "No. I already have a lead, I'll catch the officer pulling strings from the shadows in a few days," Officer Mag responded. I'll still keep my eyes peeled in the meantime. The moment I notice anything strange I'm taking action," Gustav responded before jumping off the mountain. Eldris and followed after him. Gremlin had woken up at this time and wanted to go with them, but Officer Mag stopped him. "You're coming with me," she voiced out before flying away with him, not giving him any chance to retort. Officer Mag decided to go inspect the location of the explosion once again for any clues as other officers began to troop towards the location. 30 minutes later, Gustav, Eldris, and Timmy were on the corridor leading to their rooms discussing. Timmy explained how he was out here earlier with Gremlin when a strange force suddenly knocked him aside. The force held him there tightly, and he could hear Gremlin screaming in the background. He activated his bloodline and tried freeing himself from the hold, and just when he did, he found himself in another location. He figured he was teleported against his will. By the time he got back here, Gremlin was gone. He had tried looking for and Eldris to give them the news so they could look for Gremlin, but they were nowhere to be found. He had also been searching for Gremlin during the last hour and had to come back here to check for Eldris and again when he met all 3 of them in the corridor. He was relieved to hear that Gremlin was okay, but he was really shocked after hearing about the whole situation. He never thought such a thing would happen within the camp. It was inevitable that the news about the deaths of 4 cadets would spread across the camp. This was also something the officer pulling the strings from behind would want to happen. "So what happens now?" Eldris asked. "I already have a theory about this whole thing. Once I've concluded on my investigations, I'll take action," Gustav said with a deep stare before moving towards his room. Gustav spent the rest of the day channeling his bloodline and planning his move. "I sensed a familiar energy when that explosion was about to occur," the system suddenly voiced out internally as Gustav was seated in his personal channeling room. So did I," Gustav responded. "So, do you think it's him?" the system asked. Chapter 471. He's the only one that comes to mind. "They also said he was gonna defeat me one day." Such an awfully familiar line, don't you think? Gustav chuckled at this point. "And I thought for a second that he was changing. I guess I was wrong. There is no redemption for him," Gustav added. "Why don't you keep watching him in the meantime? His punishment is gonna end in a week anyways, the system proposed. I've issued the death battle. It's going to take place a week before I leave for my mission as long as he accepts, Gustav said with an expressionless tone. You do know that killing him doesn't change the fact that there's still someone out there controlling a group of cadets for nefarious purposes and can end their life in an instant if they please, the system stated. That's none of my concern. Let the instructors handle that themselves. Endrik is more of a danger than all of the group members combined. Ending him is the main goal for me right now, Gustav responded. You're not thinking clearly about this whole situation. For this to happen means that whoever is behind the scenes is also after you. Endrik gone doesn't mean that person is gone. They can come for you again in the future. A hidden enemy is more dangerous than a known enemy, no matter how powerful a known enemy is. If they are out in the open, you know what steps to take to neutralize them if you do your research. The same thing cannot be said about an enemy you know nothing about, the system explained lengthily. I'm not leaving someone as dangerous as Endrik around while I'm away. I will end him this time, and whoever this hidden enemy is, I'll deal with them. Now enough of this discussion, I need to continue channeling my bloodlines. Gustav ended his statements and closed his eyes once again. You're so dumb, don't you know you could use Endrik to uncover the rest of them? The system voiced out before keeping quiet since Gustav ignored her last sentence and continued channeling his bloodlines. As the days went by, Gustav stopped watching Endrik. Instead, he focused on keeping his eyes on suspicious students, so in a kind of way, he was helping Officer Mag keep an eye out for students that may be in the said group while also visiting the dungeon. Officer Mag kept him up to speed on the situation with the officer, and she mentioned that she was close to catching the culprit, and by the end of the week, she would have. On this particular day, he visited the dungeon once again with the intention of going below level 16 today. The cadets were having a display of powerful attacks in the coming week, so Gustav wanted to train well enough because he had decided to use that to take over the first position from Elevra. Currently, on the ranking, he was second place, but it would seem the rankings boards hadn't decided he was the strongest yet based on not seeing him perform any feats stronger than what Elevra had displayed. He decided that if this still didn't work, then he would have to duel with Elevra. This was something he was interested in, and so was she, but both of them were worried about going all out and inflicting incurable damage on the other. Gustav believed that if he went all out, Elevra might get killed, and with her level of strength, he couldn't be pulling punches, or he'd lose. Elevra was also worried about the same thing, but if it came down to it, Gustav didn't mind. He was interested in having the first spot before he left for his first mission. Endrik kept going to meet Officer Mag in his free time as expected, and since this was the last week, he was feeling weird as he moved towards the simulation room today. What is wrong with me? Am I actually feeling weird because my training with this woman will end this week? Endrik didn't understand what was going on with him. He entered the simulation room and memories of the last 3 months played out in his mind. Urgurge. Let me go, you cruel woman. Endrik groaned and shouted out in pain as Officer Mag sat on his back while reading a small book. Endrik was being held down by a strong gravitational force that kept increasing the more he struggled. At this point, his bones were starting to make creaking sounds due to his stubbornness. Just give in, you can't do anything about it, Officer Mag mumbled with an unbothered voice but didn't take her eyes off the book in her hand for a second. Never. Urgurge. Let me go, you witch. Endrik was still as stubborn as ever and kept struggling to free himself, even to the point of trying to use his will against Officer Mag. Your will is nothing within my gravitational field, just give it up. Stop being stubborn, you motherless prick, Officer Mag voiced out again. I have a mother. Arg. You're a witch. You're cruel. You're vile. Arg. Let me go. Endrik kept shouting out, and the gravitational force kept increasing. Now I doubt that, Officer Mag voiced out before she continued reading her book. Their mother must have been one crooked woman who lacked the skills of proper home training, Officer Mag said internally while shaking her head in pity. Urgurge. Endrik kept struggling for over 30 minutes. As time passed, his struggling screams slowly turned into painful screams and then pleading ones. At this point, nearly every bone in his body had been broken. The ground underneath had been cracked due to the force of his body pressing against it. Officer Mag sitting on his back didn't help the situation one bit. Please. I apologize. I'm sorry. Make it stop. Arg. He screamed out again as another bone in his body made loud popping sounds. He had never felt such excruciating pain in his lifetime. Remembering Gustav's last beating, he felt that didn't compare to having every bone in the body under torture. Are you truly sorry or you just want the pain to stop? Officer Mag asked as she closed her book. Chapter 472. Are you truly sorry or you just want the pain to stop? Officer Mag asked as she closed her book. I am sorry. I apologize, Endrik pleaded. I will let you off the hook for now, Officer Mag said before standing to her feet as she deactivated the gravitational force pressing down on Endrik. Endrik moaned in relief after this action, and Officer Mag proceeded to give him a recovery pill. He slowly healed up, and when he was strong enough, he picked himself up with a look of embarrassment. You wicked bitch, how could you do that to me? He voiced out towards Officer Mag again. I'm leaving, he voiced out and turned to the side to start heading towards the entrance. However, just after taking a few steps forward, he felt immense pressure from above. This time he seemed to be ready as he quickly raised his hands and created a telekinetic wall above himself with his will. Bang! It sounded like two strong forces had collided as Endrik's knees caved the instant the gravitational force pressed down on his telekinetic wall. He groaned loudly as his knees began to lower even more while he used every ounce of energy he could muster to hold back the gravitational force. Officer Mag slowly turned from her sitting position with the book still in her hand. She didn't look like she was even trying at all, while Endrik currently looked like he was trying to pass a shit as his hands were still raised up and his knees kept buckling. You really think you're something special, don't you? Officer Mag voiced out as she closed her book. The instant the book made the slapping sound after closing, the gravitational force suddenly increased with so much intensity that Endrik's kneecaps made snapping sounds as he fell face down while screaming in pain. Bang! The instantaneous increase of the gravitational force slammed into his entire body as the telekinetic wall he created up was destroyed. Blood splattered across the place as Endrik's body made a small hole in the ground, and he passed out instantly. Oh, looks like I used too much power, Officer Mag said with a contemplative tone as she retracted her gravitational force. She moved over to check on Endrik's vitals and sighed in relief after seeing that he was still alive. She fed him recovery pills once again and waited for him to regain consciousness. After a few more minutes, Endrik woke up again and tried to leave once more but was swatted towards the ground and crushed like a bug under the weight of Officer Mag's gravitational force. Understand that you're nothing special. There are many others better than you are. I could end you with ease if I wanted to, Officer Mag kept saying as she inflicted pain on Endrik every time he tried leaving. Hours later, Endrik had run out of energy and stared at Officer Mag like she was a beast. You want more? I could keep going for weeks since you seem to love pain, Officer Mag voiced out as she stared at Endrik, who was seated on the floor with a defeated look. Endrik sat there and didn't respond as he kept staring downwards. That's what I thought, Officer Mag said as she stood up from her seating position and moved towards Endrik. Now we will begin your training. You're not to leave this place for the next 1 week, Officer Mag voiced out next. 1 week. Endrik blurted out with a tone of disapproval. You have a problem with that? She asked with a glare. No. But what of the other trainings? He asked gently after seeing her glare. You can forget about all those for now. No instructor wants you in their training anyways, she said as she turned around. Dang it. I won't be able to communicate with anyone. Endrik gritted his teeth with a look of annoyance as this thought came to mind. Your first task. Get on your knees and create a barrier around yourself using your will. I will attack it every 10 minutes using a small portion of my strength. If it gets destroyed in one hit, I'll crush you with my gravitational force again and heal you afterwards. Get ready to be in a lot of pain, Mr. Special, Officer Mag said before taking her to sit somewhere in the simulation room again. That's so easy, Endrik scoffed as he proceeded to do as he was told. He created a circular telekinetic barrier around himself and waited for the attack. Officer Mag continued reading her book as Endrik sat in place. 10 minutes passed, and yet Officer Mag didn't attack. 20 minutes tilde 30 minutes tilde 50 minutes tilde 1 hour tilde hey, I'm still here waiting. Endrik was starting to get impatient and shouted out. His energy was being depleted as he kept the telekinetic force, and he was tired of staying in the same position. Officer Mag ignored his exclamations and kept reading. In a blink of an eye, another hour went by, and Endrik was already pissed at the moment. He glared daggers at Officer Mag, who still kept ignoring him. Just when he felt this might all be some kind of hoax, Officer Mag suddenly threw her book forward with immense force. Swee! It cut through the air like a blade as it traveled forward like a spiraling streak. Bang! It broke through Endrik's protective barrier with ease and slammed into his face. Fwhy! The impact sent Endrik tumbling backward as he slid across the floor. He laid in that position for a while with a defeated expression as his face turned red. Hey, that was unfair. You said you were going to attack in 10 minutes and now it's over 2 hours. He suddenly jumped up with a look of annoyance as he voiced out. Shut up. You had one task and you failed, she voiced out, cutting him short. Pfui. Bang. Immense gravitational force descended from above, smashing Endrik to the floor once again. He screamed out in pain and pleaded, but it all fell on deaf ears. Chapter 473. After torturing him for about 20 minutes with her gravitational force, Officer Mag deactivated it and fed him recovery pills again. They went at it again when Endrik regained consciousness. He decided not to go against Officer Mag this time in fear of being punished. However, once again, Officer Mag did not stick to the time she mentioned, and he started getting angry and impatient. The next attack broke through his barrier again, and Officer Mag crushed him once more with her gravitational force. This continued for about 3 days, and Endrik kept failing to prevent the attacks from getting through even though they were quite weak. Bang! Once again, Officer Mag got him, and this time she decided to speak. You use the power of will, but not only do you lack patience, but you're also hot-headed. People with such abilities are always calm because the power of will works with mental capacity mostly bordering on focus. You are so quick to get angered and also impatient, which is why your telekinesis will never reach the full potential of its strength. It's easy to defeat you if your opponent understands your character even though they are weaker. They can prey on your immature personality and use it against you. The calmer you are, the more focused you'll be, which will strengthen your will. It's good for any fighter to know this, and you need to practice on that even more, Officer Mag voiced out lengthily, causing Endrik to show an expression of reflection. Officer Mag stared at him with one eyebrow raised before turning around. This is also why your brother will always be better than you, because during battle he knows to be calm in every situation and he doesn't even have the power of will. As this statement was voiced out, Endrik suddenly raised his head up with a look of rage in his eyes. Shoom. His eyes turned completely light blue in color as the wind started circulating around him, blowing his curly hair backward. He is not better than me, Endrik voiced out with a loud tone of rage. Officer Mag turned around to look at him. Oh, did I touch a nerve? See how you're so easily triggered, she voiced out. The instant Endrik heard that, his face froze as his eyes slowly started to return to normal, and he sat back down. Now that's more like it. I understand that rage and desire also fuels will, but you'll always be on the losing end if you're not the one in control, so learn to stay calm in every situation, she said while turning around to keep moving towards her seating position again. Time out, she said after sitting. Why exactly do you get triggered by your brother? Why do you dislike your brother so much? She asked. Because he's trash. And he will always be trash, Endrik voiced out with a spiteful look as he gnashed his teeth. Officer Mag stared at him with a look of intent. Sorry, he said as he calmed himself. It's alright, you're learning. Officer Mag let him off the hook this time. But we both know he's not trash, so why would you call him that? In fact, he's one of the powerful, if not most powerful, first-year cadet, Officer Mag said as she recalled everything she knew about Gustav and even the time he purposely faked his test scores, which she was very well aware of. He's not. He didn't used to be. I am better. I was better. Endrik had a conflicted look on his face as he stuttered while speaking. Yes, we all know the story of how he went through a phase and his bloodline underwent a late evolution, Officer Mag responded. So give me a solid reason why you dislike him to the point of hate, Officer Mag requested. That's because he is stealing my spotlight. I should be the one getting praise from everyone. I should be the one getting fawned upon by these lesser mixed bloods. He used to be so weak he would hide under my shelter, and now. Endrik had to stop at this point because he realized he was already breathing in and out profusely. Silence. Officer Mag stared at him for seconds without saying a single word with a look of pity. Endrik didn't understand why she was staring at him like that, but he didn't know what to say. Everything you mentioned so far, none of them are solid, Officer Mag finally broke the silence. Endrik was about to retort, but she cut him off before he could. Maybe you missed the part where he bullied you, or you two fought a few times and he inflicted injuries on you in your younger years. Did you also miss the part where he treated you like a pile of dung? Where he insulted you or forced you to do something against your will? Officer Mag stated. Endrik's mouth opened up like he wanted to say something but couldn't find any words. That's what I thought, she added while shaking her head. Their mother must have been one demented psycho to raise a child this way. It won't be easy to change his mode of reasoning, Officer Mag thought internally. Now let's continue. Remember to be calm this time, she voiced out before giving Endrik some time to prepare his barrier. This time she waited for about 5 hours before implementing an attack, and this time Endrik was able to prevent it from phasing through. They did it several times more before she moved on to a new type of training for him. When their full 1-week isolated training ended, Endrik was already starting to act a little different. She instructed him to proceed towards this place the instant he had free time after training, and from then, their training continued. Officer Mag completely tamed Endrik in the past 3 months, making him turn completely meek in her presence. Whenever he misbehaved, she always knew just what to do to him, and occasionally, they would have talked about him and Gustav. Without knowing, he was slowly starting to relinquish the hate he had for Gustav within. Endrik's mind returned back to the present as he noticed Officer Mag's appearance within the simulation room. Mr. Special, shall we? She said while inviting him towards one part of the simulation room. Why are you still calling me that? Chapter 474. Mr. Special, shall we? She said while inviting him towards one part of the simulation room. Why are you still calling me that? Endrik asked with a slightly disturbed look. Oh, did you forget claiming that you were special? Officer Mag responded with a dismissive stare. Yeah, stop that, it sounds kinda obnoxious and cocky, Endrik responded with a repressed gaze. Are you sure? Officer Mag asked. Can we just carry on with today's training please? Endrik proposed. All right. Might I remind you, this torture ends for you this week just as it also ends for me. After this we can both go back to our normal livelihood within the MBO, Officer Mag announced. Oh. Yeah, a wry smile appeared on Endrik's face as Officer Mag made the announcement. Now first off we'll check the current stage of your will, Officer Mag said while moving towards Endrik with a small device in her hand. Moving it close to Endrik, she activated it and checked what she intended to. Gustav, at the moment, was currently dealing with a group of mixed breeds within the 16th level of the dungeon. A group of 2-headed lizard men mixed breeds who breathed fire with one head and ice in the other enclosed Gustav on all sides within this underground-looking passageway that neither had an exit or an entrance. Jumping up in the air and spinning several times, Gustav landed in between 2 of these creatures and stabbed out fiercely with both palms. Poochie, the tip of his fingers coated in milky-colored energy pierced through the left and right neck of both 2-headed lizard men simultaneously. As green blood oozed down his fingertips, the creatures still seemed to be alive, although one of their heads had gone offline due to Gustav's stabbing. Joom. 2 pillars of fire and ice were being shot towards his location at the same time. Gustav quickly turned to the side and grabbed hold of the one on the left, putting it in front of himself. Bang! The creature was instantly burned and froze to death. Half of its body was shaped into an ice crystal as it stood in place, while the other half was roasted to ash. Gustav proceeded to grab hold of the next one by the tail and ran forward while swinging it around. Bang! 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 As the lizardmen's bodies were smashed into each other, blood was sent, spilling everywhere. Gustav made sure to dodge the rest of the fire and ice being shot out from different spots. The temperature of the place had been messed up at this point. It was both a mixture of hot and cold, but Gustav remained unaffected as he massacred the creatures one after the other. After a few more minutes, the battle ended, and all that could be seen were the scattered bodies all around the place of the lizard men. About 30 of them had attacked him all at once, and now all 30 of them had become past tense. All without a single body part completely intact. SSSS. An opening appeared on the northeast side of the massive tunnelway, and this opening had stairs that led further down. Now it's time to challenge the 17th level, Gustav muttered as he walked towards that part of the dungeon. Hours went by, and it was finally time to leave the dungeon since he still had to attend one more training session for the day. At the moment, Gustav was currently soaked in blood that included both his and the creatures he had been fighting. Looks like 24 is my limit for now, Gustav said as he fell to the ground, laying beside the massive body of a creature that covered up to 400 feet of space. This creature had a massive hole in its body where the ground could be seen from it. It had already lost its life earlier, along with 3 more that looked similar to it scattered across the place. He still hasn't tried using the mixture of the energy from the border and the energy from the crystal he found within the mountain because he was afraid he would alert the instructors after usage. However, he had pretty much used every single ability in his arsenal to get to this level. I should be able to defeat that creature now. Gustav remembered the serpentine mixed breed within the border. He remembered just how much he had been awed that such a powerful creature existed, and he couldn't imagine how long it'd take to reach the level where he could defeat it. It had been up to 6 months since his last encounter with it, and then he could only use Yaki to bring it under control, but his attacks were still weak that they could barely cause any damage to it. He had already decided that he would find time to visit the neighborhood area after he got out of here for his first mission. Gustav stood to his feet after resting for a few seconds and dashed across the place, stabbing his hand into different parts of the creature's body. He took several internal organs of these creatures and kept them within his storage device. Mara still needs these for her project, Gustav muttered. According to Mara, she was working on a project where she needed organs of strong mixed breeds along with a lot of other ingredients. Gustav had to share his pass points with her because she ended up finishing hers while getting the ingredients needed for her experiment. Working on personal projects meant lesser free resources, which meant a cadet in the scientific field would have to use their points to purchase items they needed. Mara did this and ended up using hers completely and still couldn't purchase everything she needed. She was quite the science freak and kept persuading Gustav that once her experiment became a success, he would be the first person to benefit from it. Chapter 475. All this was, she hoped that Gustav would assist her somehow since she was literally running short on funds. Gustav, of course, just laughed it off and told her her explanation wasn't necessary, and she could come to him for assistance at any time. Gustav started heading back towards the surface of the dungeon after taking all the necessitates needed. In 2 days, the officer who was assisting the formerly unknown group of cadets was finally caught by Officer Mag. Word spread around camp about how the instructor who killed the 4 cadets had been caught. This was one of the 3 combat instructors, Officer Kendrick. Everyone was finding it difficult to believe, mostly because he acted kind to the cadets and would even encourage some to come to see him after the training session for personal training, just like the other 2. Officer Cora was the main instructor for the combat training session, so he was asked to come in for questioning. Since Officer Kendrick was his subordinate, he was also seen as a suspect. This made Angie seriously worried because she knew just how much of a nice person Officer Cora was. He had been personally training her for months now and had never given her any reason to suspect him in any way. Gustav made his way to Commander Cilia's office, hours after the news spread across the camp. He already communicated with Officer Mag to meet at the office. Minutes later, they were both in her office discussing. "How did you catch him?" Gustav asked. "How is that any of your business? Is that why you called me here?" Officer Mag said while raising one eyebrow. "Oh, I felt like he hasn't spoken or answered to any of your questions. I'm also guessing the brain-tweaking device doesn't work on him, which means you can't truly figure out the motive behind this situation and the other cadets involved," Gustav stated lengthily. Officer Mag's eyes showed surprise as she heard Gustav list out the situation accurately. "So I was right. Whoever that is truly behind this took a lot of precautions as expected," Gustav said internally after noticing the look on Officer Mag's face. "So?" Officer Mag asked. "Well, I have information, but how did you catch him though?" Gustav asked again. "I set a trap and fell for it," Officer Mag stated before proceeding to narrate how it happened. She allowed a rumor to circulate where it was mentioned that Gremlin already knew the identity of the special class cadet in the unknown group. Doing this, she lured out the group again as they came after Gremlin secretively. This time Officer Mag made sure to keep her attention on the main control room within the MBO camp. There was a technological device called the Oracle. This device made it possible to check out scenarios that had gone down in any location within camp so long as the right coordinates were inputted. They mostly made use of the device when the invisible, flying cams were unable to capture an event that happened in a location due to unavailability or not being in that area. If something serious happened, they would use the Oracle to uncover the truth. However, the situation with Gustav and Vera wasn't found due to someone messing with the Oracle, causing the footage to disappear. Officer Mag had managed to lure out the group and focused on the main control room this time because she could tell that the officer involved would try to hide the activities of the group he sent out by messing with the Oracle again. This was how Officer Mag caught him. No one knew anything about her and Gustav investigating the issue in the first place, so she had been able to execute this well. "So I have a list of names of suspicious cadets. I have spent the last week monitoring everyone's movements and you'll find at least 2 or 3 of these cadets to be culprits as well," Gustav said as he passed on a holographic list to Officer Mag. "When you say all, do you mean the entire first years?" Officer Mag asked with an expression of disbelief. "Yes. All 2,637 of them," Gustav responded. "How?" she asked while scrolling through the list. "Now that's none of your business, is it, Officer Mag?" Gustav said while proceeding to leave the office. "I may be inaccurate about some of them, but I'm sure you'll be able to get a few from that list," Gustav added before leaving the office. Officer Mag was in awe. It was a list of 20 names. She knew Gustav didn't mess around with things as important as this, so she didn't doubt that he had truly spent the entire week inspecting everyone. This kid. What she didn't know was that Gustav had inputted some innocent cadet's name since he didn't want to be 100% accurate with the list. It would be suspicious of everyone on the list was truly a part of that unknown group. How Gustav achieved this was quite simple. All the time he had spent within the camp, he stored a lot of life signs. Gustav had saved the life sign of every single person in camp, the instructors included. Making use of this, Gustav would spy on the cadets and finally uncover the group. As expected, Endrik was part of them, and he happened to be the special class they were referring to. At this point, Gustav understood that the attempt to implicate him and get him to lose his officer title must have been Endrik's plan. Gustav didn't add Endrik's name to the list he handed to Officer Mag because he had decided he was going to handle Endrik himself. "Endrik, this will spell your end. There's no redemption for you." Now that Gustav had found the source of the incident, he had no more mercy left in him. In his room, Endrik stood beside the window staring into space as a variety of thoughts seeped into his mind. "Those idiots, I didn't expect that they would try to frame him behind my back just so they could get to delay him in camp for longer. All because that man wants me to defeat him before he makes a name for himself," Endrik sighed before moving to sit down. "Should I tell him everything?" Chapter 476. "Those idiots, I didn't expect that they would try to frame him behind my back just so they could get to delay him in camp for longer." All because that man wants me to defeat him before he makes a name for himself. Endrik sighed before moving to sit down. Should I tell him everything? Endrik thought hard for a few minutes before shaking it off his mind. No. I can't tell him anything now till I find a way to help her, Endrik decided with a troubled look. 2 days later within a study, a man sporting long brown hair clad in an azure-colored business suit sat down listening to a large male in a black bodysuit and a mask. This man was none other than Hung Jo and his subordinate. So you're telling me that every single one of the first years with the Nanits have been singled out? Hung Jo asked. Every one of them except for Endrik. The huge man responded. How? Could Endrik have betrayed me? Hung Jo wondered out loud. Impossible. What did the others say in their report? Hung proceeded to ask. Sir, I think you're forgetting that Kendrick has been caught, the man in front voiced out. Who cares about that ant? He's very much replaceable. There are still others. I'm more concerned about how they caught up to this, Hung Jo answered with a cold tone. The others in the shadow are also at loss about how this happened. All they could say was the whole situation turned out for the worse from the moment Gustav was targeted, the man explained. Gustav, Hung Jo felt something inside him click the moment he heard Gustav's name being mentioned. Wasn't it mentioned that he met up with the camp commander and also arrived there before they could kill the kid that was taken? Hung Jo asked. According to the eyewitness report of the ones in the shadows, this is accurate, the man responded. That kid definitely has something to do with the uncovering of the cadets we have under our control. Hung Jo's eyes squinted as he pointed this out. Pass the message to Endrik that he has to kill Gustav before he leaves for his first mission. He will be assisted with whatever tools he needs to complete this task, Hung Jo instructed. What if he says no? According to the contract between you two, he doesn't have to obey your commands till after his training in the MBO, the huge man voiced out. He won't. He also despises his brother, Hung Jo answered before reaching out to grab the tea of cup by the side. The man nodded in response and turned around to head out as Hung Jo took a sip from the cup of tea. Refusal is not an option. He'll have to activate the Nanits if he shows any form of hesitation. It was early, around 4 am in camp currently. Within a girly-looking room with pinkish decorations and concert posters, a girl could be seen laying on the bed with her eyes closed. She had silver and pink-colored hair with 2 small horns protruding out of the sides of her forehead. Pant, pant, pant. She kept breathing in and out profusely as she turned from side to side across the bed. Huff. She suddenly sat up as her eyes sprang open with a look of fear visible within. Sweat dabbled down her face, and some were trapped on her brows and forehead. After a few more seconds of breathing in and out, Angie calmed down. She pulled the blanket from her body as she moved to the side of the bed and placed her legs on the floor. Chenji. Angie suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her thighs as her legs made contact with the floor. She grabbed hold of her thighs due to reflex action, and she was wearing green tight-fitted shorts so she could see her thighs as she turned on the light. What's this? She wondered as she saw some black lines similar to the look of veins outlines on the skin displayed on her thighs. After a few more seconds, the pain disappeared along with the black lines, and her thighs returned to normal. Angie stood to her feet and moved around to confirm that her thighs were fine now. She decided to brush it off as she checked the time and sat down back on her bed. Weird dream, Angie recalled the nightmare she had a while ago. Coupling it with what she had just experienced a while back, she kept having this weird feeling of foreboding. I need to check on Gustav. Maybe I should also go for a medical checkup to be sure that everything's alright. Angie decided on how she was going to spend her free time today. Instructor Cora was still being investigated, so he would not be giving her any personal training in the meantime. Angie was going to have a lot of time to spend by herself, so she decided on how she was going to make use of it today. The day went by quite fast with the usual routine, and today was also the day Endrik's training with Officer Mag was going to end. Gustav spent his free time doing personal training while Officer Mag had one last sparring session with Endrik. Endrik had grown quite stronger in the past 3 months as well due to Officer Mag's sessions. His will was now way stronger, and he was starting to notice that he didn't easily get ticked by words anymore. This is the end, kid. You don't have to keep coming here anymore after today, Officer Mag said as their sparring session ended. Endrick mumbled with a slightly dejected expression. What's with that response? Don't tell me you'll miss all the pain I inflicted on you, Officer Mag voiced out as a smirk appeared on her face. Heh? What? Miss you? No way, Endrick quickly denied and turned around to leave. Chapter 477. Officer Mag chuckled as she saw him walk away quickly. Endrick stopped a few feet away from the entrance and spoke. Do you think I should talk to him? I don't even know how to approach him, Endrick said with a low tone. How do you feel about him now? Do you still despise him? Officer Mag asked. I don't think so, but I think he despises me, Endrick responded. Well, unlike him, you actually did some despicable acts to him back in the days, but I'm sure it's nothing you two can't sort out. You should go with the intention of tendering an apology, Officer Mag advised. I'll try, Endrick said before he continued walking forward. Just as he got to the entrance, he paused once again before turning around. Thank you, he said while bowing slightly before turning around to leave through the entrance. Officer Mag nodded slightly in response before walking towards a part of the simulation room. Gustav and Angie met later in the day in one of the training facilities. Within a room that was simulated to look like a jungle, both of them stood opposite each other discussing. Are you planning something? Angie asked. What do you mean by planning something? I'm always planning everything, Gustav asked and responded to his own question with a strong tone. I know. Not that. I mean, are you planning anything big? Angie asked while rolling her eyes. Do you mind specifying? Gustav asked while raising one eyebrow. The 4 cadets losing their lives was attributed to you and them being in an unknown group. It was said that a battle broke out between you and them and then that happened. That's something big which looks like something you'd have been planning for a while, Angie said with a suspicious gaze. Oh, that I didn't actually plan that, it just happened. So your definition of big is you asking if I'm going to be killing anyone soon, right? Gustav asked. Angie kept staring at him with a gaze of confirmation. Oh yeah. Of course I am, Gustav responded casually. What? Who? Angie asked with a tone of worry. That has nothing to do with you. Why did I even agree to meet you? We're not on talking terms, remember? Gustav said. Because she's the love of your life, remember? The system suddenly chipped in within him. Shut it. Gustav responded internally before turning around. Angie suddenly held Gustav's arm to stop him from leaving. Please wait. I just have a very bad feeling recently. Tell me who you're planning to kill, Angie requested. Gustav turned to the side to stare at her briefly before pulling his arm from her grip forcefully. Someone that should already be gone if not for your silly interference, Gustav responded before walking away. Angie's eyes closed slightly as she heard that and stared at Gustav walking away. Endrick. Just as I thought. My nightmare. This made Angie recall her nightmare, which made her really worried, but after thinking about it for some time, she brushed it off. Gustav won't lose to Endrick no matter what, she said internally, calming herself. Endrick had already arrived back in his room at this time and was currently sitting on his bed, coming up with lines to say. Hey bro. I apologize for all those years it was because. Hey Gustav. It's my fault for not being. Hey man. I joined others in harming you. Arg, I can't come up with anything. Endrick slapped his forehead as he fell back on his bed with a frustrated look. After a few more minutes of contemplation, he sat up once again. I think I got something now. Endrick muttered as he started formulating a new line in his mind. Just as he wanted to speak again, he heard a knock at the door. He walked up to it and opened it, only to find a small box placed in front. He bent to pick up the box and brought it inside after closing the door. He opened it up, and a holographic image of a message suddenly appeared. Have a death match with Gustav before he leaves for his first mission and kill him. Any tool or gadget you need for this task to be executed successfully will be provided for you. Young Joe. As Endrick read the message, his face creased up. You bastard. I will only kill who I want to. I don't have to obey your commands till after my training here, Endrick voiced out with a tone of annoyance as the box lifted into the air and got crushed by an invisible force. Phui! Its remaining parts flew towards the wall, slammed into it, and fell to the floor. This message threw Endrick off, and he started prancing around the room as thoughts started appearing in his mind. The next week came, and it was finally time for the cadets to display their most powerful attacks to the group of inspectors who were being sent by the higher-ups within the MBO. Today was devoid of any training because different settings had been made for the cadets to show their strength. It was like a test, but it wasn't really a test. The higher-ups were only there to see their improvement. The cadets had been waiting for this since this was also a chance for them to prove their strength had truly increased. The inspectors were not really concerned about who was the strongest because this wasn't the purpose of coming to inspect today. They were more concerned about those with the best improvements among all cadets, and there was a particular way this would be graded. There was also a chance of normal cadets becoming special class through this if their improvement was seen as one of the bests in camp. Gustav moved towards the display location along with Eldris, Falco, Timi, and Ria. The place where the display would be held was different from what they had expected. It wasn't anything like a stadium or a battle ring. Instead, it was more like a city. Chapter 478. The place where the display would be held was different from what they had expected. It wasn't anything like a stadium or a battle ring. Instead, it was more like a city. The cadets and the investigators spectating had a facility within this city-like place where they all stayed. Apparently, it was a city created for tests and training within the MBO. It was fairly large, with residential and business buildings positioned all across the place. Gustav and the others arrived there on time. They took their seat in the facility, which happened to be a kind of tower situated behind the city. There was a massive transparent wall in front of the seating area where everyone could see the city from their seating position. There were also projections that displayed different parts of the small city as well. The 4 inspectors from the higher-ups sat at the northwest corner within the facility clad in ash and red-colored uniform, which showed that their ranks were higher than that of all the instructors. As every first-year cadet arrived, one of the instructors moved to the front as the event began. I will now explain your tasks for today, Instructor Bryant voiced out as he gestured at the city in front. This is a city just like in the outside world, built only for the purpose of training an event like this. You all will be tasked with protecting different sections of this city in front, Instructor Bryant explained as he gestured towards the city. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The place turned a little noisy as Officer Bryant got to that point because some of the cadets were wondering why Officer Bryant was mentioning protection when they were prepared to display their most powerful abilities. Whatever section of the city you're tasked with protecting has to be kept safe while you attack whatever threatens its safety. As Officer Bryant reached this point, a holographic image of a black round metallic-looking ball writhing with electricity appeared in the air for everyone to see. You are to destroy this before it lands in the city. Every ball has a particular amount of force, strength and thickness, and it increases in these stats the more you destroy. If a ball eventually manages to drop on that section of the city where you're meant to protect, you will be scored based on how many you manage to destroy. As Officer Bryant got to this point, the cadets had looks of understanding on their faces. You're not allowed to help another cadet deal with their section, and you're meant to control the force of your attack to make sure your assigned section of the city is not damaged because of you, Instructor Bryant added. After all, this was said, the cadets waited for their names to be called one after the other. According to Instructor Bryant, only 500 cadets could be assigned to city sections at a time, so there would be different batches. The special class cadets were not going to be among these batches because, according to the inspectors, they wanted the special class cadets to be assigned to 2 different sections of the city at the same time. They also wanted to focus specifically on the special class when they were performing this task, unlike the normal cadets. The latter was about 500 in number going at a time. They obviously wouldn't be able to notify everyone. They also felt the special class cadets should always be made to do more. The 500 cadets whose names were called moved forward as expected and were teleported to different parts of the city. As they arrived on the section they were meant to protect, they looked around. There were about 18 buildings in the vicinity, and light could be seen coming out of the drawn structure on the ground that surrounded these 18 buildings, forming a kind of rectangular barricade. This depicted that the section ended where the lights were located, and the buildings and roads were meant to be protected. Each section was like a small street. Some were lucky to find themselves in residential areas with small-sized buildings. In contrast, the unlucky ones found themselves amidst high-rise buildings like skyscrapers. Those who found themselves in areas with high-rise buildings started making their way to the top of one of the buildings. This was mostly because it was easier for the balls to hit one of the buildings if they remained at ground level. They felt they would be able to react better if they were on higher ground. A few minutes after the cadets had arrived at their sections, Officer Bryant announced the beginning of the event. They all became alert after the announcement and prepared to attack. Shroom, 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 shroom. A few seconds later, everyone could hear loud sounds coming from the sky like something was traveling through it at a fast speed. They looked up, and in the next few moments, massive black balls started raining from the sky. They descended towards different locations in the city with force and speed. It looked as if meteors were descending from outer space with the speed at which they were moving. Those who had noticed one coming towards their section of the city prepared to attack. The moment it reached points where they knew their attacks could reach, the cadets began sending out attacks simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. Different kinds of attacks were sent into the sky, and sounds of explosions rang out across the place with every collision. In a few seconds, the skies had been cleared, and everyone had managed to destroy the balls before they could land in their section of the city. Not every section was attacked in this first round since it was random, but everyone was still on the alert as they waited for the next round. The skies still had smokes and some kind of coloring due to the massive number of attacks sent out earlier. Chapter 479. Within the facility where the other cadets and instructors and the inspectors were gathered, a board had already appeared on the side of the large hall. It displayed scores of the cadets that were currently in different sections of the city. A few moments later, the same sound as earlier could be heard as the clouds burst apart, revealing more of those black balls. The cadets who found themselves on tall buildings moved away from their current location to another part because the ball's trajectory was different from where it was headed for the last time. They quickly jumped several buildings and stared up towards the arriving black ball that was the size of a boulder. Attacks were once again sent upwards: electricity, fireballs, energy attacks, fist strikes, and so many different ones. As long as the force of their attack was enough, once the force collided with the ball, it exploded. The balls exploded when they received a particular amount of damage which prevented fragments from falling towards the buildings in the sections. This way, protection was easier as long as the cadet was powerful enough. This continued for about 10 minutes, and every new round, the balls were always faster and stronger than the initial. As time passed, the cadets' attacks were beginning to become less and less effective. Some of them would have to attack the same ball about 3 to 4 times before totally getting rid of it. Boom! A section of the city was incinerated as one of the balls landed on a building, causing ripples of destruction to spread across the place. The cadet had failed to stop it even after attacking it several times. Luckily, the supervisors teleported him the instant the ball made contact with one of the buildings. More and more cadets were unable to stop the balls after this. The first ended after stopping about 9 balls. The 9th ball was considered to be 6 times stronger than the first and 3 times faster in speed, which meant the cadet did quite well, but he was still embarrassed that he was the first to fail. Other cadets failed to stop the ball in their 10th to 13th round, and only a single cadet managed to reach the 14th round before failing. Minutes later, all 500 cadets were back in their seats after being teleported back to the facility. They all stared at the holographic projection that displayed their scores as Officer Bryant started mentioning the names of the next set of cadets. The inspectors who had witnessed the first batch all had poker faces because, to them, the performance of the normal cadets was already expected even though this batch of cadets did better than the last. The holographic projection had a side that showed that it was calculating the improvement rate of every cadet from the first batch. It displayed their most powerful attacks when they were just getting into the MBO and the ones they had displayed a while ago. The supervisors teleported the next batch of cadets one after the other again. They found themselves in different sections of the city just like the previous ones. They began to also showcase their strength as the balls descended from above. About 2 hours later, every single normal class cadet had shown the strength of their attacks and had been teleported back. On the holographic projection that displayed scores of cadets, their improvement rate was also displayed by the side. Some of them had improvement rates of 400 to 500%, some around 600 to 700%, and the highest were bordering between 750 to 800%. Rhea was the only normal cadet who had managed to reach a whopping sum of 900% improvement rate since his start in the MBO. It was already high to get an improvement rate of 700% as a cadet that was already quite strong on entering into the MBO. Talk more of getting 200% higher than that. The inspectors had their eyes on Rhea and 2 other normal cadets after seeing their improvement rate. After all, they were mostly invested in the improvement rate than the scores. The improvement rate was calculated based on how much stronger a cadet had become since their arrival here, which meant Rhea was 7 times stronger than he used to be. If Rhea happened to be the person with the highest improvement rate, this didn't make him the strongest. This only showed that his rate of improvement is better and higher than the rest. Now it was finally time for the special class cadets to be transported into the city. Since they were only around 60 in number, they would be spaced across the city properly. And it was crazier for them since they had to handle the safety of 2 sections instead of one like the others. Zing tilde as Gustav was teleported away, he found himself in a part of the city that had both residential and business structures. Unlike the usual 18 buildings, there were close to 40 buildings in the vicinity. Some were as large as a high-rise, and others were small in size, like bungalows, 2 stories and 3-story buildings. Gustav walked in the middle of the empty street, looking around. The buildings were so well structured, and he could even see within some buildings that there were furniture and other necessities for living there. It seemed as if the MBO missed no detail except for the lack of human life within the vicinity. This was understandable since the MBO wouldn't want to endanger anyone's life. Gustav looked up ahead towards the southeast and noticed the tall bluish mast shooting up to the sky. There were high-rise buildings in the area that were 200 to 300 stories tall, but the mast happened to be taller than them, reaching over 3,000 feet. Gustav moved forward and arrived in front of it. A certain kind of energy began to circulate around him as he descended to a particular point, crouching his knees a little. Super jump has been activated. His calves bulged immensely as the ground underneath his feet cracked just before he leaped upwards with force. Thum tilde. Chapter 480. Super jump has been activated. His calves bulged immensely as the ground underneath his feet cracked just before he leaped upwards with force. Thum tilde. His body ascended upwards like an ignited rocket shooting past 1,000 feet in a manner of a few seconds. The sound of the air being torn through as he traveled upwards with speed caused every other special class cadet in the vicinity to stare upwards towards that particular location. After ascending up to over 2,000 feet in height, Gustav grabbed a part of the mast and pulled himself upwards again. Zoom! In a few seconds, he ascended above the mast and landed on its tip. There was barely any room for movement at the top of the mast, so Gustav stood in place and squatted while looking around. Except for the high-rise buildings, other buildings in the vicinity looked like Lego toys to him right now. The position of the mast wasn't accurately positioned in the middle of the 2 sections Gustav was assigned to, but it was very close to being in the middle. Gustav could see every single building within the 2 sections from his current position. He could even see other special class cadet sections. Those whose sections weren't too far away from Gustav's could see him standing at the top of the mast. Some of them who found themselves in sections that only had high-rise buildings also made their way to the top of a building. In a few more moments, everyone was prepared for the task to begin as they all stood in their desired locations staring at the sky. Officer Bryant announced the start, and just like the previous batches, these gigantic black balls began to fall from the sky. The size of the first black ball caused the spectators to be surprised due to the size being larger than the ones the normal cadets had to destroy and the speed at which it fell. Gustav noticed the one headed towards the section he was supposed to protect was heading for the high-rise building towards his far right about 200 feet away. However, it was falling in a diagonal format from the left, so he had decided to attack it without moving from his current spot. Gustav waited as he activated God Eyes to stare at the massive ball falling from the sky and make his calculations properly. Size manipulation has been activated. The moment the ball was close to flying over the mast, Gustav activated size manipulation and threw his fist upwards with force. Joom! His entire right arm extended in length, shooting upwards with force, and just as it reached a particular height, the massive ball falling from the sky happened to appear above it. Bang! Boom! A massive sound of collision rang out, followed by an explosion as the ball exploded into bits and pieces, raining dust across the place. Gustav's extended fist began to retract after the collision. At this point, other special class cadets were also sending forth their attacks. EE opened a small vortex in front of himself and punched outwards. His fist appeared right in the air beside the falling ball, slamming into it and crushing it in the process. Dark Falco slashed his claws towards the sky, causing crescent-shaped dark energy to travel forward, severing the ball in two before it landed on the ground. Other special class cadets also made use of their abilities, destroying the first wave of falling balls in a matter of seconds. Even though the first balls that were sent downwards were relatively stronger than the first ones sent downwards for the normal cadets, the special classes had managed to destroy them with ease. The second round came, and the special class cadets once again displayed their abilities by destroying the balls with ease. The spectators witnessing had awe-stricken faces as they watched the performance of the special class cadets. 30 minutes went by, and not a single special class cadet had failed to stop any of the balls. Each of them had displayed how spectacular they were in managing their energy and using powerful attacks. Although this didn't mean the weaker ones weren't already running out of energy, but lasting this long was something none of the normal cadets were able to manage, even when they only had to protect just one section. As another round of balls descended, Gustav leaped upwards from the top of the mast towards the southeast part of the sky. He arched his arm backwards with force and threw it forward as he arrived in front of the ball. Bang! Boom! As the ball exploded after the collision, his body phased through the explosion, traveling further forward. Zwii! This was when he noticed the second ball headed towards the eastern part of the double section he was protecting. Landing on the top of one of the high-rise buildings, Gustav dashed forward with intense speed. Swoosh! The instant he arrived at the edge, he leaped upwards. Thoom! His body traveled across the air as he leaped over the streets and landed on the top of the next building. Gustav turned towards the right side and dashed forward before leaping upwards again. His body traveled across the air, flying over about 4 tall buildings before landing in the middle of one of the residential areas. Bam! Due to the height at which he leaped, landing on the ground caused a cloud of dust to scatter across the place. The second ball, which was only about 400 feet in the air at the moment, could be seen up ahead. Gustav leaped upwards again and swung his right leg forward in mid-air. Bang! The ball was immediately blasted to pieces as he phased through the explosion and landed on the balcony of a 2-story building in front. This wasn't only happening in his area. Other special class cadets were also handling the same issue where they had to deal with 2 balls falling towards their sections simultaneously. A showdown between 2 people is gonna be happening soon, smiley face. Chapter 481. This wasn't only happening in his area. Other special class cadets were also handling the same issue where they had to deal with 2 balls falling towards their sections simultaneously. Other special class cadets were also able to handle theirs. In some sections, the second ball fell later than the first. Gustav and only a few special class cadets were exceptions. Dashing through the streets, Gustav arrived back at the middle of both sections he was protecting. Other special class cadets at this point were already on the alert after that happened. so they were ready to destroy more than one in the next round. Back in the facility, the inspectors happened to be speaking to one of the instructors. "How tough are the current balls?" The one with a diamond-shaped head asked. "Currently half the toughness of steel." The instructor answered. Turn it up the notch. I want to see how powerful the attacks of first-year special class can be," another inspector instructed. Gustav and the others suddenly noticed that in the next round, the toughness of the balls suddenly increased by several levels. Those who were still using less powerful attacks had been taken by surprise and nearly failed to destroy the balls before they landed in their section. Since the toughness increased, they had to attack the same ball more than once due to the attacks. Gustav finally used the atomic disintegration blade, throwing it towards the ball on the other end of the section while destroying the one in front of him. Due to the partially long distance between both balls, the other ball didn't get destroyed in one go after the atomic disintegration blade collided with it. Gustav had to move towards that side as well with speed and destroy it. On Angie's side of the city, it had been relatively easy for her to move around all this time due to her speed. Once again, she dashed up the surface of a high-rise building and jumped towards the side while thrusting her right leg forward. Bang! The massive ball, twice the size of a boulder, was immediately blasted to pieces as she traveled straight to the building on the other side and slammed into the window. Bam! Kway! Shards of glass were sent flying across the place as she landed inside the office building on the 234th floor and rolled on the floor repeatedly before coming to a stop. Standing to her feet, there wasn't a single scratch on her body, but she had prevented both balls from making contact with the part of the city she was supposed to protect. Angie looked around with a slightly disturbed expression on her face before finding her way to the elevator and moving to the top of the building. In other parts of the city, the special class cadets were starting to have a hard time dealing with two balls at once, especially when their toughness had gone up by a lot. It was only a matter of time before the weaker ones got evicted. EE on his side was having a lot of fun bringing the two balls together. He would open up vortexes causing both balls to appear in the same spot far above the sections of the city he was supposed to protect and destroy them both in one fell swoop. Even when the dark balls became tougher to destroy, only a few special class cadets could handle it to this point without breaking a sweat. Elevra, since the start, hadn't even bothered using two hands. She had one hand behind her back all this time as she moved from place to place across her city while destroying them with a single attack. Eldris hadn't bothered opening his eyes. He could still handle the two balls falling at the same time without using too much power. Chad had two gigantic blood creatures positioned in different parts of the sections he was protecting. They each had massive club-like blood weapons in their hands which they used in dealing with balls that were headed towards their vicinity. Chad didn't have to put in a lot of work due to this. He just sat down at the top of a building with a bored-looking expression. As expected, after about 5 more rounds, 3 special class cadets failed to stop a ball. The supervisors teleported them back to the facility the instant it made contact with one of the buildings in the city. They had managed to clear about 4 to 7 rounds, which was way higher than the highest normal cadet, but they were still embarrassed for being the first to fail. As more rounds passed, more and more special class cadets began to get evicted from the city after failing to stop one of the balls. In the next 20 minutes, only about 15 special class cadets were left. At this point, Gustav was still destroying the balls without any form of transformation, even though they were now tougher than steel. Shroom. 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 The next round, the sound from the sky intensified, and the special class cadets that were still left noticed 3 of these massive black balls headed for their sections. The spectators' eyes widened slightly as they also noticed it. Combination has been activated, sprint plus super jump. Gustav combined these two, and he leaped upwards with full force. Thoom. The entire mast vibrated as his body ascended into the sky, and he found himself closing in on the first black ball. Bluish tattoo-like glows began to appear all over Gustav's arm. His muscles bulged intensely while he pulled his arm backwards with force. Throwing his fist forward, a loud sound of collision rang out as it made contact with the ball, causing the bluish energy to gather around it. The ball didn't get destroyed in one hit, but instead of Gustav attacking it again, He somersaulted severally in mid-air before landing on it and leaping forward towards the direction of the next ball. The instant his legs separated from the body of the ball, there was a massive explosion. Boom! Bluish energy filled the sky as Gustav's body traveled towards the next ball. Chapter 482. Boom! Bluish energy filled the sky as Gustav's body traveled towards the next ball. Gustav arrived in front of the next ball, which was still over 5,000 feet in the air. Bang! Gustav punched it so hard, it traveled across the air and slammed into the third ball in the distance. Atomic manipulation has been activated. A milky-colored blade of energy was formed in Gustav's hand, which he threw forward with force as he descended from the air. The blade repeatedly spiraled across the air as it found its way to both balls and cleaved them in half accurately after making contact. Boom! An explosion followed afterwards, and Gustav repeatedly spun in the air as he descended to control the direction of his falling body. Bang! He landed on the top of a high-rise building towards the west, causing it to vibrate intensely from the heavy landing. While Gustav was dealing with his 3 balls, the other special classes were also trying their best to destroy all before they landed. Angie swept across another building after destroying the first ball as another horn grew from her forehead and her speed became so fast only a silver line could be seen. Leaping into the air, Angie did a somersaulting kick as she ascended. Bang! Her leg collided with the ball, stopping its descent in mid-air and causing it to slightly travel upwards as Angie started descending from the air. Landing on another high-rise building, she dashed forward with immense speed, crossing a distance of 4,000 feet in a single second. Whitish energy began gathering around her as she once again ran up another high-rise building and leaped into the air. She was currently headed for the third ball. As she ascended over 1,000 feet above the skyscraper, Angie released the energy surrounding her. Shroom! Boom! A loud sound of explosion traveled across different sections of the city as the ball was disintegrated completely by the whitish waves of energy. Angie's body descended once again, and she started moving towards the other ball she didn't destroy in one go earlier. She was able to get to it in time and destroy it. On Glade's side, she conjured up hundreds of sickles in mid-air and flung them outwards. He was still having fun bringing all 3 balls together to destroy them in one fell swoop. Even though they were now tougher than earlier since he was able to easily make contact with them, destroying them before they reached his section of the city was very plausible. Eildris finally opened his eyes at this point, and everything around him turned black and white as he traveled towards the second ball. A single touch made the black ball lose its color. The black on the ball was sapped away and covered Eildris' right hand. The instant he punched at the ball, it was blasted to smithereens easily. After doing this, he didn't even need to move to the next one. His beautiful eyes stared in the direction of the next black ball, and then the blackness covering the ball started swirling. Eildris appeared on the ball the next instant as the blackness covering it disappeared, and he destroyed it just like the one before. Oh my gosh, what is that eye ability? Eildris had functioning eyes all these time? How is he doing all that? The spectators were surprised after seeing Eildris use the power of his eyes for the first time. Elevera, on her end, dashed across the sky like she wasn't affected by gravity as a purplish glow surrounded her palms. A single palm strike sunk into the ball, destroying it from the inside out. She still seemed to have a lot of energy as she moved to the next ball to destroy it as well. Teamy, Matilda, Glade, and 3 more special class cadets failed to stop one of the balls in this round and were teleported back to the facility. At this point, only around 9 special class cadets were left, and these were the most powerful special class cadets among the first years. Vera had been teleported back to the facility about 2 rounds back. He still felt like he had enough energy to spare him for only a few more rounds, although he was quite unbothered. He felt he had already done enough. Dark Falco was also running out of energy, as well as Chutlu. Minutes went by, and finally decided to drop out after feeling his energy nearly running out. He had opened so many vortexes and even controlled the movement of the balls so many times, which caused him to expend a lot of bloodline energy, mostly due to the size of the balls. Destroying the ones in the last one, Two were no easy feat due to their toughness. Falco also dropped out at this point with 3 more special classes. At this point, only Elevra, Gustav, Eldris, and Chad were left. Eldris and Chad could continue to destroy as many balls that came in the next round if they didn't run out of energy. Still, Eldris was expending a lot of energy by keeping his eyes open. His eyes were literally distorting the reality around him, and it cost a lot of energy to keep going. If he didn't have an A-grade bloodline, he would have run out of energy by now. Elevra was still hanging on like she wasn't even bothered by the challenge. Chad and Gustav were the only ones making use of brute force alone to destroy the balls. Chad still had it easier because of his blood creatures, but he was still spending a lot of energy. 3 more rounds went by, and none of them had backed out yet. Elevra and Eldris were still destroying the balls in 1 or 2 attacks, while Gustav and Chad still had to attack the balls 2 or more times to completely destroy them. This made it look as if Chad and Gustav would drop out soon, but they still went on for about 5 more rounds. Chapter 483. At the 57th round, where each ball size was almost as large as a bungalow building, Chad and Eldris failed to stop one of the 3 balls after running out of bloodline energy. Chad stared in the direction of Gustav's section, where he could see him soaring in the sky after destroying a ball just before he was teleported away. How is he still destroying them with a casual expression? Chad gritted his teeth in frustration after arriving back in the facility. Eldris closed his eyes back as he took his seat beside EE, Falco, Timi, and Rhea. The other cadets in the vicinity, especially the females, stared at him with a fawning expression. Now that they had witnessed his eye abilities, they believed he could still go toe-to-toe with the number 1 and 2. Although it wasn't guaranteed that he would win, they had seen now that his abilities were sophisticated. He was more powerful than they thought. Chad and the others also received stares of adoration, but after hearing the sound of the explosion from the direction of the city, everyone turned to face the holographic monitors again. Now that practically everyone had dropped out of the challenge, only the 2 most powerful first-year cadets were left. Everyone focused on this since they had wanted to know who was more powerful among the 2. They had never had a proper battle with each other, and every fight Gustav had always made them rethink if he was weaker or stronger than Elevra. So those 2 are Gustav and Elevra. I have heard reports of them as well, and their performances are fascinating. No first years, regardless of whether or not they are special class, should be able to come this far, yet they did. I'm interested in seeing how far they can go. At the inspector's corner, the inspectors were intrigued and interested in seeing how far Gustav and Elevra would go. Back in the city, Gustav and Elevra had successfully destroyed the balls again. At this point, they could see each other from the distance as Gustav stood at the top of the mast. She had to use more than 2 attacks to destroy a ball now due to the intense toughness, but she was still fast enough to get to the 3 of them like Gustav. She was 7 sections to the west, but Gustav could see her clearly due to God eyes while seeing his outline at the top of the mast. Her eyes squinted as a smile appeared on her face. It had to be you. Gustav smiled back. Game on. Combination has been activated. His body began to transform as he grew up to 7 feet in height with a large muscular frame and black-colored thick skin. Fangs grew out of his mouth along with horns, and sharp claws protruded from his fingertips. Elevra could feel the immense increase in energy waves from her location as she stared in Gustav's direction on the mast. Then I'll get serious too, Elevra said internally as she pulled the head tie from her head, revealing the closed eye on her forehead. A purplish glow covered her entire frame, causing the vicinity to tremble. She stepped forward after noticing the balls descending from the sky once again. Even the buildings around her trembled due to the forceful twist and turn of the space surrounding her, created by the energy she had just unleashed. Gustav also sensed the increase in energy from his location and nodded. She truly is powerful. But today is the day I take the first spot on the rankings, Gustav said as he leaped upwards with force. Tilde cracks appeared at the top of the mast as his feet separated from them, causing the entire thing to tremble with force. Gustav raised his leg up as he traveled up like a rocket. Bang! He destroyed the first ball and repeatedly spiraled in the air, increasing the speed of his descent as he landed on a high-rise building. Tilde opening his mouth, Gustav shot out waves of sonic energy towards the next ball, causing it to halt in the air for a second before completely disintegrating it. At this point, Elevra had also jumped upwards to deal with her balls as well. The spectators watched with widened eyes as Gustav and Elevra displayed a new level of strength, destroying all the balls that came for the next 10 rounds. Everyone was now convinced that no other cadet could come close to their level of strength and energy, considering how they kept making use of powerful attacks. The eye on Elevra's forehead opened up as she stood at the top of a building. Purplish and dark energy gathered around it before it shot out. Zezhoom. A beam of penetrative energy shot through the clouds, destroying all 3 balls falling towards her side of the city in one fell swoop. Gustav dealt with his using sonic screams and physical punches, which always destroyed them. He still hadn't made use of some other abilities, but he was okay with these abilities handling the job for now. These two continued with the destruction for another 5 rounds, and even the inspectors couldn't believe their eyes and kept asking if they were truly first years. However, both of them were slowly running out of energy. Even though Elevra was very powerful, she didn't have unlimited energy. The next round arrived, and this time 4 massive dark balls the size of bungalow buildings shot out of the sky. Before Gustav and Elevra could attack, something happened. A force of attraction suddenly pulled the 4 balls together, and the instant they collided, they began to merge. The 4 balls in the sky, both in Gustav's and Elevra's sections, merged, and 2 massive balls were created. One headed for Gustav's section while the other headed for Elevra's. These balls were the sizes of a small mountain. No one could imagine how tough they'd be. The speed at which they descended, coupled with their sizes, generated a massive amount of wind that Gustav and Elevra felt from their position below. Chapter 484. The speed at which they descended, coupled with their sizes, generated a massive amount of wind that Gustav and Elevra felt from their position below. The spectators were astonished by the size and didn't doubt the amount of force these balls were carrying was humongous. The balls cast a huge shadow across the sections of the city. Gustav's entire frame suddenly combusted and became covered in reddish-brown flames as he leaped upwards. Dash what? He can use flames too? Dash, is this another ability of one of his transformations? The spectators were wowed by seeing these flames on Gustav's being as he shot upwards towards the massive ball. Elevra slammed one of her legs on the ground and ascended by over 1,000 feet in barely a few moments. Her fists were covered by a purplish glow as she arched her right arm downwards before throwing it up with force. Thra. She and Gustav happened to hit both balls simultaneously, causing a loud sound similar to that of a thunderclap to ring out. The red-hot fire spread from the point of impact where Gustav's punch landed, but the ball was only affected by being pushed upwards by a few feet. It was still sturdy. The same happened with Elevra, but both of them weren't done. They continued ascending in the air and kept throwing out punches upwards at the balls. Bam! 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 Cracks had already spread to different parts of the balls after they punched them several times. However, it was still far from getting destroyed. Gustav was affected by gravity, so he started falling back to the ground in a few, but as he fell, he raised his head upwards and shot out another sonic scream. The sonic waves rammed into the gigantic ball again but only held it in place for a few seconds before it started descending again. Over at Elevra's side, she floated in mid-air as the purplish energy still surrounded her figure and kept striking the massive ball with her palm. She was like an ant in front of the ball, but every one of her strikes made a tremendous impact. After floating for a few more seconds longer than Gustav, her body began to descend, and the dark eye on her forehead once again shot out the purplish and dark beam. Zedhum! Bang! Her entire frame was pushed down faster as the beam slammed into the ball and kept ramming at it. From the spectators' angle, they saw Elevra land on a high-rise building and kept firing out the purplish beam. The ball was suspended in the air. Due to the force the beam was emitting and Elevra's body being used as support, cracks began to appear underneath her feet. The cracks spread to every part of the massive rooftop and continued to worsen as she kept it up. However, before the top of the high-rise building could give way, more cracks appeared on the massive ball, casting its looming shadow above the city. Krywait. Boom. A loud explosion followed afterwards that sent shockwaves all across the place. Fuwu. Elevra slid back a little due to the immense force of the wind generated after the explosion in the sky. Meanwhile, on Gustav's side, his arm grew to the size of 10 feet, became extremely muscular and massive as his body shot upwards once more. His head transformed into that of the serpentine mixed breed as he shot out greenish energy towards the ball and swung out his massive hand towards it as well. Bang! Bang! The cracks increased as the greenish energy slammed into it. Still, it didn't get destroyed yet until Gustav's massive right hand made contact. Bang! His hand shot straight through its toughness, causing chunks to fall out just before. Boom! It exploded into smithereens. Both of them had managed to deal with this, which had shocked the spectators a lot because they thought this was the end for them both after seeing the size of the balls. Just when everyone thought this was where the challenge would end, 2 more balls that happened to be the same size as the ones they had destroyed appeared once more. Elevra felt like she hadn't even had time to catch her breath, and they were sending out another one. I should still have enough energy to destroy this one. I'll do it fast, she said internally before leaping upwards once more. Gustav also noticed this and was about to leap upwards as well to handle it when he sensed something. Fauhu! Another ball suddenly appeared above his, crashing down with more speed than the first one. Elevra, who was close to the first ball, suddenly noticed this as well, but before she could react, both balls collided and started moving downwards with even more intensity than before. Bang! Elevra was crashed into in the next moment as both balls pushed her downwards while descending. Gasp! The spectators could see her body glued to the bottom of the first ball as the second ball stacked on it, and both descended with immense force. It looked as if she had passed out. Meanwhile, on Gustav's end, he checked out his remaining energy points. Energy, 7,000 15,000 I should spend at least 3,000 energy points if I try this, Gustav thought as he activated size manipulation. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav leaped downwards towards the street as his entire frame started increasing in size. At first, the spectators watching were wondering what he was up to, but in the next moment, looks of astonishment were written all over their faces. Gustav grew past the height of 500 feet and kept growing. In a few moments, he was taller than 1,000 and kept growing bigger. 300 EP, 300 EP, 300 EP, 300 EP, he kept getting system notifications about his depleting energy points as he kept growing taller, but he wasn't done yet. The residential buildings in the sections continued to get smaller in his point of view as the skyscrapers in the vicinity didn't look so big anymore. Chapter 485. He stopped after reaching a height close to 3,000 feet. At this point, up to 4,000 energy points had been spent, but Gustav didn't feel any regrets because this was like an experiment for him. Although, he knew he couldn't maintain this form for too long, or he'd be out of energy in no time. The spectators were astonished as they saw the massiveness. He was taller than all the buildings in the vicinity currently, and his dark beast-like combination transformation was still on. Gustav raised his hands up as both balls kept descending like he wanted to catch them. The instant they reached his hands, he grabbed hold of them tightly. Boom! A loud sound rang out as his massive feet sunk into the ground, creating a small pit due to the size and force of trying to stop both balls. Gustav groaned intensely as his arms lowered and his muscles budged from the heavily. The balls were still pushing him down, but he groaned out as he stood in place. After a few seconds, he was able to stop both balls and separate them before holding one in his hands each. Meanwhile, on Elevra's side, she had finally opened her eyes. She shot out the most penetrative and most powerful beam since the start. The balls were still falling but were taking damage as they descended with her. At this point, they were only about 2,000 feet from the ground and still falling with immense speed, so it was only a matter of seconds before they collided with her sections of the city. Elevra continued to attack with force, but even with everything, the balls still didn't stop moving, although they had slowed down a little. As they approached one of the high-rise buildings, Elevra finally decided to use one of her most powerful attacks. Thwim tilde thuween tilde a projection of another purplish eye appeared just right above the ball on top. It was very massive, almost half the size of the humongous mountain-sized ball. Doom tilde both the eyes on Elevra's forehead and the projected one shot out massive pillar-sized purplish beams simultaneously. One from above and the other from below. At this point, they were close to slamming into the building when both balls finally exploded. Boom! Boom! The shockwaves slammed into Elevra, sending her crashing straight through the building. Bang! Bang! She came out the other side and slammed into the next building hundreds of feet away. At this point, Gustav had already caught both balls falling towards his side and was holding them up and repeatedly slamming them into each other. Bang! 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 With every collision the vicinity would vibrate, and cracks had already appeared on different parts of the road underneath Gustav's feet. Just when the balls were starting to crack apart, two massive balls shot out of the sky again. One towards Gustav's section and the other towards Elevra's. These ones were faster than the previous ones. Elevra, who had just stopped the two earlier, was still lodged into a building on the west, trying to get herself out. Gustav smashed both balls together again, trying to destroy them before the third one could arrive, but then it was too fast. By the time it reached his section, Gustav had raised his leg and swung it upwards like a football player. Bang! He kicked the ball straight back up into the sky and finally smashed the two balls in his possession together, causing them to explode. Each ball was still the size of a mountain, so the spectators were shocked that he could kick one of them back to the sky. Energy, 1215,000. Seeing as he had lost nearly all his energy, Gustav deactivated size manipulation and returned back to his original size. He decided to deal with the last one that way. Meanwhile, on Elevra's side, she had only noticed the massive ball headed towards her section when it was too late. She was unable to stop it before it slammed into a part of the city. Zing tilde Elevra was immediately teleported back to the facility before the whole city got decimated. Gustav was now the last special class cadet standing after passing through a number of 78 rounds. The spectators watched him destroy the third massive ball after a few minutes. When Elevra arrived back, the spectating cadets had looks of awe on their faces as they stared at her. Elevra lost. Doesn't this make Gustav the most powerful? Oh my, Gustav is still going. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Discussions broke out as everyone couldn't stop talking about what had just happened. Elevra had several injuries, but they weren't serious, so she took a simple recovery pill to heal. She was unbothered by the voices of the cadets in the background. Instead, she had a smile on her face. That was really interesting, Gustav. I accept defeat this time, she said internally as she stared at the holographic monitor where Gustav could be seen standing on the tall mast again. Ealdris and the rest had looks of excitement on their faces as they stared at each other and fist-bumped before looking back at the holographic monitor. Good job, man, muttered underneath his breath. At this point, everyone thought the challenge would end, but to their surprise, they suddenly saw the clouds split open again. Drua. This time 4 of these balls started falling from the sky in a lined-up format. The spectators' eyes widened as they saw this. He's definitely losing this round. That's too much. Destroying 2 was a hassle. Talk more of 4. Gustav stared at the 4 massive mountain-sized balls lined up on each other, descending with immense force. His dirty blonde hair started swimming in the wind as his uniform made flapping sounds. Well, I've been wanting to try this. Let's see how much destruction you can cause, Gustav said as he activated gravitational energy container bloodline. The gravitational force around him began to twist and turn at this point, giving the atmosphere a weird vibe. Don't tell me you're going to use it, the system voiced out internally. This is an experiment. I'm going to use this to find out how destructive it is, Gustav responded as a head-sized orb appeared in front of him. Chapter 486. This is an experiment. I'm going to use this to find out how destructive it is, Gustav responded as a head-sized orb appeared in front of him. It was reddish-black in color with purplish electric snakes swimming around it. It was oozing with so much energy that a certain kind of pressure was released into the air. Luckily, no one was in the vicinity to sense it. From the holographic monitors, the spectators stared at the orb floating in front of Gustav with a look of curiosity. They wondered what it was since they had never seen it before, but Endrik recognized this orb shape from his last fight with Gustav in the neighborhood. Why is the color different? He wondered since it was bluish in color back then. Gustav raised his right hand, causing the orb to float above it. Are you sure? You know, doing this is practically revealing that your strength compared to that of your peers is several levels higher, the system voiced out. I know. It's all right. I'm the first cadet to be an officer before even starting training. This will make the higher-ups think twice before doing anything stupid against me in the future. It will definitely raise my value and they won't want to lose me. It's all part of the plan, Gustav explained as he looked upwards with a serious expression. He descended a little bit before leaping into the air with the orb in his grasp. Everyone's eyes remained on him as he ascended upwards, cutting through the sky. As Gustav closed in on the lineup of massive mountain-sized balls, he arched his arm back intensely. Foo-woo. He threw his hand forward with force just when he was about 50 feet away from the collision. The orb flew upwards further as it still cackled with purplish electric arcs. At this point, Gustav's ascent was reaching its limit as his body started coming to a stop in mid-air. The moment his body paused and was about to start descending, the orb arrived in front of the first ball. Schas High-in. The moment contact was made, a bright dark reddish light enveloped a radius of more than 3,000 feet in mid-air, and what came next was an ear-piercing explosion. Boom! Ripple of destructive waves spread from the point of impact, obliterating all physical objects it made contact within the process. Bang! Gustav, whose body was descending, was hit by the shockwaves and sent tumbling down faster. Gustav coughed out blood after the shockwaves hit him as he felt his head ringing from the collision. How is it so powerful? Gustav said internally with a shocked expression as his body shot down from the air with speed. The first ball was completely obliterated as the ripple of destructive waves spread across the sky and kept spreading towards the rest. To the spectators' awe, it completely consumed the next ball, obliterating it as well and kept spreading. At this point, the sky was covered by the reddish ripple of destructive waves that kept increasing in size. The shockwaves caused Gustav to slam into one of the buildings, and his body kept flying through several walls, breaking them in the process before flying out of the back of the building. As his body kept traveling backwards and downwards due to the impact, Gustav was about to slam into another building when he suddenly spun in the air, regaining his balance. He did a flip when he was close to colliding with the window of the next skyscraper and landed both his feet on them, controlling the force before pushing himself forward. Fui. He somersaulted forward in mid-air and spiraled towards the street in the middle. Bang! In a few seconds, he landed on the ground in a crouching format as a cloud of dust spread around him. Boom! 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 The shockwaves from the orb's energy slammed into several buildings in the vicinity, causing windows to blast apart, raining glass upon the streets. After completely consuming all three mountain-sized balls in the sky, the ripples suddenly stopped spreading and started shrinking. Gustav stabilized himself after landing on the ground and stared at the sky. The ripples of destruction suddenly shrank completely and disappeared into a blue dot after consuming all three balls. Only one was left at this point. Gustav cleaned the blood from the side of his mouth before leaping upwards once again to destroy the last ball. Back in the facility, the entire hall had turned quiet. The cadets, instructors, and inspectors all had awe-stricken looks and couldn't wrap their heads around how a first year was supposed to have enough power to do that. From what they had just witnessed, Gustav had enough power to destroy a section of the city with the attack he had just made use of. Everyone had thought he wouldn't be able to pull it off, but he did with more ease than he had been doing before. Destroying 3 balls in one go. He's supposed to be a marshal ranked. That level of destruction. It is very close to an Echo rank powerhouse if not on par. And has not even a second-year cadet yet, We have this footage sent to Great Commander Shen." The inspectors couldn't believe their eyes and decided to send the footage of the last 1 minute in particular to Great Commander Shen. After destroying the last ball, Gustav once again descended downwards and landed at the top of a 400-story tall skyscraper. He still felt pain in his body from the earlier collision of the shockwaves, but he was starting to feel better compared to before. "I could harm myself with that. I have to be careful," Gustav thought with a look of reflection. His body defense was very high, yet the collision still affected him that much. He could already imagine just how much a normal cadet would be affected if the ripple of destructive waves hit them. Chapter 487. You were right. I should only use this on an opponent I'm sure is more powerful than I am. Also, it certainly shouldn't be used in cities or neighborhood to avoid casualties since it covers a wide range, Gustav said internally. "Well, I told you, didn't I?" The system responded with a slightly frustrated tone. "I also need to be very far from its range," Gustav added after recalling he was nearly obliterated as well just now. Now he felt he should only resort to using this in emergency situations. Just what was that, and how is he able to cause such destruction? It must have been a sure finishing attack move. I'm sure he can only use such an attack once. Yeah, that definitely is a sure finishing attack move, but way too powerful. Here we were thinking he wasn't that much stronger than Elevra. The cadets began discussing and arguing about Gustav's last move. Most of them felt he would only be able to use an attack of such power only once. If only they knew that Gustav had over 200 of these orbs hidden away in his invisible gravitational field. After a few seconds, Gustav was teleported back to the facility. There was no way the challenge would be continued since its difficulty was already bordering on the level of senior cadets. Everyone stared at him like he was a god after his arrival. Some of them wondered if they were even peers. They would occasionally stare at Endrik as well, who was sitting somewhere behind. Endrik had managed to be among the top 12 special class cadets, and he was only 12. Everyone here was at least 5 years older than Endrik, yet his strength level was frightening at such a young age. They realized that both brothers would definitely grow to become top powerhouses in the MBO when the time came. One of the instructors came forward to say a few things as the scores and improvement rate of the cadets were displayed in descending order. 1. Gustav Crimson, 1300%, 960 points. 2. Elevra Thorn, 1100%, 780 points. 3. Eldris Curtis, 900%, 520 points. The list continued on like that, and only about 2 normal cadets happened to be high on the list. Ria was one of them with a score of 400. Most of the special class Kate's improvement rate was not too distant from each other. Gustav's, of course, was still the highest. The updated first-year ranking was displayed by the side, and now Gustav was number 1 on that as well. Gustav's name wasn't the only one that moved up. Angie, Glade, Endrik and Matilda also had an increase in their ranks. Even though Elevra had dropped to number 2, it was without a doubt that she was still a formidable opponent with what she had displayed. Anyone would immediately cross challenging her off their minds. However, Gustav's strength was just out of everyone's league right now that a lot of them felt being in his presence was illegal. Elevra now realized that she was right all along. Gustav had truly been hiding his strength. After the event ended, the inspectors asked Gustav to wait behind for a brief meeting with them and the instructors. He did as he was told and waited behind as the other cadets left. The inspectors addressed themselves first, commending them on their work so far, and passed across a few instructions from Great Commander Shen. Gustav was here the whole time they discussed things that shouldn't be heard by cadets, but no one dared to tell him off since the inspectors had asked him to wait behind. After the brief meeting was concluded, the 3 inspectors pulled Gustav to a corner for a brief private discussion. Gustav, as I'm sure you are aware, you will be undergoing your first mission few weeks from now, Inspector Ryan voiced out. Yes. Gustav responded. Initially we were supposed to give you a 3 days test before sending you out on the field, but now we've changed our minds, Inspector Darby, the only female among the trio, added. Oh, I see. Gustav responded with an unbothered tone. Your detachable MBO officer badge is ready. We can't tell if you will be sent on an undercover mission or a battle mission yet, or maybe a mixture of both, but you will be informed of everything a few days prior, Inspector Ryan stated. All right. Anything else? Gustav asked. Yes, we have been informed about the death battle issued with your little bro. Before the inspector could complete his statement, Gustav interrupted. I don't have a brother. You must be mistaken, he voiced out. It clearly states that you two are biologically related from the reports, Inspector Darby said with a tone of confusion. With all due respect, inspectors, learn to make proper research before making statements. I do not have a brother, Gustav stated. All three inspectors stared at each other in confusion for an instant before resuming, turning to face Gustav again. If that is so, then, our apologies. But I'm sure you know who we are referring to, Inspector Ryan said with a mild tone. Skipped my mind. Whoever I challenge is already gone, Gustav said with a casual tone. Whom? It's Endrik Oslov, Inspector Ryan stated. So, what about him? Gustav asked. We want you to cancel your request for a deathmatch with him, the inspector added. Gustav stared at him for a few seconds with a straight expression. No, his tone of decline was so strong and powerful that even the inspectors were a little taken aback. They were inspectors, so everyone fawned on them. This was the first time they were receiving such rejection, and from a cadet nevertheless. We do not wish to lose any one of you two to such a battle. We believe you both can come to an agreement, find a common ground. Before the inspector could complete his statement, he was once again interrupted by Gustav. No. There is no common ground. The only agreement I want is his to the deathmatch, Gustav remained unflinching as he voiced out. Chapter 488. No. There is no common ground. The only agreement I want is a deathmatch, Gustav remained unflinching as he voiced out. The inspectors were once again taken aback for a few moments. Great Commander Shen has asked us to relay to you that you can request for whatever you want so long as you cancel the request, Inspector Darby added. As tempting as that is. My answer still remains no, Gustav said once again. The three inspectors were speechless at his hard-headedness on this matter. Seeing his stance, they believed they wouldn't be able to do anything to convince him otherwise, so they decided they would relay this message to Great Commander Shen. The inspectors released Gustav after a few minutes of mentioning some necessary things for his mission. Gustav headed back to his room after all was said and done. He wasn't backing down on the death battle. So long as Endrik accepted it, the match would hold as planned. Within his room, Endrik held onto a small white box that he just got delivered to him a while back. He had a slightly curious look on his face as he opened it to check the contents of the box. Within the box was a small round black device. The instant Endrik tapped on the button, he noticed a holographic message was projected from the device along with the voice of an AI who read out the contents of the message. Gustav Crimson has issued a deathmatch recipient, Endrik Oslov venue, Hall of Doom date, August 17th. Do you wish to accept? Yes or no? Endrik stared at the piece of information in front of him with a conflicted expression after the AI finished voicing them out. He wants us to battle to the death. Endrik opened his mouth but couldn't express his words. Instructions unclear. Do you wish to accept this match? Yes or no? The AI voiced out again. Endrik's hands moved in a fidgety manner as he tried saying something but still couldn't find the words. Recalling young Joe's commands was messing with his head, so he couldn't think straight. Instructions unclear. Do you wish to? Before the AI could complete its sentence, Endrik tapped the power button, switching it off. Huff, huff, huff. He started breathing in and out profusely as he dropped the device back in the box and closed it up. He took it to a corner of his room and dropped it there. What do I do? Endrik wondered with a confused expression as he moved towards his bed area. Gustav arrived back in his room later and went back to channeling his bloodline. It had been a very hectic day. His energy was almost completely depleted. Although he still had energy from many other bloodlines, making use of skills and abilities from the system always took a lot of energy points, especially when he made use of the combination to use more than one ability at a time. At this time, the whole MBO camp was in an uproar about the events that took place today. The first years began to compare Gustav to the seniors, and rumors even started flying around of how Gustav was on their strength level. Even after a few days passed, the hype of the challenging event that took place still hadn't died down. In the last few days, Gustav had been approached by several senior cadets with nefarious intentions. Some of them didn't like the fact that Gustav's strength was being compared to theirs. They found it insulting that a first year that had only been here for about 6 months would be compared to those who have been here for about 2 years. Since bullying wasn't allowed in the MBO and it was literally impossible for the seniors to find a loophole in bullying Gustav since he was an officer, they decided to challenge him to duels instead. Gustav had received several duel challenges but kept turning them down. He wasn't interested in fighting any one of these seniors. At least, not now. With the ruckus he caused by exposing so many abilities the other day, he wanted things to die down, so he had decided he wasn't accepting any battles with seniors till he was back from his first mission. No one knew how long that was going to take since missions sometimes extended longer than initial estimations due to unforeseen circumstances. Gustav could only focus on continuous training for now. A few more days went by, and Gustav noticed that he hadn't gotten feedback on the deathmatch he issued for himself and Endrik. He decided to visit the challenge hall on this day. Arriving there, he met the officers at the counter and inquired about the deathmatch he issued. One of the officers on the counter proceeded to check on the information regarding the deathmatch just as requested. According to our data here, there has been no response from the recipient of the issued challenge, the officer stated while checking the holographic monitor in front of him and clacking on the keyboard to confirm. What? No response from Endrik? Gustav questioned with a slightly confused expression. Yes. The recipient has neither accepted nor declined the request, the officer at the counter responded. Gustav was speechless for a bit. After standing there for a few moments, he made his way out of the challenge hall. This had him confused, and he kept wondering why Endrik hadn't responded to the challenge yet. A lot of thoughts came to his mind as he headed back to his room. Upon arriving at the residence, Gustav headed straight for Endrik's room. He already knew the number beforehand, which happened to be located at the end of the corridor. Gustav arrived in front of Endrik's room door in a minute and proceeded to knock. He wanted to make sure Endrik had received the challenge request because he saw no sense in not responding to it. Gustav felt it would have made more sense if he had declined rather than not making any decision he saw as suspicious, especially after the inspectors requested for him to cancel it the other day. Com. After knocking for several minutes, there was still no answer. Gustav allowed his perception phased through the wall and scope around the inside of the room. Oh, it's empty, Gustav muttered as he stopped knocking and turned around to leave. Endrik happened not to be within the room at this time. Within the space simulation training room, Endrik stood in front of Officer Mag with a conflicted expression as a dialogue ensued between them. So what exactly do you want to do? Officer Mag asked. I don't know. Endrik stammered as he answered. Hey kid, look at me, Officer Mag called out to him. Endrik did as she had said. Do you want to battle your big brother to the death? Officer Mag stared into his eyes and asked. Tell me the truth. Do you still hold so much grudge against him that you feel can only be settled by the death of one of you two? She asked once again. I don't. Not anymore, Endrik answered. There's your answer. Decline the request and talk to Gustav, Officer Mag answered. But this is what he wants. He wants to kill me with his own hands, Endrik voiced out. And it's all my fault, he added. I didn't say it wasn't. That's why I said you should go and talk to him, Officer Mag persuaded. Sigh Endrik sighed as his face straightened up with a look of determination. I will. Thank you, Endrik voiced out before turning around to leave. I don't care about your order, Hung Jo. I don't care that you want to fight me to the death, big brother. I will not accept this, he decided internally. Hendrik walked back to his apartment with newfound zeal and decided he would speak to Gustav tomorrow after their morning routine since it was late already. The next morning arrived, and as usual, the cadets went out for their morning routine. The instant the morning routine ended, Hendrik decided to look for Gustav, but before he could, he noticed Gustav headed in his direction. Gustav arrived in front of Hendrik amidst the crowd of many other cadets. Why haven't you accepted it? Gustav asked with a powerful tone. Hendrik immediately understood what he was referring to. Can we go somewhere to talk? Hendrik asked politely. I have nothing to say to you. Accept the request and let our fists do the talking on the set day, Gustav voiced out with an aloof tone before turning around to leave. No. Hendrik suddenly voiced out, causing Gustav to pause his footsteps. At this point, the cadets who were initially leaving after the morning routine stopped to see the ongoing drama. Gustav slowly turned around while asking, What did you say? I said no. I will not accept the death battle request, Hendrik voiced out with a strong tone. Chapter 489. Gustav's forehead creased as his eyes dimmed while staring at Hendrik with a suspicious look. What do you mean by you will not accept? Gustav voiced out with a cold tone. Exactly what I mean. I do not accept to having this death match with you, Hendrik responded. The cadets in the vicinity all had shocked looks on their faces at this point in time. Hearing that Gustav had issued a death match with Hendrik caused a commotion amongst them. Death matches were hardly issued the MBO, and this was the first time they heard of one since they arrived here. Not only was it among first years, but it was also between brothers. Is this a joke? Gustav asked with a cold tone. No. I do not wish to battle to the death with you. No, I do not wish to battle with you at all, Hendrik responded while walking forward to stand in front of Gustav. What are you playing at now? This another ploy of yours? Gustav asked while raising one eyebrow up while staring down at Hendrik. No, I just want us to stop this pointless enmity and grudge. Please can we go somewhere to talk? Hendrik requested politely again. Gustav paused for a bit and kept staring at Hendrik with a look of scrutiny. After a few seconds of intense gazing from both parties, Gustav leaned towards Hendrik's left ear. You don't fool me, he slowly whispered into Hendrik's ear. I know you're a part of that group because I made sure every single one of them were caught except for you. As these words drifted into Hendrik's ear, his eyes widened. He knows? If you don't want to be exposed, you'll do well and accept the death match, Gustav added before raising his head back and turning around to leave with a smirk on his face. The cadets witnessing the dialogue between them had looks of curiosity as they noticed the expression on Hendrik's face after Gustav turned around to leave. What did he say to him? This question was dominant in most of their minds. Hendrik stood in place for a long time with a conflicted look on his face before leaving. He recalled along the way that Officer Mag was the one who was responsible for the case about the group of cadets secretly under young Joe. He couldn't imagine how she'd feel if she found out he was amongst the group. This left Hendrik with a bad taste in his mouth. On the bright side, he was glad that even with all the investigations, the officers had not been able to figure anything out with the cadets, which meant nothing could lead back to him right now. He was supposed to be their leader because, according to young Joe, they were the disposable pawns that he had inputted to help Hendrik rise in the future. Hendrik was so shocked that Gustav was the one behind them getting caught. At the moment, young Joe had asked Hendrik to lay low with any suspicious activity due to the officers catching on, which meant it would be dangerous for him if he was found to be a part of the group. The troubled Hendrik walked back to his room with an expression of contemplation and confliction. This was puzzling for him, and he knew Gustav wouldn't listen to a word he wanted to say, so he had no idea the steps to take at this point. He arrived back in his room and moved towards the box by the side. Picking up the device, he tapped on the button. Do you wish to accept this challenge? Yes, no, the voice of the AI rang out again. Hendrik froze in place again, not knowing the decision to make. What did you say to him? He asked Gustav with a curious expression as they sat in his living room. Some encouraging words to help him in making a decision faster, Gustav responded with an unbothered expression. That's quite vague, Eldris voiced out from the side. Well, it's Gustav. Of course he won't give a clear answer. Falco shook his head as he voiced out. I don't know. Something kinda feels off with the kid. I ain't trying to dispute you two enmity or anything. But did you notice he doesn't get in trouble lately, E? E said with a contemplative expression. It's just an act. Has always up to no good, but he'll end him once and for all this time, Gustav responded with an emotionless tone. The place turned silent for a bit as no one wanted to really say something perceived as wrong by Gustav since this was a sensitive topic. I haven't experienced what you have gone through, neither can I say I totally understand how it felt, but that kid is still your brother. I can't imagine killing my own brother, Timmy voiced out from the side. Brother? What big insinuation. Gustav said with a scoff. Has still your blood though. It seems kind of. Before Timmy could complete his sentence, Gustav cut him short. Stop spouting crap, Timmy. Just like you have said you don't understand because you never experienced it. Leave it as it is. Nothing you say is going to change my decision, Gustav stated with an unflinching look like always. Let's all calm down now. He butted in to reduce the tension. I think what Timmy is trying to say is, just think about the whole situation from every angle before standing on your decision. It's alright if you decide not to change your mind. Just be 100% sure about it and think the aftermaths, explained. Sure, Gustav replied half-fastly, causing everyone to go quiet again. The next morning arrived quickly, and presently, it was around 4 in the morning. Bed creaking sounds could be heard within Angie's room as she moved from side to side across the bed with a sweat-soaked face. She suddenly opened her eyes and sprang up with a scared look. Chapter 490. Half. Her chest heaved up and down heavily as she breathed in and out. Another nightmare. Gustav. As these thoughts floated into her head, she suddenly felt immense pain in her thighs. Angie groaned in pain as she pulled the blanket to the side to look at her thighs. The outline of black veins could be seen on both her thighs. She kept seething in pain for the next few seconds as the lines grew longer like tree roots from her thighs to her knee area. Suddenly the pain stopped, and the black veins suddenly disappeared. This. Again. Angie muttered with a look of confusion and relief mixed together. The last time this happened, she threw it off as nothing, thinking it was a one-time thing, and now it was happening again. This time it even felt more painful than before. Angie decided that she would visit the medical checkup center today to make sure she was okay. She felt it might be a reaction to maybe something she ate, but she wasn't too bothered because she was sure she would be okay the moment the medical practitioners figured out what the issue was. Putting this aside, she found out that she was still worried about her nightmare. I feel like something is off. I need to speak to Gustav again. I can't shake off this weird feeling, Angie muttered underneath her breath as she stood to her feet. She couldn't stop thinking about her most recent nightmare, which was similar to her last nightmare as well. She went on an early morning jog to clear her head. Angie's current speed was so fast that she ran around the entire camp 1,100 times in less than 2 hours. Currently, across the camp, she was labeled as one of the most difficult special class cadets to defeat because even though she was weaker than most physically, she could only be beaten if an attack made contact. Her speed couldn't be followed, so hitting her was close to impossible, if not impossible, for most cadets. Only cadets with high perceptive abilities similar to Gustav's would react to her speed and maybe time their attacks in correlation with it. However, it would still be very difficult to hit her. After her morning jog, she joined the cadets for the morning routine as well as Gustav and the rest. Gustav minded his business as usual as he ran forward through the first forest. At this point, he was no longer dilly-dallying behind since he practically knew how to figure out places with traps before he arrived there. It was now way easier than in the beginning. Cadets would occasionally try to meet up with him and share conversations since this was the only way most of them could meet him. Normal cadets were not allowed to visit the dragon residence. Gustav wouldn't even give anyone the chance to come close to him on normal days. However, Gustav would still ignore all of them and continue running forward. He had received too many love letters this period, especially from girls saying they wanted him to have S*X with him. Gustav once again sighed as he dodged another crazy cadet. What can a guy do to avoid all this unwanted attention? Another one wants sex, Gustav complained internally. Maybe you should just give in. You might need the experience, the system chuckled as it butted in. No, I certainly do not, Gustav retorted with a tone of annoyance internally. Oh. You don't want them to know of your inexperience. Little Gustav is afraid of showing his disability to perform procreation activities properly. I see, the system voiced out internally with a burst of laughter. You little. Gustav's forehead creased as he was about to curse. Gustav, he suddenly heard someone call out to him from the side. He would have thought it was another weird cadet coming to ask for S*X again if he didn't recognize the voice to be Angius. Angie. Gustav voiced out as he turned to the side. Can I see you later? After the morning routine, Angie asked with a serious expression. Why? Gustav asked while raising one eyebrow. You should say yes, this might finally be your chance to get disvirgined, the system suddenly butted in within his mind. Shut the fuck. Before Gustav could complete his sentence internally, Angie responded. I need to talk to you about something important. Please, she pleaded. Gustav stared at her for a few seconds before responding. All right, just as he said this, they arrived in front of the tall mountain and began climbing. I'll race you back to the field, Angie suddenly voiced out with a delighted look as she climbed up fast. You and I both know you'll lose, Gustav voiced out as he also climbed up. Oh, is that so? We shall see. Angie suddenly increased her climbing speed, going ahead of Gustav. This is pretty pointless but... Okay, challenge accepted, Gustav responded before also starting to climb upwards with speed. At first, he wasn't taking it very seriously and didn't climb up with his full speed, but he noticed that Angie was getting faster and faster. Gustav started taking it seriously and climbed fast as well. Whenever he closed the gap between them and started climbing faster than Angie, the moment he noticed her, she would increase her speed again. This was surprising to Gustav because he knew Angie didn't have this kind of stamina with their sealed bloodlines. Angie was also surprised with herself. She didn't understand why, but she was filled with so much adrenaline at the moment. Her determination to perform better than Gustav today was at its highest. About an hour later, Gustav stood at the starting point with a look of gratification. Angie was currently lying on the ground, breathing in and out profusely. I told you it was pointless. But good job, you did pretty well, Gustav commended with a smile. Chapter 491. It was NT pointless. I woe. Old have won. Angie was out of breath, and her sentence kept breaking due to that. Elevra arrived before you did as well, Gustav said while gesturing at Elevra, who was standing a few feet away. Don't be too hard on her, Gustav, Elevra voiced out from behind. Angie groaned with a defeated expression as she sat up while pouting her lips. At this point, other cadets began to arrive as well. Gustav and Angie wanted to move to a secluded location to go discuss, but Gustav remembered what had happened with Vera the other time and decided to change his mind. A male cadet wasn't allowed to visit a female residence unless the female cadet gave him a permission slip and vice versa. However, even with that, the other party couldn't stay for too long, but Gustav was sure they would have enough time to discuss since he wasn't interested in having Angie stay at his place for too long anyway. Gustav brought Angie over to his place, and they both sat in the living room while exchanging gazes. Angie was feeling extremely nervous at the moment. It wasn't the first time she was staying in a room with Gustav alone, but she couldn't handle his eyes staring straight into hers without breaking contact. What did you want to talk about? Gustav finally asked after getting tired of seeing Angie silent. Angie was brought out of her reverie, and a tinge of red appeared on her face as she turned to the side. Gustav, I have been having some nightmares lately, Angie voiced out with a low tone. If you're having nightmares, take sleeping pills, they'll help keep your mental state calm, Gustav advised while raising one eyebrow. He wondered if this was what was so important. As a daughter of two scientists, Gustav was sure Angie should know what to do about nightmares better than a lot of people. It's not a normal nightmare, Angie muttered. What do you mean? Gustav asked while squinting his eyes. You are always present in my nightmares. Well, not just you. You and Endrik, Angie explained. And what has that got to do with anything? Gustav questioned. In my nightmares, you two battle and Endrik ends up killing you, Angie revealed. There was silence between them for a few seconds as Angie stared at Gustav with a worried expression. It's just a dream, get over it, Gustav stated with an unbothered expression. No, I don't think so. I have this feeling, this very bad feeling nagging inside of me. Like something terrible is going to happen if you have that deathmatch with Endrik, Angie explained. Stop being delusional, Angie. He can't win against me. It's going to be his fall, the moment he steps into the Hall of Doom with me, Gustav said with a confident tone. Gustav. I don't know how to explain this to you. I never have nightmares. I've only had a nightmare once before I knew about your deathmatch, and that was when I was still a kid. And something similar to what I had a nightmare about manifested itself in reality, Angie said with a scared tone. Please cancel the deathmatch, Angie pleaded. Gustav stared at her once again for a few seconds before replying, I can't do that. No, I actually can, but I won't. This step is essential. If you hadn't stopped me from killing him the last time, we wouldn't be having this conversation, Gustav added. But Angie was short of words. She didn't know how to respond to that and realized that her decision on that day actually led to the current predicament. There's nothing to worry about anyways. Stop being delusional, Gustav stated while leaning against his sofa. Angie knew Gustav well enough to understand that at this point, nothing could change his mind. Even if the most influential person on Earth or someone with a lot of prestige came to request for the battle to be cancelled, Gustav would still ignore this person. She could only hope now that things went well, but then an idea came to her head. If the other party doesn't accept, no deathmatch will hold. From the rumors, Endrik isn't on board and even argued with Gustav the other day about accepting. I just need to talk to Endrik and make sure he doesn't accept. These were Angie's thoughts as she stood to her feet. All right, I'll see you later, Angie said as she moved towards the entrance along with Gustav. You probably won't, Gustav responded as he walked her to the door. Angie arrived outside the door, and just as she took one step forward, she paused. Gustav was about to close his door, but he paused when he noticed she stopped walking forward. Angie suddenly turned around with speed and hugged Gustav before planting a kiss on his left cheek. It was so fast that Gustav couldn't react in time. Before he knew it, she had already turned back around and dashed out of the corridor with immense speed. Swoosh. Stay safe, Tilda. These words drifted into his ears along with the whooshing sound due to Angie's speed. Gustav slowly raised his right hand and placed it on the left side of his cheek. Rubbing it subconsciously, that was quite sneaky of her. He muttered before turning around to move back into his apartment. Later that evening, Gustav and Vera also met up in his room. Have you managed to complete the process? Gustav asked her. Yes. My parasitic strains are fully developed now. I can take control of him whenever you want me to, Vera responded. Good. Gustav said with a satisfied look. You are going to battle to the death with him. But everyone knows you're powerful than him, so Vera does not understand why he needs to be controlled, Vera stated with a confused tone. Initially, I wanted to control and use him, but now I feel it would be better if he was disposed of. The reason I asked you to continue working the parasitic strain is to make sure the match is accepted. Now that he can be controlled, I want you to activate the strain and make him accept the death match, Gustav instructed. Chapter 492. Oh. Vera now had a look of understanding on her face. Right now, the news about the deathmatch between Gustav and Endrik had spread all across the camp, as well as Endrik's stance on rejecting the request. Many cadets felt this might have to do with the fact that Gustav was currently the most powerful first-year cadet, and going against him was literally begging for defeat. Seeing as it was a deathmatch, they felt Endrik was scared of battling with him. A lot of them had noticed Endrik's shift in personality recently and even attributed it to this, thinking Endrik was only pretending to be a good boy now till when the storm passed. All right, Vera nodded as she responded to Gustav's demand and closed her eyes. Time passed, and Gustav could see Vera's eyelid twitching occasionally. After a few more seconds, she opened it, and a confused expression could be seen written all over her face. I am getting an interference from an unknown and hidden force within him, Vera stated. This force is clashing with my strains. It's almost like it has. Vera had a look of confusion and disbelief on her face as she paused her sentence. Like it has what? Gustav's eyes squinted as he questioned. Like it has the same function with my parasitic strains. It's fighting for supremacy over control of Endrik, Vera responded. Just as I thought. Gustav did not seem to have a confused expression on his face. Vera's response to him was not shocking because he already knew that something was within Endrik. Same function, EY? This revelation had Gustav thinking. It was certainly within him since the first day he arrived, but I can say for sure that it wasn't operational. The system voiced out in Gustav's mind. It wasn't operational means he has been himself all this time, but he only started changing about 3 months back. There's a chance that this has to do with that change. Now that there is interference from Vera, he should currently be himself. I will need to observe him for now to see how he acts, Gustav said internally. What are you talking about? A man in a large underground laboratory dressed in a blue business suit voiced. The man in front of him wore a lab coat and had a one-lens spectacle on his right eye. The nanites seemed to have met with some kind of resistance. I apologize, Sir Young, but we don't know the reason for this, the man voiced out as he kept tapping on the holographic keyboard in front of him with a frustrated look. Why are you all so incompetent? You had better make sure the nanites are functioning properly again. Endrik must accept the challenge, young Joe voiced out with a tone full of killing intent. The man in the lab coat subconsciously shivered as he answered, Yes, sir. I and the team will do our best to make sure the nanites function as intended. Young Joe scoffed and turned around to leave along with the 2 large men in all-black bodysuits standing beside him initially. Bunch of useless, he voiced out as he moved away. The other scientists within the laboratory had fear-stricken faces as they started working on making sure the nanites within Endrik's body functioned properly. A few hours back, Hung Jo had received a report from one of the officers within camp about how Endrik openly refused to accept Gustav's deathmatch challenge. This report threw Hung Jo off because this was totally the opposite of what he had expected. He started wondering what was wrong with Endrik. Even though he got the report about how Gustav was currently the strongest first-year cadet a week ago, he still had ways to make Endrik win. He would have thought Endrik was afraid of battling Gustav, but then he remembered he had sent a message to Endrik telling him he would be provided with whatever equipment he needed to win, even though the piece of equipment was too powerful to be used against the first year. Young Joe couldn't understand why Endrik would decide to refuse when he knew he had a strong backing such as his. This was something he wouldn't be able to figure out since he didn't get feedback from the text messages he sent Endrik. According to the terms of the deal, he couldn't control Endrik by using the nanites unless he refused to obey his instructions after his training within the MBO. However, young Joe kept getting a bad feeling about Gustav and was concerned about the speed of his growth and the threat he could pose if he was allowed to continue growing, so young Joe decided to breach the contract. He didn't really care about that anyway. He instructed his scientists to control Endrik and make him accept the death battle with Gustav. The scene that had just played out a few minutes ago was due to the scientists mentioning an issue concerning the nanites not functioning properly within Endrik. They tried doing as young Joe had instructed, but they were also met with an interference just like Vera. This was because both parties were interfering with themselves, causing Endrik to currently be free. Every action he was making right now was of his own free will due to the two foreign elements within his body being unable to battle the other to supremacy. The next day arrived in a flash, and on this day, Officer Mag decided to pay Gustav a visit. To what do I owe this unexpected breach of privacy? Gustav voiced out as Officer Mag made herself comfortable in his living room. Breach of privacy? I knocked. Officer Mag responded with a scoff. Yeah, you did, and then opened the door with your senior officer's pass right after. Gustav's eyebrows raised up slightly as he voiced out. You didn't respond. Who knows, you could have been drowning or dying in one way or the other inside here. I made the necessary call to prevent accidents. Officer Mag folded her arms as she spoke with a righteous tone. Chapter 493. You're so shameless. You remind me of her. Gustav shook his head as he moved forward to sit down as well. Ah! Officer Mag exclaimed. Why are you here? Gustav asked with a straight face. Officer Mag sat up at this point and gazed at Gustav for a few before speaking. I heard about the deathmatch, she stated. So? Gustav asked with a tone of confusion. So did you speak to your bro? I mean Endrik first? Officer Mag asked. Why should I? We have nothing to say to each other. Gustav responded. He does have something to say to you. Don't tell me you didn't notice that he's somewhat different from before, Officer Mag said with a mysterious tone. Sigh not you too. As an instructor, I am disappointed you didn't notice that it was all just an act, Gustav voiced out while rolling his eyes. What? An act? Ha. Officer Mag started laughing out loud after hearing Gustav's statement. I've tortured, broken, and trained that kid every day for the past 3 months. I've spent so much time with him that I can guarantee that I know him better than you do, even though you both lived in the same house for several years, Officer Mag stated. It is not an act. That kid is truly trying his best to be a better person than he used to, she added. Yeah, right. Of course you have no idea about anything. Don't worry, you'll find out in due time, Gustav voiced out cryptically. Listen to me, kid. I ain't no fool, don't discredit me like that. Give your brother a chance, just let him speak to you once, Officer Mag voiced out with a strong tone before standing up and turning around to leave. When she got to the door, she paused for a bit. I'm not disputing the fact that you went through a lot of pain and he was a factor. He played a part in that, but do not forget that he is 12 and half his childhood and upbringing was under your crazy birth mother. Kids have no idea of how to act properly without the right guidance. Remember this, Officer Mag stated before leaving through the door. Gustav sat in place for a few minutes with an expression of contemplation. I guess we shall see, Gustav muttered with a mysterious tone. There were still 3 weeks left till he went for his next mission, so Gustav decided to spend the next week observing Endrik. Day by day, he would either spy on Endrik by activating life signs so he could check his activities through his point of view, or he would stalk him. Gustav still had several skills in his arsenal that he could use to disguise himself, so it was practically impossible for him to be exposed. Gustav noticed that during all his spying, Endrik mostly kept himself in isolation doing self-training in his free time, while sometimes he would go visit Officer Mag. Even though his punishment had ended, Officer Mag would still train him occasionally. There were times he noticed Endrik just staring into space. Gustav could tell that the kid was thinking, which surprised him a bit. Other times Endrik would be laughed at by groups of cadets who saw him as a wimp for backing out of the challenge with Gustav. They would make sure their conversations were loud enough to hear as they ridiculed and laughed at him. Originally, Endrik would be pissed at such actions. However, this time he totally ignored such voices in the background and continued his journey. The entire week went by, and Gustav was not able to find any issue to foul Endrik with. As another day by, Gustav finally decided that he would have that talk with Endrik the next day. By nightfall, Endrik arrived in his room, and just as he took his seat, he heard a knock at the door. He walked towards it and opened it up, only to find a box sitting on the floor in front of his entrance. He picked it up, already knowing who it was coming from. Endrik placed it on the table in the middle of the living room and opened it up. Inside was a small holographic message device. Endrik activated it, and a pre-recorded message was projected in front of him. "Hello, Endrik." Young Joe's face and half of his body was being displayed as he talked. "I'm sure you must have received several of my previous messages, which means you know what I have instructed you to do but still refuse to do so. That's because I don't have to, you bastard," Endrik said internally. "I know that right now you're probably saying something along the lines of, you don't have to obey me now since your training within the MBO hasn't ended, blah blah. Ha ha ha." Endrik's face froze as he heard that. "I don't even know how you did it. I'm still wondering how you were able to interfere with the functionality of the nanits." "Huh? Interfere with the functionality of the nanits?" Endrik had a confused expression on his face as he heard that. "It was a good trick, but did you really think I'd let you disobey me?" As young Joe got to this point, the footage suddenly changed. Endrik's eyes widened as he saw the next footage. "Mum! Dad!" Endrik shouted out as he spotted the two figures hanging from a rope. Liam and Becky Oslov were tied to each other, hanging upside down within a dimly lit and enclosed space. There were several men in masks seen standing around them with weapons in their grasps. Both parents had blood-soaked faces, and blood was currently dripping down from them and falling to the floor as they were suspended in an upside-down position. The footage glitched and returned back to showing just young Joe. "I don't know if this is enough encouragement for you, but I'll add a few more to it." Young Joe started speaking again. Chapter 494. These men, after beating up both your parents half-dead, will also rape your mother 37 times each. After taking those turns, they will gut them both and watch them bleed out. Oh, and mind you, all these will be recorded and sent to you. I hope you enjoy watching gory movies. After saying this, young Joe disappeared as the holographic footage turned dark. At this point, Endrik was seething with so much rage that the room walls began to vibrate. The objects in the room all started floating upwards along with his bed. "Young Joe, I'll kill you," Endrik voiced out with a voice full of killing intent as his eyes turned completely blue. As Endrik started to get consumed by rage, the footage suddenly came back up. Of course, all these can be prevented if you accept Gustav's death challenge. If you're scared of losing, I will provide you with the best cheat mechanism which will ensure you kill Gustav once and for all. After saying this, the footage displayed his parents again from every angle before disappearing. This time the holographic message had ended for real. Endrik's mind was in a state of confusion at the moment. He remembered Officer Mag's words about how his parents were mostly the cause of his bad personality and Gustav's pain. He had come to this realization already. But they are still my parents. I can't let them suffer this fate. The next day arrived, and as usual, the cadets went for their morning routine. Only 2 weeks remained before Gustav left for his first mission at this point. Which meant he only had this week and a few days from the next before his deathmatch with Endrik would either be cancelled or held. At this point, even though it was still being gossiped about, everyone already pushed it aside because they knew without Endrik's acceptance, the battle couldn't hold. Gustav had decided that he would have a discussion with Endrik after today's morning routine. He was still finding it hard to believe that Endrik was changing, but he wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt due to what he had seen the past week. After the morning routine ended, Gustav walked over to Endrik as planned. "Let's talk," Gustav demanded while turning around with the intention to head to somewhere private. "There's no need. We have nothing to say to each other," Endrik suddenly voiced out from behind. Gustav's face showed confusion as he turned around. "What do you mean? You said you have something to say to me. I'm giving you the chance to do that now," he added with a strong tone. "Not anymore, I don't." Endrik responded with a strong tone as well. Both of them stared at each other with intensity. At this point, everyone around was focusing on them both once again. Gustav was wondering what Endrik was playing at as he scrutinized him with a suspicious gaze. "I have accepted your challenge. We will have our death battle next week as intended," Endrik stated before turning to the side and walking away. "Are you sure?" Gustav asked, causing him to pause his footsteps. "Isn't this what you wanted? Don't tell me you're chickening out now, Gustav." A sadistic grin appeared on Endrick's face as he turned to the side and spoke. "Looks like you finally decided to drop the act. I guess it was too tiring for a little kid to keep up a facade," Gustav smirked while turning around. "You can count on getting destroyed next week," Endrick voiced out before resuming walking. Gustav totally ignored his last statement and started walking towards his room. Almost fell for it. "At least now I won't feel any form of uncertainty when tearing you to pieces with my own hands," Gustav said internally as he moved towards his room. No one noticed the slight look of pain on Endrick's face as he walked away. The entire issue got blown up again, causing an uproar all across camp. The cadets were all talking about how the number of special class cadets would go down by 1 in a week from now. Most of them wondered what Endrick was smoking for him to challenge Gustav, who was currently number 1 and was being compared to seniors. Angie, who had witnessed what happened, had a look of confusion on her face. She had a chat with Endrick last week, and Endrick told her he had no intentions of accepting the deathmatch challenge. This had made her calm down, but now Endrick was admitting to accepting it and seemed to have so much animosity towards Gustav once again. She decided to go after Endrick to confront him about the decision, but there was literally no way out now that both parties had accepted the challenge. Gustav later got feedback about the challenge from the challenge hall, which confirmed that Endrick had truly accepted. Their deathmatch would be held a week from now. Gustav was not even bothered in the slightest about how the match was going to turn out. He couldn't see any way through which Endrick could defeat him. "Don't be too cocky. You know that kid definitely wouldn't just accept the challenge without having anything up his sleeves. No one just walks to their own death, you better be careful," the system voiced out when Gustav was channeling his bloodline. "Sure I will. But no matter what he has up his sleeves, I will end him this time for good," Gustav responded internally with a cold look. After channeling his bloodline for 2 hours, he decided to check his 5 years quest progress. Quests: locate Dimension 6 in Planet Humbad, duration, 5 years, time elapsed, 7 months, progress, 0, 12 100%, become the most powerful mixed blood on Earth, duration, 5 years, time elapsed, 7 months, progress, 9 100%. He was sorely focusing on his progress on becoming the most powerful mixed blood on Earth right now. Almost 10% for the past 3 weeks. Just how powerful is that dude? Gustav felt like progress had been really sluggish recently due to this. Chapter 495. Almost 10% for the past 3 weeks. Just how powerful is that dude? Gustav felt like progress had been really sluggish recently due to this. Even though he could still feel the improvement of his strength with every training, achieving 10% had been an impossible task for the last 3 weeks. He closed the system interface and continued on with his training. Days went by, and the tension created by Gustav's and Endrick's incoming battle still hadn't reduced. Instead, the hype increased daily. After hearing about it, Officer Mag had tried speaking to Endrick several times, but he didn't give her a chance. Same as Angie, the both of them could feel like there was something wrong somewhere. Instructors and officers sent by the higher-ups to try and prevent the battle between the two ended up failing as well. The MBO was not willing to lose any of these two because they both had the highest potential among all other first-year cadets. They could more or less already predict the outcome of the battle since Gustav was currently number 1. Endrick was only 12 years old, yet he was among the most powerful special class cadets. By the time he had achieved the same age as the current first years, they could only guess how powerful he would be then. This would only happen if he lived long enough, but right now, it wasn't looking that way. They couldn't really do anything about it since Gustav and Endrick had refused to listen to reason. The only way out now is if both of them passed out in the middle of, and the chances of that situation playing out is less than 10%. During the week, Gustav received a package from the outside world. The officer that brought it to his door had a respectful gaze and bowed slightly when passing it along to him. Gustav slowly opened the box and found a stack of paper prints within. However, there was a letter above the stack of paper prints. The instant Gustav spotted the name on the letter, A broad smile appeared on his face. Miss Amy. Finally, Gustav muttered underneath his breath with a joyful look. He first took the letter out of the box and moved towards one of the sofas to take a seat. Hey kid, I won't ask how you're doing because I already heard of the ruckus you've caused in camp. Good one, make sure you deal with nuisances mercilessly. I compiled a report from several outer planetary officers about the planet Humbad in the Trixton galaxy. The delay was due to the situation with the T-67 device. A lot of crazy stuff has happened in the last 6 months, but I won't mention them in this letter. I'm still on the investigation, but there has been a lot of revelations. Red Shadow is working with me for now. You can meet up with him when you're out of camp for your first mission. I rigged your mission, so expect to see me soon. If you have an important message to pass along to me, use the device in the box. Amy. Gustav read the entire message with a smile on his face. The T-67 device. Looks like they are still on that case and she rigged my first mission. Does this mean I might get sent to deal with the case she's working on? But didn't the inspectors say my first mission is going to be low-ranked? Gustav was still confused about that particular sentence. There was no way the MBO would send a first-year cadet on a mission with pros that were practically dealing with a very difficult mission. Since he couldn't wrap his head around it, Gustav decided not to overthink for now. He stood back up and moved towards the box to take out the stacks of paper prints. There were at least 300 papers stacked upon each other in 2 places. Gustav brought them both out and stared at the bottom of the box, which was almost empty. A small square-shaped blue device could be seen at the corner of the bottom. This was the same device Miss Amy was referring to that Gustav could use in sending a message to her. Gustav could immediately tell that this device was powerful enough to send a message that would be transmitted outside of camp. He turned around to move back to the seating area in a bid to ignore the device. But he suddenly stopped as a thought appeared in his mind. Gustav turned around again and reached out to grab the device from the box. He immediately tapped the activation button afterward and started speaking, Miss Amy. 1 week later, just like that, a week went by, and the day for Gustav's and Endrik's deathmatch finally arrived. Their battle had been scheduled to hold at 12 p.m., so there would still be normal training activities. The entire camp was in an uproar because this was a battle they couldn't miss. However, the Hall of Doom was a place that couldn't accommodate everyone, so only those who arrived early would be able to witness the battle on a closer scale. The training sessions went by in a flash like time was moving 2 times quicker today. Gustav was accompanied by Eldris, and the rest when it was close to 12 p.m. Just opened a vortex up for them, and they instantly arrived in front of the Hall of Doom. The Hall of Doom was located in a secluded part of the MBO camp where only snowy lands could be seen. It was an ice-cold region with lots of snowy mountains and white trees. The Hall of Doom just happened to be located at the top of a massive glacier. It looked like a tower with the way it extended upwards. Many cadets were trooping towards the location, and some had already arrived inside. The entrance was currently crowded, but the instant Gustav was spotted, the crowd made way for him. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.